Affaires courantes ordinaires, the daily routine of business. Mr. Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8)(a), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 14 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Okay. Introduction of, okay, so. Yep. Call it first? Or
yeah, I would say introduction of government bills.
Okay. Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Minister, oh, sorry, I read this part first. There you go. Madame Joly for Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that for leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, Electoral Representation. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Mr. Duclos, moves that the bill now be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Voila. And then on to now statements by ministers. Rapport des délégations interparlementaires.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
De rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Ms. Kusi, seconded by Mr. Weber, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Aeronautics Act Collision Avoidance System. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Minnepore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce an important bill to Parliament. This legislation would increase aviation safety for all Canadians by mandating operational collision avoidance systems for gliding clubs across Canada. I would like to thank the member for Calgary Confederation for seconding this bill and his support on this issue. This bill is tabled in the memory of Adam Lineweber, who was killed in a 2019 crash because the tow plane's anti-collision system was not functional. It is important to note that some of the 30 incidents and near misses related to gliders in the last 12 years have involved commercial aircraft. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue of safety for all of us, and I hope all parliamentarians will support this important initiative. Thank you. Merci.
Mrs. Kusi, seconded by Mr. Weber, moves that the bill now be read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill?
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Going too fast again. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act relating to cash contributions by Canada and to criteria and conditions in respect to post-secondary education. This motion is deemed adopted, and I'll recognize the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my great privilege to table this bill on behalf of the residents of Edmonton Strathcona and on behalf of all Canadians who recognize the value and the importance of quality, accessible post-secondary education in this country. I want to thank my colleague, Blake Desjardins. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Edmonton Griesbach, for seconding my bill today. Post-secondary education is key to growing our economy and to positioning Canada as a knowledge leader in the 21st century. But successive governments over the past 2 decades have failed to make post-secondary education a priority. Over that time, federal support for post-secondary education has declined over 40%, Mr. Speaker. And not surprisingly, student debt has risen 40%. Declining federal and provincial funding for post-secondary education means higher tuition costs and corporatization of universities and colleges, the outsourcing of academic and support labor, and lower quality education. And it is putting academic institutions in our country at risk of failure. It's time for the federal government to be a real partner in post-secondary education again. This bill, the Canada Post-Secondary Education Act creates a financial transfer for post-secondary education and imposes qualifying criteria that provinces must meet in order to receive federal funding, including limiting the use of short-term contracts and casual labor and ensuring affordability for students. Mr. Speaker, students, faculty, and staff deserve better from our government. I urge my fellow parliamentarians to support the Canada Post-Secondary Act for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motion.
Motion.
Présentation
Presenting petitions.
of petitions. The honourable member for, because I always get this one first, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions. The first one calls on the government to lift all the federal mandates against public servants, the military, as well as contractors for federal organizations, as well as lifting all restrictions and requirements relating to mandates at the borders. My second one relates to our Queen, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and it calls on the striking of a Platinum Jubilee Medal to honor those people Canadians who deserved such recognition.
Hear, hear.
And I hope that they still recognize there is still time, even though they've become now a socialist government and may dispense with the monarchy altogether. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition that I'd like to table at the House of Commons from constituents of Winnipeg North that passionately believe that parliamentarians need to be strong advocates for our seniors. In the petition, it highlights the issues such as long-term care, mental health, the importance of support programs like GIS and OAS, and they're calling whether it's the Prime Minister or Cabinet or all members of the House to be constant and steady advocates for our seniors in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
A petition from Canadians who are rightly appalled by the unlawful and unwarranted invasion of Ukraine by Putin, and they call upon the government to lift the visa requirement for Ukrainians that seeking sanctuary from this terrible invasion in Canada and in furtherance of their free travel to Canada, and I support this petition.
Présentation de pétitions, presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It really is an honor to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are, I think, as we all are in this place, deeply affected, horrified, and outraged by the Russian aggression and attack on the people of Ukraine. We know that there are, and now verified, war crimes being committed against the people of Ukraine, that the Russian invasion is illegal, immoral, and devastating to the people of Ukraine. Canada wants to continue with a very large and important diaspora of Ukrainians within Canada to open our arms, our hearts, and our homes to Ukrainians seeking refuge. These petitioners ask that the government immediately waive all visa requirements and grant visa-free travel to Ukrainians seeking refuge here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each year, British Columbia faces numerous wildfires that devastate communities and wildlife. With every wildfire, lumber prices, job availability, and the risk of mill closures, mudslides, home insurance increases, and damage to critical habitat are all affected. During the Lytton fire, residents were told to stay away and not try to put out the fire as water bombers were coming. In many cases, those water bombers never arrived. In Ontario, there is an all-hazards agency that manages fires, floods, and slides. This type of agency is desperately needed in BC. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents in Lillooet, spearheaded by Councillor Lori Hoffel, which is calling on the federal and provincial governments to work together on better forest management and fire prevention policies. We need to empower local residents, Indigenous communities, ranchers, industry, firefighters, and forestry workers who have the knowledge of the land to manage their forests and prevent future disasters. My riding has faced probably more natural disasters than any riding in the entire country, and my constituents in good faith are looking for more assistance and innovative policies to address these critical challenges we face. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour of presenting petition 116-19443. This petition was initiated by For Our Kids, a group of parents on the Sunshine Coast of my riding that are concerned about the future that we're leaving future generations as a result of human-induced climate change. The petitioners are calling on the government to do the following: significantly reduce emissions with transparent accounting each year, to make contributions to the emissions reductions in the Global South, wind down fossil fuel subsidies use and transition to a decarbonized economy, uphold and implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, create good green jobs and drive inclusive workforce development, and expand the social safety net, decarbonize public housing, and provide accessible public transit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting the petitions, the Honourable Member for, and I should know this by now, Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today I rise to present a petition signed by Canadians from across our country that share their concerns about the widespread availability of sexual explicit material online that includes demeaning material and material that depicts sexual violence. Mr. Speaker, although a very lengthy petition that has a number of asks, these petitioners simply ask that this House would adopt Bill S-203, a bill coming from the Senate that is known as, I believe in the last Parliament, as the Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act, a simple act to have meaningful age verification to protect Canada's young people.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a petition from, on behalf of Canadians from across the country who want an end to all the COVID-19 mandates. The petitioners state that throughout the pandemic, the truckers have served Canada's and our heroes, but now are impacted by a vaccine mandate impacting the supply chain. They say that the Prime Minister has politicized vaccines and insulted Canadians who have disagreed with him. Moreover, the petitioners comment that it's a sacred duty of the government to guard against discrimination and guarantee the freedoms of all Canadians. The petitioners call on the House of Commons to immediately end all COVID-19 mandates and implemented by the federal government, which regulate areas including federal employees, truckers, travelers. They also called for the end of all vaccine mandates and restrictions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other presenting of petitions? Présentation de pétition? No? We're good? The Honourable Member for PI, Sean Casey. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise virtually today to present a petition on behalf of Prince Edward Islanders that are concerned about the climate emergency and that were inspired by Seth Klein's book, The Good War. And these petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to enact just transition legislation that would reduce emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels by 2030 and make significant contributions to emission reductions in countries in the Global South, to create good green jobs and drive inclusive workforce, and to expand the social safety net through new income supports, decarbonized public housing, operational funding, and et cetera. Among other things, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this petition.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Okay. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day. Oh, sorry. Point of order, I believe, from the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise briefly in this House today to respond to a point of order raised by the member for Barrie-Innisfil earlier this week. This point of order was unfortunately repeated by the member for La Prairie. You will remember, Mr. Speaker, the topic of these points of order. I would like to respond to some points that were raised. My Conservative colleague and my Bloc Québécois colleague purposely, in my opinion, misunderstood the nature of the historic agreement, which would allow for exceptional results for all Canadians. The entirety of the Conservatives and the Bloc's argument is based on a mistaken understanding of the confidence agreement, which they are inaccurately calling a coalition agreement.
Speaker, that confidence and supply agreements are not coalition governments. And the UK's Institute for Government distinguishes very clearly between coalitions and mere confidence and supply agreements as follows, quote, confidence and supply agreements made publicly available can provide for stable government that can operate without fear of defeat on key votes in exchange for specific policy and procedural concessions, and on the basis that support parties are consulted and kept informed of government plans. They do not, of course, guarantee majority support for the entirety of the government's legislative program, so ongoing negotiations are needed to enable the government to get its business through. But they do allow the main party to hold all the ministerial posts and to control the policy agenda more extensively than when power is shared in coalition. For other parties, such agreements offer the opportunity to achieve certain cherished policy objectives and earn political credit for that. They must commit to backing the government on certain votes, including on often politically difficult budget plans, but they do not have to make the more extensive cross-the-board compromises of coalition, allowing them to preserve their distinct identity, unquote. Lorsqu'on prend connaissance des...
When one reads the agreement, which has been published, it is very clear that it is a supply and confidence agreement, not a coalition agreement. According to the conditions of the agreement, the NDP agrees to support the government on confidence motions and on budget.
This is an independent party, an independent caucus, continuing to approach individual legislative items on a case-by-case basis, holds the government to account. There are no, as you know, Mr. Speaker, no cabinet posts for the NDP. Plusieurs exemples de telles ententes.
There are many agreements, similar agreements, which have occurred provincially, and each of these legislative assemblies recognize the party's rights to maintain their own structures and functioning mechanisms.
The party was actually given more committee seats and status as a consequence of a confidence and supply agreement, which stated, quote, in order to promote greater stability, the government must be able to negotiate with the 3 BC Green Party MLAs as a single recognized caucus. Similarly, to be a credible partner and fulfill the responsibilities that will be required of them, the BC Green MLAs require access to legislative tools that are only available to recognized political parties and sufficient support staff, close quote. In Yukon, the Yukon NDP, as you know, Mr. Speaker, sits as its own caucus and is afforded all the rights and privileges accorded to opposition caucuses. Il y a également plusieurs exemples dans d'autres.
There are also many examples in other countries where confidence and supply agreements have been made in various Westminster systems. In the UK, in 1977, the Labour Party stayed in power thanks to a confidence and supply agreement, and the Labour Party also made political concessions to the Liberal Party in exchange. In 2017, the Conservative Party was in a minority position and made a confidence and supply agreement. In Australia, in 2010, the Australia Labor Party had a minority government and made an agreement with 3 independent members and a Green member. In all of those cases, the opposition parties retained their rights and powers.
Voted previously by the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, the confidence and supply agreement saw Green Party members enter cabinet and still treated as an opposition party within Parliament. And confidence and supply arrangements are common in New Zealand due to the mixed member proportional representation system that is used there. Now, the Conservative and Bloc House leaders are wondering what is in the agreement. It is freely available online, Mr. Speaker, and of course, through you, I would be more than pleased to offer them a copy of the agreement. What is in the agreement, Mr. Speaker? Well, a historic expansion of our healthcare system to include dental care right across the country. This is important for more than 10 million Canadians. It includes the passing of the Canada Pharmacare Act, finally, for 10 million Canadians that can't afford their medication. It includes historic investments in affordable housing for the first time since the ending of the National Housing Program decades ago. It includes significant investments for Indigenous-led affordable housing. It includes just transition legislation to combat climate change, anti-scab legislation to protect workers, and much, much more, Mr. Speaker. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will rapidly rule on this and remind the Conservative and Bloc House leaders that a confidence and supply agreement is not a coalition government, but this agreement is clearly in the interests of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the member for his intervention. Orders of the day.
Government orders business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on federal vaccine mandates, standing in the name of Mr. Barrett.
Since today is the final allotted day for supply period ending March 26, 2022, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bills. In view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now? Agreed? Agreed. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Ellis, moves that given that Canada has one of the world's highest vaccination rates and every province across Canada has lifted or has planned to lift vaccine mandates, the House call on the government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates in order to A, protect the jobs of federally regulated employees, B, enable Canadians to travel unimpeded, C, ensure Canada's tourism industry recovery, and D, allow for the free flow of goods across the Canadian border. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. It's an honor to rise in the House on this important issue, and I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, who will also speak to the importance of today's motion. Conservatives have brought forward this motion calling on the government to end all federal vaccine mandates now. After 2 years of Canadians doing all that was asked of them, following the rules, but also being locked down, being unable to visit their family, being unable to travel. The effects of these restrictions exacerbating the mental health challenges of many Canadians and being incredibly difficult for those who are on the margins of our society. These restrictions also cause the delays and postponement or cancellations of diagnostic screening appointments, of treatments, leaving patients lacking for care. Canadians did everything that was asked of them, even boasting some of the highest vaccination rates in the world. But we can't live under these restrictions indefinitely. And when you look to countries around the world, our allies, and you look to provinces across this federation, they're ending the mandates. And every province in this country, following the advice of their chief medical officer of health, has either lifted the mandates or has publicly released their plan to lift the mandates. But in the Ottawa that is governed by this NDP Liberal coalition, they're not following medical science. They're looking to the political science that they've used to divide Canadians, to divide communities, at a time when we needed real leadership. And I want to take you back in this pandemic to the beginning, when members on this side of the House, without wavering, without hesitation, were prepared to support reasonable efforts to make sure that we could get Canada in a position where we could manage the great unknown at the time that we now know to be COVID-19. Cooperation and collaboration were the name of the game. But as we moved through the pandemic, we saw many examples where this Prime Minister took every opportunity as a political opportunity. Even in those early days, when we looked to offer unwavering support to Canadians, this Prime Minister looked to undertake an historic power grab that would have given the government the ability to tax and spend without parliamentary oversight for 2 years. And then we've heard unbelievable language from this Prime Minister in the intervening period, calling people misogynists or racists, saying that they hold unacceptable views if they don't agree with his policies on COVID-19. Now, we've heard recently condemnations, not just from across Canada, but from around the world for this type of divisive language from the Prime Minister. But in all of these examples, it's a Prime Minister making decisions not based on the science. So today, when we're having this discussion, I encourage all honourable members to ask the government which federal agencies called for these mandates. Which officials were the ones, which doctors were the ones who called for these lockdowns, for the vaccine mandate, for the mask mandates that the federal government is responsible for? Because now we know that 10 out of 10 doctors agree in the provinces that all provincial chief medical officers of health have agreed on the science, the medical science, that it is safe to lift these requirements. Canadians are rightly confused that you can go into a sporting venue in this country and you can sit shoulder to shoulder with your neighbors and members of your community, people who you have been hoping to see for 2 years, wearing the same jersey, cheering on a sports team, without proof of vaccination required, without a mask required. Why? Because the top doctor in all of the provinces has said it's safe to do that. But this Prime Minister is saying that while you can sit together, in a theater with your family and your neighbors and members of the community to enjoy an experience that we haven't had in a long time, watch a movie together without proof of vaccination, without wearing a mask because it's safe to do it, that you can't get on a VIA train and you can't get on a plane for 30 minutes or 10 minutes unless you show both of those things. So today I hope members in this place ask members of the government, what does the federal government know? What science are they withholding from the chief medical officers of health for all of the provinces? What science do they have access to that they're not sharing with our international allies that shows that it's unsafe? Well, we know that they won't give an answer. They may reply, and they may try to scare Canadians.
Again.
But that's more of that fear and division that they're trying to sow on this issue. Again, we are one of the most vaccinated countries in the world. Canadians did their part. They did what was asked of them. But that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. Instead, they look to turn the screws on members of the federal public service, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, federally regulated employees.
Shameful.
And even today, and even today, when we know that in every provincial jurisdiction where they all work, that the chief medical officers of health, following the science, have said it is safe to gather and work without those vax mandates and mask mandates. They haven't said that they're going to offer those folks their jobs back. They haven't given them a path to re-entry. To what end? What's the benefit to Canadian society when these people are unable to provide for their families? After offering themselves in service to this country, in service in the federal public service, to put on a uniform, the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, members of our Royal Canadian Mounted Police, unceremoniously booted from their jobs and told, no, you don't have a right to provide for your family anymore because the Prime Minister sees a great political opportunity. So let's take a new opportunity today to follow the medical science, to listen to those chief medical officers of health across the province, including the province where this place is located. You can gather at an arena with friends and family, unmasked, without that vax passport. Why is this government saying that they know better than the experts, than the physicians, the top physicians in our province? Speaker, Canada's Conservatives are going to stand up for Canadians. We're going to stand up for the science. We're going to stand up for what's right. It is time to end the mandates.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a difficult time with the motion that's been proposed by the Conservative Party. Because what I have found, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a party that has been absolutely inconsistent on this issue. It depends in terms of which member of the Conservative caucus that you actually talk to will determine whether or not they are progressive or conservative in their approach. The only party that has been consistent from day one is the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada, saying that we are going to listen to science, listen to health experts, and follow the advice that we're being given by professionals.
You already have...
The Conservatives even wouldn't listen to former Prime Minister like Brian Mulroney that suggested that the Conservative caucus should all be vaccinated. And they're still not all vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can inform the House what percentage of the Conservative caucus today is actually vaccinated.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
100% of Conservatives, Speaker, are following the science that the Chief Medical Officer of Health in their provinces have prescribed. And I hear the member opposite saying it's a joke, the member for Kingston and the Islands saying that Dr. Kieran Moore is a joke, but we follow the science that he's offered.
A point of order from the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Dr. Kieran Moore is an incredible doctor that came from the city of Kingston. I hold him to be in the highest revere, and for this member to suggest that I think he's a joke is ridiculous.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The member doesn't want to stand behind his heckles and wants to rise, but that's exactly what he said. So the member from Kingston and the Islands, wanting to say that Dr. Kieran Moore is a joke, that's something that we don't agree with. That's something we don't agree with.
Point of order from the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I never said that Dr. Kieran Moore was a joke. Why does this member keep repeating that? I did not, Mr. Speaker, and I think you know that, and everybody else in this House knows that.
So this is why, my honourable colleagues, that heckling sometimes doesn't work for all of us. So let's just try to keep the heckles down. This goes for all sides of the House this morning. Let's try to keep it down to the occasional smart heckle and keep the roar down so that we can get this debate through. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker,
go ahead.
On that same point of order. So the member from Kingston, the Kingston and the Islands, has just said he can do that all day. Well, you were ruling and advising members of this House to return to order. The member for Kingston and the Islands said he would do it all day. So the chair had pronounced on the matter and called members to order, and this member effectively challenged the chair in doing that.
Point of order from a member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how what the member just suggested is a point of order. What I said is I can argue this issue with him all day long, and I will. I will be here all day long.
All right. We have not been in a point of order since we started this one. This is debate amongst members, and I thought it would be just to remind everyone to keep the decorum in the House so that we can continue on this debate. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
100% of members of the Conservative caucus support the advice of Dr. Kieran Moore and their provincial medical officers of health. 100% of them. And so we're not hearing any disagreement on where's the evidence that they're offering. So they were gesturing to doctors in their caucus. I'd like those doctors to stand up and say that they disagree with the science that says that it's safe to end the mandates. It's time to end the
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe,
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, there are some areas where we agree with what has just been said. For example, this Liberal government's politicization of the crisis. We also agree that we're all at the end of our rope with these restrictions and this crisis generally. As our colleagues in the official opposition know, when they presented a motion on February 10th, when they presented a motion to ask the government to present a plan for ending the lockdowns, we voted in favor. However, when we talk about a plan and a timeline, clearly there will be several stages, each with a date for the end of specific restrictions. So why is it that after only a few weeks, the Conservatives have gone from a timeline for gradual ending lockdowns with dates like the provinces are doing? How have they gone from that to immediately lifting all the restrictions?
Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, I thank the member for the question. And when we proposed that motion at the beginning of February calling for a timeline, we gave the government ample opportunity. And of course, seeing the reasonableness of the proposal, we're happy to see that the member's party supported it. But now we're going to be nearing 2 months since that time. It's a month and a half since then. And the provinces continue to accelerate the lifting of their mandates. And so, while government members, we have parliamentary secretaries and the Minister for Seniors who couldn't even handle that I was calling for the federal government to simply follow the science and reduce the harms that their divisiveness is causing Canadians. Now we're just asking for the federal government to simply apply the provincial standards that have been adopted that saw the end to masking and vax mandates.
Now we do have time for one quick one. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there are things that the NDP believe are true. We need to reconnect people. We need to get people connected. So I'm really disappointed to see the way that the Liberals and the Conservatives are speaking today. There's many women at home right now caring for seniors that are ill, for their families, for children that haven't been able to go to school. And it's time to really get serious about how this is impacting people outside of this House and not have these political games being played. So I support the idea of not having the games played. I would ask that the Conservatives consider the NDP motion, which is to look at the most recent data. Many vulnerable communities, many children are being harmed, growing in Alberta. Will the Conservatives consider the NDP amendment that we look at the current science and data based on what's happening in the real world, not in this House right now?
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes on a short answer.
Speaker, at the Health Committee this week and last, Conservatives have asked the government what their plan is. And they failed to provide that plan to Canadians. We continue to ask for their plan, ask for them to show us what the benchmarks are that they're using that will see the restrictions lifted, that will reduce the harms on the very vulnerable people that the member opposite raised. We, of course, want the government to show us the data, show us their plan and the mandates.
Prise du débat, continuing debate, the honourable member, l'honourable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What a great presentation from our colleague, Shadow Minister for Health. Excellent presentation that illustrates the point to which, since for weeks and months, the official opposition has done its job in the House, asking something simple, a plan to lift federal health mandates. At the beginning, we started by asking questions. We started by asking for dates, for a path forward, to give a glimmer of hope to Canadians. But the government, on the other side, gave us statistics, gave us a number of cases, the amount of people vaccinated. We were told that the situation was worse here than it was in other countries. We got every answer under the sun, apart from an answer to the question we were actually asking, a plan with clear dates, what the criteria the governments will use to reevaluate the situation and decide when the end of federal mandates would be. But with the Liberals, it's always the same thing, Mr. Speaker. We always ask ourselves when they will finally act. They were late at the beginning of the pandemic. They were late in deciding it was a pandemic. They were late when it came to procuring vaccines. They were late in coming with pretty much everything. And now that every province is lifting sanitary measures, what's happening once again with this Liberal government? They're late. Once again, they're late to the party when it comes to science, when it comes to decisions, not only with regards to provinces, but in concurrence with other countries. This Liberal NDP government is incapable of making a single timely decision. And who are the ones who suffer? All Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The fact that we are speaking about this again and once again today shows us clearly that the government is incapable of acting, Mr. Speaker. This shows the point to which the government does not care for its own staff, for its own public servants, for the economy of the country, for trade at our border, for tourism, Mr. Speaker, and for all people who work in Canada who are under federal jurisdiction. To them, it's not a bad thing. Since Monday, I've understood that the Prime Minister, the new Democrat Liberal Prime Minister, had other things in his mind than lifting sanitary measures and restrictions in the country. In the current context, how can this new Democrat Liberal Prime Minister justify maintaining restrictions whilst provinces are lifting them one by one, even if we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians decided to get vaccinated? If you remember at the beginning of the pandemic, we didn't even know what this illness was. Science gave us facts. People decided to step up to the plate and get vaccinated. And congratulations to all Canadians who decide to get vaccinated. Congratulations to our healthcare workers who worked tooth and nail in a very uncertain period because we didn't know what we were facing at the beginning. So congratulations and well done to all of them, all these first-line workers who are here for Canadians, for their security, for their health, Mr. Speaker. The situation has evolved over the past 2 years. I know that the New Democrat Liberal Prime Minister likes to live in the past, but a lot has changed since the beginning of the pandemic. For the first time in 2 years, Canadians now have hope that life will perhaps go back to normal. So why is this obstinate Prime Minister saying that he should, why does he continue to counter science and experts? Why is this Liberal New Democrat Prime Minister not listening to scientists? Why is he not doing like his provincial counterparts? Perhaps the Prime Minister thinks that he's more important now than scientists. The ones about whom he was saying, let's follow the recommendations, but now he's stopped listening to them. Like my colleague was saying, the Shadow Cabinet Minister for Health, this is political science put forward by the Prime Minister and not medical science. That's what we've realized, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister was also incapable of earning a majority chosen by Canadians by triggering an election in the midst of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, against the advice of everyone. He was unable to do so. He decided to do what he wanted and to trigger an election. Who cares, even if it flouts a few rules? We needed an election, apparently. He wanted a majority to his government in order to manage the country. He failed. Mr. Speaker, Canadians clearly said no. What did he do? Well, now he's bought himself a majority in Parliament with a coalition with the New Democrats. That's what happened. And that's what he's actually been doing these past weeks and months. He hasn't been working for Canadians, for public servants, for all those who cannot do their jobs right now, because the federal government decided to maintain vaccine mandates that simply have no more reason to be, according to provincial healthcare professionals and experts throughout the world. Speaking of experts, I would like to quote the Quebec Health Minister, who said that, and I quote, "This was one more step towards flexibility. We must start preparing to learn to live with the virus." Learning to live with the virus. That's the motto the Liberals should remember. And I'm not the only one who's saying this, Mr. Speaker. Two medical experts told the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health that the scientific justification for a universal vaccination mandate is limited. Dr. David Jacobs, president of the Ontario Association of Radiologists, also pointed out the immaturity of Canada's Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, especially his ability to throw gas on the fire when he declared that, quote, unvaccinated people are marginalised and racist. That's what the Prime Minister said, Canada's Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Well, I should say the New Democrat Liberal Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Speaker, because we wouldn't expect that kind of rhetoric from a real Prime Minister. For Dr. Jacobs, unvaccinated Canadians are people who are simply afraid or who have looked at the research and disagree with the results. So an open action from the Prime Minister would have been and should have been expected. Dr. Shiri Kalin, a professor of medicine at the University of BC, also questioned the validity of current vaccination mandates for the general population. This January, Dr. New, Deputy Chief Public Health Officer of the Public Health Agency of Canada, went even further and said the vaccination should be voluntary. That's the very expert who gives counsel to the New Democrat Liberal government. He's the one who said it, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what science they're following nowadays, because we've all heard this science. We'd like to hear their magic science, to hear what they have to say, the opinions that have led them to federal vaccine mandates. We'd like to see what this data is, what the science is, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it would seem that simply it does not exist because the government has never given us these opinions. They've always said, yes, it's recommended that people be vaccinated. But I remember a certain Prime Minister that said that never would Canadians be forced to vaccinate themselves. Now, who was it? Let me think. Oh, it was the Prime Minister. The New Democrat Liberal Prime Minister himself said so. I remember now. Well, there was something 2 days before a certain date last August where all of a sudden the vaccine mandate became a priority. And surprise, surprise, we had an election 2 days later, a dropping of the writ. It became a political pawn. The pandemic was used for electoral reasons, and he paid the price. Canadians simply told him no. As I said, now he's bought himself a majority. That's another kettle of fish. We'll be able to talk about it later on. Mr. Speaker, up to now, the Prime Minister's inaction has harmed our economy, has harmed trade and the Canadian tourism industry, and it continues to do irreparable damage. Thousands of federal employees and workers under federal jurisdiction are still out of work because the government simply won't act and because it won't listen to its own experts. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I would like to know, when does the Prime Minister plan to get public servants back to work? When will he lift mandates, vaccine mandates? When will we go back to a normal life for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker? Partisan politics is a thing of the past. We have to put it aside. Let's finally end vaccine mandates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that things are getting better with COVID, and everyone is justifiably relaxing the mandates. But the question is, at what rate? Some provinces have been more cautious from the beginning, some have been less cautious. And I think if we look at the numbers, the provinces that have been more cautious have done better. I think globally as well, if you compare countries, some have been more cautious, some have been less cautious. As a result of that, the United States has 3 times the death rate per population as Canada is. I'd like to ask the member opposite, does he not agree that perhaps in matters of public health, one ought to be cautious?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
He must follow the science. But he must not choose the science he wants to follow. I advise him to follow the medical science, not the political science of his Prime Minister. He's the one he said in committee that, oh, we will do everything to please the NDP. I have the quote of that, Mr. Speaker. So now I know that he was supportive of this new neo-democrat government.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we agree that everyone is sick of the pandemic. Everyone's tired of measures. Everyone is tired. Everyone was happy when we had the vaccine mandate. We still have masks, but we're tired. I went to the theatre last Friday. There were 800 people, and people were masked up. It's a bit ridiculous because some of the show had actors going into the room, and when actors came into the room, well, they had to put their mask on as well, which kind of like destroyed the suspension of disbelief. But we're not there yet. We can't simply push. My colleague talked about scientists. What does my colleague have to say to Dr. Boileau, who yesterday said that Quebec will inevitably know a new increase of COVID-19 cases? This is inevitable. The Director of Public Health in Quebec said so. They say, let's be careful. What does my colleague have to say about this? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Yes, let's be careful. A doctor tells us to be careful. A doctor tells us that cases are on the up. But the Quebec government hasn't changed its reopening program, hasn't changed its confinement program. The Quebec government hasn't said, well, we're going to re-implement isolation, confinement, we'll bring back the vaccine passport. The government of Quebec has put forward a plan based on science, and they're following expert advice. That's what this government should also do. That's what this government does not do, Mr. Speaker. That is the problem. Experts are saying, let's lift our foot from the gas pedal a bit. That's what the government should do. What's the government doing? Well, the Minister for Health keeps bombarding us with statistics that have no semantic meaning. He's giving no hope to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, the BA2 subvariant has entered a strong presence in the United Kingdom and in the world and in other countries. Hong Kong has the highest mortality rate in the world. South Korea also has record numbers. Mr. Speaker, I therefore have one question for my colleague. Does the honourable member believe that the COVID-19 pandemic is over? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend my colleague for her French. Thank you very much. It was an excellent French. I understood the question, which means everything in these matters. Mr. Speaker, we will learn to live with COVID. No one here has said that COVID was over, that the pandemic was over. What science is telling us is that we've evolved over the past 2 years. We now have nearly everyone who is vaccinated. The vast majority of Canadians is vaccinated. We are the most vaccinated country in the world. We have treatments, we have tools, and hospitals and doctors know how to deal with people who have COVID. So we have to adapt ourselves to this new reality, and that's what we're asking the government to do. Simply put, adapt yourself, lift vaccine mandates, follow science. That's it.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. L'honorable.
The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, thank you for giving me the opportunity to intervene here before the House today to speak to this very important subject, the COVID-19 pandemic, which, of course, has affected our day-to-day throughout Canada and throughout the world, and this for the past 2 years. It's also challenged our healthcare, our economy, and changed our social interactions and economic interactions. The Government of Canada has implemented significant measures to protect health and safety in Canadians. Over the pandemic, it continues to be important to constantly examine and re-examine the efficiency of measures taken. I therefore understand the utility of the Conservative Party and the House's job to evaluate the obligation of various measures, including the vaccine mandates, which is part of our continued struggle against COVID-19. The Government of Canada, as I said, has always been engaged in this evaluation and will continue to engage in this evaluation to protect the health and safety of Canadians in the least restrictive way possible, to reduce the impact of these measures as much as possible on our individual and family lives. Real consequences come from the additional removal of any public health measure. That is why we have always conducted a careful analysis based on scientific evidence, before constantly reassessing our decisions. First of all, it is important to stress that we are in a completely different situation today than in March 2020. Over the past 2 years, Canadians have rigorously followed public health measures in order to protect each other. This includes getting vaccinated, wearing masks, keeping their distance from others, and staying home when they were sick. And thanks to these often painful efforts, we are now entering a time when it is easier to participate in face-to-face activities and gatherings and to travel. We have all done our part. We have learned our lessons. Therefore, we are now ready to move forward. As Dr. Tam has repeated and reminded us many times, COVID-19 is here to stay. We're monitoring the Omicron subvariants, such as the BA.2, where there is an increase in cases in some settings in the country and internationally. The number of serious cases are going down in the country and in most administrations throughout the world. A number of hospitals in Canada continue to be subject to great pressure, and the pandemic continues to challenge our healthcare system and our workers. We must ensure that we manage this pressure right now as public health measures are relaxed across Canada. We must also be aware that during this transition period, not everyone will perceive the lifting of restrictions in the same way.
Some will be happy to resume activities they enjoy, while others will be a bit more cautious, less comfortable. Canadians over the past few years have shown incredible flexibility and resilience. Canadians will continue to do so. They will make choices that reflect their own reality based on factors such as their personal situation, their comfort level with risk, their vaccination status, COVID-19 vaccines, as well as the presence of COVID-19 cases in their community and their underlying medical conditions, as well as the risk associated with contact with infected individuals around them. For example, a person may choose to continue wearing a mask even though it is not mandatory everywhere. We encourage all Canadians to continue to make informed decisions in order to protect themselves, to protect their families, and to protect their communities, as well as to respect the decisions of others and to show compassion in doing so. Screening tests. Testing is one of the tools that will enable Canadians to make informed decisions about managing their own health and safety. I'd like to take a few moments, Mr. Speaker, to talk to you about rapid testing.
Empowers Canadians by providing them with an ability to determine quickly and easily whether they have COVID-19 on their own terms, thereby building confidence and supporting reopening efforts. Il demeurera important d'assurer un accès équitable.
It will remain important to ensure equitable access to rapid testing for COVID-19. This will continue to be important as Canadians increasingly turn to these tests to make their decisions. For example, whether to visit a loved one in a long-term care facility, or whether to send their child to school, whether to have a family gathering.
And providing rapid tests free of charge to the provinces and territories as soon as October 2020. In last December alone, the Government of Canada delivered more than 35 million rapid antigen tests to provinces and territories, with another 140 million landed in Canada in January. In light of the growing demand for rapid tests across the country, the Government of Canada also introduced Bill C-10, an act respecting certain measures related to COVID-19. This bill, which received royal assent earlier this month, provides Health Canada with $2.5 billion in funding and the statutory authority to purchase and distribute rapid tests across Canada. With this funding, the Government of Canada will be able to ensure Canadians continue to have the rapid tests that they need, free of charge and in all provinces and territories. In addition to supplying provinces and territories and Indigenous communities, the funding also allows Health Canada to continue to provide tests for distribution through partners such as the important partners such as the Canadian Red Cross, Chambers of Commerce, and pharmacies. This will allow schools to stay open and help protect our children, as well as our parents or grandparents in long-term care. With this funding, the Government of Canada will put in place critical contracts in a highly competitive global market to purchase efficient and sufficient quantities of rapid tests to meet the anticipated demand across the country. As we continue to manage COVID-19, the Government of Canada is also making use of wastewater surveillance to help us understand community transmission of COVID-19. This, Mr. Speaker, wastewater surveillance is an extraordinary tool which PHAC, the Public Health Agency of Canada, is using independently of clinical testing so that we can learn whether the virus is increasing or decreasing in the community by testing the community's sewage. Wastewater testing is conducted in collaboration with communities and local health authorities to help inform decision-making and public health guidance. The Government of Canada scientists are working together on a community-level wastewater surveillance program in 65 locations across the country. Samples are then sent to the Public Health Agency of Canada's National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg, and I know some of our members of Parliament will be happy to be reminded of the pride that we have in that laboratory, for analysis and detection of the virus that causes COVID-19, including variants of concern. Wastewater testing provides unique opportunities to detect and monitor emerging variants of interest and concern. With limitations related to clinical testing, that is molecular and PCR testing across Canada, wastewater is therefore an important surveillance tool to provide a picture of the community burden related to COVID-19. Les outils de dépistage et de surveillance.
The screening and surveillance tools I just mentioned all help to guide our public health measures, including our measures at the Canadian border. These measures, as well as all the other elements of our government's response to COVID-19, are based on the available scientific data and evidence of the current epidemiological situation, both in Canada and around the world. That's why, Mr. Speaker, as of April 1st, fully vaccinated travelers will no longer be required to present a COVID-19 test results before entering the country at airports, land border crossings, and ports.
To review and adjust our border measures as we have always done in an effort to keep Canadians safe while ensuring efficiency at our borders for both travelers and trade. Tout ce dont je viens.
Everything I have spoken about today has helped us, Mr. Speaker, to be in a situation where we can manage COVID-19 more effectively in the coming months, while restrictions will continue to be eased and lifted based on the epidemiological situation. We have gained a lot of knowledge over the past few years. We have learned to strategically use screening and surveillance. Our border measures have evolved based on most recent available data. All of these tools will be very useful to us. That said, it is important to remind all Canadians that vaccination remains the most important tool to protect us from serious consequences of COVID-19 and transmission of COVID-19. Over 85% of the population of Canada has received at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccine. Over 81% of the Canadian population is fully vaccinated. Approximately 17.7 million have received a third dose. 57% of children aged 5 to 11 have now received at least one dose. Vaccination will continue to be essential as new variants appear.
When it comes to COVID-19, we cannot afford to become complacent. This virus does not follow a predictable path. There will continue to be ups and downs. There will continue to be new variants, and there will continue to be new waves. We have to be prepared to manage that. This is a matter of responsibility, Mr. Speaker, and of transparency. As well as we have done so far, we can always do better. In the short term, that means continuing to get vaccinated, including boosters. Environ 3 millions de personnes admises.
3 million eligible Canadians have still not received a first or second dose of the primary vaccine series, and only about 60% of adults have received a booster dose. Booster doses significantly reduce the risk of serious illness, but these numbers are not enough. We do want to put COVID behind us, Mr. Speaker, but we can't take our success as granted. In conclusion, the Government of Canada's approach over the past 2 years in dealing with COVID-19 has always been based on scientific data, and it always will continue to be based on data, the principle of precaution, and on best practices and evidence. We will take the lessons we have learned over the past 2 years. Canadians expect that and nothing less of us. Communities are starting to relax public health measures, but we must realize that COVID-19 is still very much present in Canada, and we must continue to be cautious.
On health on Monday, the epidemiological situation in Canada is improving, but it is unstable. We have seen this in Europe, where there has been a resurgence of COVID-19 very recently. La même situation pourrait se produire.
The same situation could occur here in Canada, specifically because of the presence of Omicron, as well as the emergence of the BA2 subvariant, which is 50% more transmissible and contagious than the original Omicron variant. Thus, we are resuming activities that we've missed over the past 2 years, but we must not let our guard down. Vaccination remains one of the most effective ways that Canadians can protect themselves and their families. Vaccination, along with mask wearing and other personal protective measures, will continue to be important over the coming weeks.
I want to acknowledge the full range of emotions that we are feeling right now, as jurisdictions adjust the public health measures that we have lived with, on and off, for 2 years now. J'encourage vivement tout le monde à être.
I strongly encourage all to be cautious and patient, as well as to be compassionate toward others as we continue to adapt with this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Volunteer question.
Questions in
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and thank the Minister for taking the time to speak to our motion today. He talked in his remarks about transparency, and he talked about the different surveillance tools, the monitoring that happens. And I'm wondering if the Minister will take the opportunity today to be transparent with Canadians and share with us what the benchmarks are. You know, he mentioned the lifting of one of the testing requirements on April 1st at the border. So if we use that as an example, what were the specific metrics, whether it's hospital capacity, the numbers in wastewater surveillance, case positivity rate, what were the metrics that were used? And will the government commit to releasing the metrics that they would use to reimpose COVID restrictions once they're lifted? Because we are, of course, calling on the government today to follow the science that the provinces have used to lift the restrictions that the federal government has put in place. But will the minister commit to this place today that those metrics that were used previously to lift some measures and could potentially be used to reimpose measures in the future? What are those metrics, Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his fair and fine question. I'll answer only one piece of it. He spoke about border measures. There is a set of measures that we've been using to monitor the way in which those measures should be adjusted. One of them has been on the website of PHAC for more than a year now. It's called the positivity rate when people enter into Canada. We have had PCR tests for more than a year now. So if you look at the PHAC data, you will see that in December, in January, because of Omicron, the positivity rates for people traveling into Canada, either by land or by airport, was 40 times the positivity rates that we had seen prior to Omicron at the beginning of December. Now, fortunately, that positivity rate then fell in February and again in March, which is the reason for which we are now going to be able to move to the new rules on April the 1st.
A commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for Health for his remarks about the Government of Canada's track record in managing this crisis. What he didn't mention is Canada's vote at the WHO against temporarily lifting patents. India and South Africa were the places of origin of major variants. And what happens in one country with COVID will, of course, impact other countries. We can't have only some people having access to vaccines, because that will lead to a situation where only affluent countries will be able to obtain vaccines. Meanwhile, vaccines and medication will be treated like commodities rather than something that everyone should have access to in order to fight this crisis around the world. So when this issue comes up again, Will the government of Canada treat vaccines as a way for big pharmaceutical companies and others to profit, or will the government do what should be done? We're currently talking about fourth doses here in Canada, while around the world many people have not had access to a first dose. The Honourable Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent question. I have three quick comments. First, as he has suggested, the Canadian government and others will have to work together. We will have to work with other countries to ensure that pharmaceutical products such as vaccines are distributed in a way that is equitable, including in developing countries. Number two, Canada has committed to distribute 200 million vaccines in 2022. We have already delivered about half of those already in 2022. We will continue with these efforts as quickly as possible. Number three, Canada is the sixth country in the world in terms of its ability to share vaccines around the world. We're very proud of that, and we continue to work hard not only to distribute and deliver these vaccines, but also to assist in the administration of these vaccines in other countries. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Health measures are being lifted by provinces. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities continue to say they lack basic health care and infrastructure. This is especially dangerous, especially for elders. Does the minister agree that increased financial investments and infrastructure must be provided for Indigenous health?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Nunavut, and through her, also to thank Minister Maine, John Maine in Nunavut, with whom I have a very good relationship. I have a lot of esteem for him. We've been working on many different things, including providing healthcare support to the people of Nunavut, including providing rapid tests. We had a brief, very recent exchange on that to make sure that the rapid tests are coming at the right speed, in the right manner. Obviously, vaccines. No, congratulations and thanks to the large number of people in Nunavut for having been vaccinated. And as we build on the healthcare support and investment that we have provided to Nunavut over the last few months, we'll continue to be able to protect the health and safety of those living in that territory.
Commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, the health restrictions in our country and the vaccination rates across our nation have contributed to a very hearteningly low death rate in Canada when compared to many of our peer nations in the G7, particularly in the UK and the United States. It's evident that it's evident that our protocols have managed to keep Canadians safe. I'd ask the minister, what specific protocols can we look back on as ones that contributed to our lower than average death rate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you. I'll start by speaking about the lower death rate. I think we heard that recently. If in Canada we had the same death rate as we saw in the United States, there would have been 60,000 more people dying, 60,000 more people dying in Canada than we have seen over the last 2 years. Now, despite that, because of Omicron, 7,000 Canadians did die over the last few weeks. So, these are obviously individual and community tragedies. The reason for which we have been able to do much better in Canada relative to many other countries is that there has been less misinformation, less disinformation, in particular on vaccination. Now, I think in Canada we've been able to trust our experts, trust our scientists, and get access to that tool, which is the most important tool to keeping to protect the health, the lives, and the safety of people.
If we go quick, we can get a couple of questions in here. Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the isolation, the financial pressures, the extraordinary measures that Canadians have endured have all taken a toll on our mental health. Pre-COVID stats tell us that every day an average of 11 Canadians die by suicide. For every person lost by suicide, over 275 Canadians attempt suicide each and every day. Unnecessary vaccine mandates are further exacerbating our mental health issues. The members opposite all voted in favor of my motion to bring an easy-to-remember three-digit suicide prevention 988 to Canada over 468 days ago. Can the minister tell us why they have done nothing to bring the 988 to Canada? They've dragged their feet. Why have they not implemented this important number?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you. Three brief reactions. The member is correct in speaking to the impact of COVID-19 on mental health. About half of Canadians report that their mental health has suffered because of COVID-19. 80% of healthcare workers also did say the same, that their mental health has fallen. I was speaking to the Association of Canadian Pharmacists yesterday. It's about 90% of pharmacists in Canada that have found very stressful the experience of the last 2 years. On the engagement, the commitment of the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction, she spoke to that on the committee, the Health Committee just a few days ago. I think it was on Monday. So I would invite the member to look at the record and assure him that the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions will keep working very diligently on that important file.
I'm always optimistic we can get another question in, but unfortunately we cannot. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of this pandemic, the question that I've often asked myself is the question, what should I do? It's the ethical question par excellence. It is the ethical and political question. And before I forget, I'll just say that I'm going to be sharing my time with my colleague for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. So, as I was saying, in this debate, we need to think carefully. And we need to think about it with reference to an ethics of responsibility. And that's the position that the Bloc Québécois has taken from the beginning of the pandemic. Ever since the first wave, we have taken decisions not based on what had already happened, but instead, we tried to see whether the decisions we would take had a positive or negative impact on the future. And we owe that to the most vulnerable among us, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm going to try not to get into a partisan debate with a partisan tone. Everyone is sick of this pandemic. Everyone is sick of the restrictive measures. However, when crafting public health policies, we need to avoid just following whims. As the people's representatives, we must avoid being opportunistic and partisan. And we need to take enlightened decisions, not only based on individual interests and how one is feeling today, but in a more long-term and public interest perspective. We need to focus on those ethical guidelines. And that is what has led us to take our position today. The issue facing us today might seem simple if we were in an endemic situation. Has this pandemic reached the endemic threshold? Some believe that once we reach that threshold, we can remove all health restrictions, and we can behave as though the pandemic and the virus didn't exist anymore. But what's been exasperating me after the 5 waves we've seen, and in this House, unfortunately, is the use of scientists and experts. It's almost like a new religion, scientism. Scientists don't have pretensions. They understand that the only thing they know is that there is uncertainty, because science is all about uncertainty. What distinguishes science from religion, Mr. Speaker, is that science can be falsified. That said, It's tiresome to see people saying over and over, we need to found our decisions on science. That's all very well, but scientists themselves often disagree on certain issues. So beyond the science, we also need to apply an ethics of responsibility with regard to the common good. And that is what our discussion today is all about. Is raising all the restrictions immediately, as we see in today's motion, will that cause us to take the right path, or will it make things worse? That's the question we are faced with today. On the issue of the endemic threshold, some experts, if you allow me to say so, but I just wanted to mention this because it has not yet been mentioned in debate, say that those who say that the endemic threshold means that we can just go back to normal and pretend the virus doesn't exist, those people are wrong, because that could lead to a situation where there are unpredictable new outbreaks. Even in the endemic phase, we will need to control the illness. We will need to focus on the spread of the virus. We will need to focus on transmission. We will need to increase hospital capacity, because people will need to be cared for in the hospital. So currently, Mr. Speaker, we have a motion that says that we need to protect jobs. Well, I was looking at the employment rate in February 2020. The unemployment rate was 5.7%. And now, in 2022, 2 years later, it's at 5.5% after 2 years of the pandemic. So the unemployment rate has decreased. Well, the motion also says that Canadians should be able to travel without restrictions. Well, looking at, as of this morning, what the Embassy of the United States says, if I want to cross the border, I need to show a proof of vaccination. I need to show my vaccine certificate or a negative test result. Same thing in Europe, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the WHO reacted strongly about the lifting of restrictions in Europe. Is it premature? Earlier, I was listening to the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Throughout his speech, he kept mentioning a plan and how we need a plan. Well, we agree with that. A plan should have been presented, just as the provinces and Quebec have already done. We need a plan, and a plan enables us indeed to plan and adapt to the situation. There are constants in this pandemic. Quebec has presented its plan, and according to the plan, in mid-April, mask wearing would no longer be mandatory in certain public locations. Yes, so we have that plan, but then that gives us time to react. And if, for example, we were to see an increase in cases, as we're currently seeing in Europe, then we could easily say, okay, we're going to put that off by a couple of weeks. But this government has not introduced such a plan, which is unfortunate. It would be a good thing for them to think about it and perhaps take inspiration from today's debate. Mr. Speaker, we have here a motion which says that we need to ensure Canada's tourism recovery. But, Mr. Speaker, the day that we lift all the restrictions and that we see cases increase again, well, it's actually the tourism industry that will be the first to suffer from that increase. One of the constants in this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, is that we've always had 1 month to see things coming down the pipeline, because what happens in Europe always seems to come here a month later. During the first couple of waves, we thought we could avoid that, but that never actually happened. And here we may be seeing a 6th wave. Another constant, and everyone here knows this, is that every time, for legitimate reasons, to help people continue to adhere to public health guidelines, which is essentially mass public health, if the patient is no longer compliant, then it doesn't work, which is why we've offered some loosening of restrictions, for example, around the holidays, with the goal being to enable people to relax sometimes and improve their mental health. So each time we've loosened the restrictions, but this is another constant through the 6 waves. I say 6 because I think another one is starting, at least in Quebec. Each time we loosened restrictions, infections increased again. Some may say, well, it's not the end of the world because Omicron isn't so serious. Just try telling that to non-COVID patients who have cancer, for example, and who may die of it because they've been pushed out of the health system because of COVID, because our health systems have been made more fragile, have been undermined, and there are restrictions because the health networks weren't able to treat both COVID and non-COVID patients. Mr. Speaker, we need an increase in the health transfers immediately. We need to better fund our health networks to make them stronger and to help us make it through the 6th, 7th, and 8th waves and not see our lives being affected as they were during the first 5 waves. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his balanced and well thought out speech, and I'd like to thank him for his collaboration on the Health Committee. I have a simple question today. Did the experts with whom he's spoken indicate that the time has come to pretend that this pandemic is over? Is that what the experts said? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, we are going through a situation where there may be an increase once more in infections. Quebec is getting ready for that, for a 6th wave. We have not even reached the endemic phase yet. One where there might be some stability in the infections and where, with appropriate measures, we might be able to control the vectors and help our health networks. But if we look at what's happening elsewhere and might affect us, the increase in cases that we're seeing in places such as Europe and Denmark, we need to keep being cautious. It's the precautionary principle that we need to adhere to here, Mr. Speaker. We owe that to the most vulnerable among us.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci aux députés.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Montcalm. I'd like to follow up on a question that his colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, asked the health minister earlier this morning. Given that vaccination rates are still much lower in lower income countries, under 15%, should we not do more to support vaccine equity throughout the world? Should we not do that if we want to put this pandemic behind us? Could my colleague comment on the importance of having Canada support the efforts of the WTO to temporarily waive some of the TRIPS requirements that affect COVID-19 vaccine technology? Thank you for your patience with my French. My colleague speaks very good French, and his question is extremely important. We are going through a pandemic. And by definition, a pandemic is global. It's not an epidemic, it's a pandemic. And Amnesty International came to speak to us about what should be done and how there should be a waiver on these IP requirements and how that should be supported by Canada. Canada seems to have great intentions, but we all know that intentions are not enough. Canada needs to be a lot more proactive. It needs to play a role to ensure that patents be waived, to democratize not only access to vaccines, but also to therapeutics, and to also give more support to the logistics and supply chains in developing countries. Because sending vaccines is not enough. It's not enough if they're about to expire, for example. It's not enough if we don't offer the necessary logistical support to actually be able to administer the vaccines. And in many cases, Mr. Speaker, if vaccines were produced on the ground, in the locale, it would avoid a lot of logistical problems and enable people in these destinations to be a lot more autonomous and offer the necessary treatments to counter the pandemic. We have time for a brief question.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
A very quick question, Mr. Speaker. In the resolution itself, it's very clear. It says, the House call on the government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates in. I'm wondering if the member can just provide a simple answer as to whether or not the Bloc support the resolution.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as one of my colleagues said earlier today, the Bloc Québécois supported the Conservatives' previous motion asking for a plan, and we are still asking for that plan today. But we will not be supporting this motion today. Given the global situation and given the domestic situation, vaccination is not the only indicator that we need in order to control this pandemic, so we will be voting against.
Returning to debate, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Montcalm, for his speech and for the essential work that he is doing for the Bloc Québécois in the crucial area of health. I will now be speaking about the Conservative Party's motion. The motion asks the government to immediately withdraw all vaccine mandates and requirements. Mr. Speaker, I will not keep you on tenterhooks. I will announce straight away that my Bloc Québécois colleagues and I will vote against the Conservative motion. Immediately removing all vaccine requirements would be excessive and irresponsible. This is quite an odd time for the Conservatives to table this motion. One has to wonder where Conservative strategists are finding their news. What kind of media are they looking at? Let me remind my colleagues of the latest news. After a period of relative pandemic calm, where restrictions were raised throughout the West, we've been seeing for about a week a major resurgence of COVID cases in Europe. The pandemic is getting worse again in the UK, in Ireland, and Greece, in France, in Italy, in Germany, and 12 other European countries, according to the WHO. On Tuesday, Europe's WHO director reproached European countries for having raised their COVID measures too quickly and stated that it's that speed of raising the restrictions that could be responsible for the increase in cases. From the very beginning of the pandemic, waves have been beginning in Europe, and then they arrived to our shores. After 2 years and 5 waves, we should know how the story goes. There's no reason to think that this 6th wave would be any different. Only yesterday, Luc Boileau, Quebec's chief public health officer, stated that Quebec must prepare to face a new COVID-19 wave due to the arrival of the Omicron subvariant. According to published epidemiological statistics, this variant is now responsible for half of infections in Quebec. And it is 30 to 50% more contagious than Omicron, which means that the spread might speed up over the next days and weeks.
Yesterday, the number of new cases in Quebec passed the 2,000 mark, something that had not been observed since mid-February. It therefore seems downright irresponsible to want to lift all remaining measures at this precise moment. We run the risk of going abruptly from too much to not enough. It is better to advocate a cautious, considered approach that takes into account the epidemiological evolution on the ground. Decision makers have to be guided by the work of science, and such a motion serves no one by bringing such an excessive proposal at such a time. It looks more like another effort by Conservatives to politicize the pandemic, vaccination, and health measures. On this front, the Conservative Party is not alone in its blame, Mr. Speaker, as the Liberals and their Prime Minister are also guilty of fueling the very strong polarization that is deplored among the Canadian population. We remember that the Liberal Party made mandatory vaccination of federal employees a central and integral part of the election campaign it launched last summer for no apparent reason. By relentlessly bringing in the issue of vaccination back into the political debate, it has helped to give an ideological dimension to this public health issue. This is serious, Mr. Speaker, because it has made vaccine abstention a political and protesting gesture. Rather than encouraging support and solidarity, it has contributed to driving Quebecers and Canadians away from vaccination centres and to dividing people. For their part, the Conservatives, since the beginning of the health crisis, and more so in the last few months, have adopted a frankly irresponsible attitude by becoming the standard bearer for the most radical elements of the movements opposing the health measures. This opposition culminated early last month, in February, in a full-scale siege of Canada's parliamentary heartland. For 3 long weeks, the citizens of Ottawa and Gatineau saw their daily lives paralysed, businesses closed, and historic and symbolic monuments trampled by the invaders. Now, whilst this chaotic circus was taking place a few dozen metres from this house, what were the Conservatives doing? They were taking pictures with the illegal protesters. Mr. Speaker, there are no winners in this ideological war between the Liberal and Conservative parties. Everyone loses. But unlike these two belligerents who are moving away from science to further their political interests, the Bloc Québécois is rising above the fray and advocating a reasonable, transparent approach based on science rather than on points to win in the polls. In this sense, we are of the mind that the government must act in a prudent manner by lifting health measures progressively and according to the evolution of epidemiological data. In addition, in order to encourage support for measures that must be maintained for a certain period of time, the government must be transparent and explain why it deems necessary to maintain certain measures. Pandemic fatigue is real, and the public deserves information and predictability from the government. In this sense, it must justify the measures it decides to maintain, whilst dictating, with the help of public health, the conditions and thresholds that must be met for them to be lifted. Mr. Speaker, let me remind you that these measures are fundamentally designed to protect our most vulnerable, our healthcare workers, and our hospital system, which the fifth wave has abused as never before. But it would be wrong and dangerous to believe that this vulnerability of the healthcare system is solely the fault of the minority who persist in refusing the vaccine. Rather, it is the consequence of the slow and tragic divestment in healthcare by the federal government over the decades, from 50% in 1958 to only 22% today. The provinces and Quebec have therefore had to gradually rationalize and ration the services offered, forced to do more and more with less and less. So long as we do not have a robust health system, we will remain vulnerable to health shocks. At the complete mercy of epidemiological shocks caused by the emergence of new variants, whilst in March 2020 many believed that COVID-19 would only pass, 2 years later, very few dare to say how much longer it could last. And so, in order to be sustainably equipped to deal with the pandemic and stop playing a revolving door game, the first step is that of federal health refinancing. And on this point, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government must understand that it is completely isolated in its stubbornness in maintaining insufficient transfers to provinces, or from pushing back a negotiation with Quebec and provinces to after the pandemic in order to increase healthcare transfers. All opposition parties are united behind a major increase in health transfers. All provincial and Quebec premiers are united in denouncing federal divestment in healthcare. On the hospital floor, healthcare workers are expressing the crying needs they see and the inhumane conditions in which they have to work because of a lack of resources. Even Public Health Canada is calling upon the government to learn from the pandemic and ensure stable and consistent funding for public health expenditures. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude my speech by asking the Liberal government to take note of the consensus expressed at all levels of Quebec and Canadian society. I ask the government to realise that we will not be able to fully and sustainably emerge from this pandemic until we have a robust and solid healthcare system. The government must once and for all increase health transfers to 35% of system costs and guarantee a subsequent annual indexation of 6%. These transfers must also respect the jurisdictions of the provinces and of Quebec, which have the expertise and the constitutional prerogative to manage their respective healthcare systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques for his speech today. He rightly highlighted the fact that we have to remain vigilant. Conservatives have continuously politicized the pandemic, and can my colleague comment the fact that we have to do what is prudent and responsible when faced with such a high risk as COVID-19? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With regard to prudence, a couple of suggestions to my Parliamentary Secretary colleague. Triggering an election during a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, that's not really prudent, is it? At the beginning of the campaign, a useless campaign, putting forward as an ideology mandatory vaccines for federal workers, well, that's not very prudent either. So with regards to prudence, I would ask my colleague to think and to see whether his government's measures have really increased vaccinations or whether it has rather divided our country when it comes to vaccinations. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Charter rights for the 3 million Canadians who are unvaccinated have been violated for the past year. They cannot fly, they cannot take the train, and they can't even cross a border. Does the member believe that this is a measure that we could eliminate today? The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Exceptional circumstances need exceptional measures. We seek to protect the population when they travel. Is that an exaggeration? In my opinion, no. It's a question of protecting the population. Now, trying to, without taking into consideration scientific data, removing this right, that's exaggerated, especially when we note that there is an increase in the number of cases. We're asking the government to offer a certain predictability. We do agree on some things with the Conservatives, but to say that everything is done without planning, that's inconceivable. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take a look at the work to be done. We have a culture sector that needs to be helped. EI has to be reformed. We have health transfers that need to be dispersed. But instead of that, we're talking about this motion. And when the Liberals started talking about vaccine mandates, what did they do? They held out, they cast a line, and the Conservatives have been biting ever since. So what should we be doing without politics? The Honourable Member for Rimouski Nejet Témiscouata Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Mirabel for his question. What would we be working on without partisan politics? Well, we'd be working on a number of things. A budget, perhaps. Over the past year, the government has not really tabled a budget for 2 years, which is historical. We would be working on inflation, against inflation that has affected all Canadians, historic inflation. We would be trying to improve healthcare working conditions while the government is obstinate in its renegotiations after the pandemic of healthcare transfers. They're pushing this after the pandemic, but we don't know when after the pandemic will be. So it's being passed to the future, an unknown future. We would have tackled housing crisis in Quebec, and in my riding in Rimouski, there's a historic low in unoccupation rates. That's the work the government should be doing. Short question, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcoma. Thank you. One of the implications of this motion is that the Government of Canada could facilitate the exchange of goods and services from one side of the border to the other, and this unilaterally. There are always rules and regulations to follow on both sides of the borders, US rules that will have an effect on the exchange of trade and goods. So perhaps the MP could make a comment on this aspect of the motion. The Honourable Member for Rimouski Nejet Témiscouata Basques. Yes, exactly. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's not just because we're lifting sanitary measures, or we decide on one thing, that this can have an influence or change what happens in our neighbouring country, the States. A government, the Liberal government, that boasts being a staunch defender of science and data, but a government that can't even produce its own vaccine against COVID-19, the only G7 country that can't do so. Deficient investments in science and research over the past few years, Mr. Speaker. Actions speak louder than words, and we expect actions in the next budget. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time today with the member for Vancouver Kingsway. It's my great honor, as always, to stand in this place and address my colleagues in this House. And I want to start by acknowledging something that I know we all know. We all know how difficult COVID-19 has been on us. We all know how hard this has been on children. We all know how hard this has been on parents, on families. You know, I am a mother myself, and to see my teenage children be missing parts of their childhood, parts of their teenage years has been very hard. You know, to be, let's be honest, to be trapped in a house with a very active 14-year-old boy is not easy for any of us. And I sympathize with families across the country and around the world that have had to deal with that. This pandemic has been very difficult on people's livelihoods, on businesses. I have businesses in my riding that started right before the pandemic and could not access supports throughout this pandemic, and it has been heartbreaking to see that. You know, we have seen the impacts on women, and not just women in Canada, but women around the world who have been set back decades by what has happened during this pandemic. And of course, my heart breaks for the people who have lost their lives, for the families who have lost children, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters. My heart breaks for them. In Alberta, in my province of Alberta, over 4,000 people died. That's 4,000 families. That's massive impact in a province like Alberta. And when I think of all of these things and our best way forward and the best way that we can work together to come out of COVID-19, what I keep thinking is that we cannot and we must not ever politicize something like a global health pandemic. We must listen to science. We must listen to medical professionals. I am not a doctor. That is not my role with this pandemic. My role will be to listen to doctors, to listen to scientists, to listen to experts. And what I know is that experts are telling me that COVID-19 is not over. We may, I do, want COVID-19 to be over. That's fine. That's not how global health pandemics work. It is not over. We have numbers spiking around the world. We have numbers spiking in places as far away as South Korea, Switzerland, United Kingdom. You know, the numbers are climbing. The variants are developing. I am going to talk today a little bit about the need to have a global response. I don't think anyone in this place will be surprised that vaccine equity is one of those things that is vitally important to me and a tool that we need to use. And I also want to talk a little bit about the results of when we actually do politicize this pandemic. And I'm going to use my province as the example for that. You all heard it. You all heard the Premier of Alberta tell us that last summer was going to be the best summer ever. My Premier went so far as to print hats that said, "This is going to be the best summer ever." And you know what it became instead? A cautionary tale for provinces and countries around the world. We know what happens when COVID-19 is politicized. All we have to do is look at Alberta. Albertans have been hit hard by COVID-19, and when the Premier's poll numbers were hit just as hard by his terrible decisions, he decided to do the wrong thing. He decided to politicize COVID-19. He put politics, or in this case, his own political survival, ahead of the interests of Albertans. He said, and I quote, "Influenza does not generally threaten life apart from the elderly and immunocompromised. He said it is a flu. He said that he mimicked Donald Trump's lines and even pushed ineffective and potentially dangerous treatments. During the third wave of COVID-19, Alberta had one of the highest infection rates in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it had one of the highest infection rates in Alberta. This is what happens, in the world. This is what happens when we politicize this. But what I also want to talk about is the idea, and I think we all in here can recognize this, at least intellectually, that if we want a global health pandemic to be over, we need to have a global response. We need to make sure vaccines are available for everyone. You know, we can't have a motion that asks us to ignore science and think that that is a reasonable response to the global health pandemic. What I would have liked to have seen is the Conservative Party bring forward a motion that said, I don't know, let's update our CAMR, our Canadian Access to Medicines regime, to include COVID-19 medications. Let's work together to make sure that Canada is playing an active role on waiving intellectual property rights so that countries around the world can produce their own vaccines for their own populations. Let's work with countries around the world to help with vaccine hesitancy, to make sure that when vaccines are delivered, that there are supply chains, that there are syringes, that there are all those things that need to happen so that people can actually get vaccinated. I would have loved and been so supportive of a Conservative motion that called for the Canadian government to finally live up to their obligations to deliver the promised doses to COVAX. COVAX is a system that was supposed to ensure that the world was vaccinated. But Mr. Speaker, that system doesn't work when countries like Canada have bilateral agreements and take all of the vaccine stock and leave countries that desperately need doses to vaccinate their healthcare workers, to vaccinate their vulnerable populations, leave them with none. This is the opposite of a good global health response. You know, this is the opposite of what we need to do. And I have to tell you, I look at our response to COVID-19 and I think to myself, we face a global challenge with Ukraine. We face a fundamental global challenge with climate change. And our global responses have not lived up to that task, Mr. Speaker. And I worry that it is showing us what a global response will look like in the future for other challenges. Mr. Speaker, I am not a virologist. I am not an epidemiologist. I am not a physician. And I'm pretty sure that there are few of us in this chamber that are. But this motion that has been brought forward is asking us to be all of those things. It turns what should be a scientific decision into a political decision, and that is wrong. It is not up to us to make political decisions, to make scientific decisions, and it must never be our role to make scientific decisions. Our job is to develop policy and legislation that is in the best interest of Canadians. In my province of Alberta, we have lost more than 4,000 people. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We are going to lose more. Yesterday, we had 500 more cases reported, and variants continue to threaten us. Until we are able to vaccinate the world, until Canada does its part to vaccinate the world, including signing the TRIPS waiver, the virus is going to continue to evolve, and variants are going to continue to plague the world, including our country of Canada. This motion asks us to give up the hope that we will get through this pandemic. This motion asks us to give up our fight against this virus. It asks us to surrender. It asks us to ignore public health and science. It asks us to pretend to know better than scientists. Canadians are better than this, Mr. Speaker. We care about science. We are not about to surrender at the end, and we are going to continue to care for one another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Edmonton Manic.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manic.
Le président, merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Correct some of the facts that the MP, my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona, if she can deny at any time how happy Albertans are now since some of the restrictions being lifted, or even most of it, how relieved the families at all levels that life is going back to normal. I'm sure she's receiving as many emails as I am as far as how happy people are and what they have seen going through when their life going back to normal. So I'm not sure if her speech reflects the reality of Edmontonian and Albertans over this situation and over lifting the restrictions. So I hope that she will be able, with that opportunity, to correct the fact that Albertans are happy, Edmontonians are happy, and everybody wants out of this pandemic.
Honorable député d'Edmonton Strathcona.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I would like to thank my colleague for the question. You know, we often see eye to eye as neighbours and members of Parliament for Edmonton, the wonderful city of Edmonton. But I do have to say that my perception of where my constituents are is very different from what he is bringing forward. I am getting many emails of people who are deeply worried about those who cannot receive a vaccination, like children. You know, I'm hearing from teachers who are absolutely terrified to be back in classrooms that have not dealt with the ventilation problems that we have so far, that have not dealt with overcrowding. You know, I am talking to healthcare workers who are exhausted who are on their last straw, and hearing that the government of Alberta doesn't care enough about them to maintain some of these restrictions that will keep them safe is heartbreaking. I'm hearing about seniors who are worried about their own care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de la Santé.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank my colleague and friend for her passionate speech today and for always standing up for people who are vulnerable, for people who need a voice in this space. She's always there for them. Today, I would like to respond a little bit to the notion that our job in this House might be to do what's always popular. I think that we have an obligation to do what's prudent, to do what's responsible. I think we're elected to make decisions based on good facts, evidence, and science. And we've done our best over the course of the last 2 years. Obviously, in retrospect, people make mistakes. There are all, in retrospect, vision's always 20/20. But I would just ask my honourable colleague, looking across the country at various jurisdictions, who are we here to protect? Thank you.
Honorable député d'Edmonton.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
And I would like to thank my colleague. Like him, I also feel that we have, as a parliament, tried to work together for the betterment of Canada, for Canadians. And I would say that it is not always the easy decisions that parliamentarians are asked to make. We did not have, our constituents did not send us here to to have the honor of representing them in this place, to do cheerleading for them, to do the popular things. We are here to make the difficult decisions. And there are things that we could have done much, much better. A perfect example of that is the CAMR. I talked about that earlier, the Canadian Access to Medicines regime. We can put those medicines, those therapeutics and vaccination medicines on that list, and we haven't done that yet. And the Canadian government has the opportunity. They could do it today. That would be one way that we could work together.
Questions et commentaires, on a le temps pour une...
Questions and comments. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent speech. Often, during debates about the pandemic, we have discussed public health policy challenges and public health challenges. One challenge is to ensure that people follow the rules all throughout the pandemic. Doesn't my colleague agree that if the government were to present a plan for easing these measures, it would give people more predictability? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, a quick reply. I thank my colleague.
I will say that I think that a plan is very, very important. I think Canadians deserve to have answers. They deserve to get information. But I think what that might look like, in my mind, is a plan to actually review the mandates, to look at them and see, which ones can be lifted at what point. To have that research into that piece, I think, is really important. But it can't be a decision that is based on what you want, what I want, what you want, Mr. Speaker, what I want, but rather what scientists and medical professionals tell us. And I will just very quickly say that I also think it's very important that our healthcare system is strengthened. So that is another thing I think that all of us in this House should be fighting for. Thank you.
Reprise du débat de
Resuming debate virtually, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, as we enter the third year of this pandemic, Canadians are feeling exhausted, frustrated, and anxious about the future. Instead of divisive political pandering, they deserve honest answers and responsible leadership from their elected officials. Far from feeling this pandemic is over, Canadians are deeply concerned about what's coming next. People are worried about the emergence of new variants and the potential that COVID-19 will be circulating for years to come. However, after 2 years and many flawed and changing public health measures, New Democrats believe that Canada is due for a reevaluation of our public health strategy for the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why New Democrats are taking a responsible and science-based approach, calling for a review of all federal public health measures that is transparent, data-driven, and informed by the advice of public health experts. New Democrats believe the prompt completion of this review is in the public interest and should proceed without political interference. That is why last week, we wrote to Canada's Chief Medical Officer and requested the Public Health Agency of Canada conduct a thorough review of every federal COVID-19 health policy based on data and science, with the goal of either confirming that we are on the right path or to make changes if we are not. Unfortunately, the motion introduced by the Conservative opposition today is the opposite of this approach. By calling for an immediate end to all federal vaccine mandates, the Conservative motion is premature and politicizes a decision that should be based on science. Wedge politics and polarization are not going to end this pandemic. Rather than reckless declarations from the floor of the House of Commons, New Democrats believe that we must take a cautious and informed approach to protect public health until the COVID-19 pandemic is over. This motion before the House violates these principles and this approach in a number of ways. First, it is premature and a threat to public health. This motion assumes incorrectly that we are done with the pandemic. It assumes, without scientific basis, that we have entered the endemic phase, something no responsible scientist has declared. It ignores what is happening in countries around the world, especially those who have relaxed their public health measures too quickly. Second, it is politically motivated. Both Liberals and Conservatives have played partisan politics with the pandemic over the last 2 years. That has been irresponsible and dangerous. I can do no better than quote a Liberal member of this government itself, the MP for Louis-Hébert. He said, "I can't help but notice with regret that both tone and the policies of my government changed drastically on the eve and during the last election campaign. From a positive and unifying approach, a decision was made to wedge, to divide, and to stigmatize. I fear that this politicization of the pandemic risks undermining the public's trust in public health institutions." He was right. Politicians shouldn't be deciding public health measures. Health professionals should. And public health decisions should be based on data, evidence, and science, not on political considerations. This motion reflects the Conservative Party playing the very same game. Third, it is precise and overly broad. This motion calls for the immediate lifting of all vaccine mandates, yet there are very different mandates with different purposes and impacts. For example, there is a clear difference between requiring vaccination for a federal health professional visiting a remote Indigenous community to treat vulnerable seniors with compromised immune systems and an Ottawa bureaucrat working from home. Yet this motion makes no distinction whatsoever and would immediately remove both. Second, there are different considerations when we consider passengers on an airplane, sitting inches apart in a closed environment for many hours, than from those on a bus where people may be able to physically distance. Some mandate aspects might indeed be properly removed, yet it may be prudent to retain or perhaps alter others. This motion precludes that approach. Fourth, it is factually incorrect and misleading. The motion erroneously claims that all provinces have lifted or have plans to lift their vaccine mandates. What is correct is that all provinces have lifted their proof of vaccination requirements for people attending certain social and recreational settings and events, except for British Columbia, where the requirement will be lifted on April 8th. In British Columbia, mandatory vaccination policies remain in place for workers in healthcare, long-term care, and public service. New Brunswick has dropped its COVID-19 vaccination mandate for most employees, except those who work in healthcare and other vulnerable sectors. And the government of Nova Scotia has indicated that higher risk areas in the front lines of healthcare and long-term care will still require COVID-19 vaccinations when the mandates in other sectors are lifted in the province. And when the motion claims that Canada has one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, it is referring only to a 2-shot vaccine series and ignores the third booster vaccination figures. While it's correct that the 2-jab rates are in the 82% range, still leaving almost 20% without full vaccination, incidentally, that rate drops to less than half of Canadians, 46%, for booster shots. This motion misrepresents the vulnerability of Canadians and risks their health in doing so. We know that vaccination continues to be the best course of action to protect Canadians from serious illness, hospitalization, and death. According to Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, with the Omicron variant having 2 doses, the protection against infection and further transmission goes really low. She said you really need a 3rd dose to provide augmentation against transmission. All that should be taken into account as the federal government looks at the policies going forward. In addition, we need to study the impact of infection-acquired immunity, transmission dynamics, and the viability of future treatments. We also know that this virus knows no borders, and what happens elsewhere is certain to affect us in Canada. So let's look at the current state of COVID-19 cases globally. After a consistent decrease since the end of January, the number of new weekly COVID-19 cases globally has now increased for a second consecutive week, with a 7% increase reported from 14 through 20 March as compared to the previous week. According to the World Health Organization, a combination of factors is causing the spike, including the highly transmissible Omicron variant and its BA.2 subvariant, as well as the lifting of public health and social measures. The emergence of the BA.2 subvariant has led to a steep rise of cases in the UK, Germany, Finland, Switzerland, and other European countries in recent weeks. Hong Kong is now reporting the world's highest death rates from COVID-19. China is also seeing major outbreaks in major cities, putting millions of people under lockdown and halting production in major international manufacturing centers, providing grave implications for supply chains. South Korea recently set a new daily record with reported infections topping 600,000. Australia and New Zealand, which had previously held cases to low levels, have also seen spikes in recent weeks, as have Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Here in Canada, a spike in early surveillance signals across the country has experts worried we could be on the verge of another resurgence. And while BA.2 does not appear to be associated with more severe illness in vaccinated populations, it is still capable of causing severe disease among people without prior immunity, which underscores the importance of getting up to date with COVID-19 vaccines, including a booster. And what do respected health experts say as opposed to conservative politicians? WHO director said this: there are different scenarios for how the pandemic could play out and how the acute phase could end. But it's dangerous to assume that Omicron will be the last variant or that we are in the end game. On the contrary, globally, the conditions are ideal for more variants to emerge. Dr. Isaac Bogoch, infectious disease physician at Toronto General and member of Ontario's COVID-19 vaccine task force, said this: even though we're in a much better place now than we were 1 and 2 months ago, there's still a lot of COVID around, and there's still a lot of people in hospital with COVID. Sadly, this is not over yet. Finally, Dr. Jason Kindrachuk, assistant professor of viral pathogenesis at the University of Manitoba and Canada Research Chair of Emerging Viruses, said this: watching what's going on in terms of case numbers in Europe, I think should be certainly a bit of a stark reminder that the virus has not disappeared. BA.2 should, in my mind, reinvigorate us to realize we're not through with this yet, and in fact, the virus can still change. So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is fully committed to reviewing all federal vaccine mandates and restrictions, as I've said earlier. So we would propose that we amend the motion in the following way: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the words "has lifted or" and substituting the following: is planning to lift vaccine mandates. The House call on the Public Health Agency of Canada to conduct a comprehensive review of all federal vaccine mandates and restrictions based on the most recent data and best available evidence to determine whether such mandates should remain, be lifted, or be altered, and request that this review be tabled in the House within 4 weeks following the adoption of this motion. Mr. Speaker, by accepting this amendment, we can put this decision in the hands of those where it should be: scientists based on data, based on evidence, and for the protection and best health for Canadians. Thank you.
Je dois informer les honorables.
I must inform the honourable members that an amendment to the opposition motion cannot be proposed at this point, so I ask the member for Leeds, Grenville, Rideau Islands, Thousand Lakes, if he agrees, if he consents to this amendment, yes or no?
We reject the amendment from the government member.
Il n'y a pas de consentement.
There is no consent. Therefore, in accordance with Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot currently be moved. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton. Oh, point of order.
Wasn't the intention of the member for Leeds Grenville Island to mislead the House by suggesting that the member for Vancouver Kingsway is a member of the government? That's obviously not true, and so I wonder if he might want to correct the record.
Donc le point a été fait.
The point of order has been made. Now, back to questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A lot of talk in this debate about science and how we need to follow the science. I just want to let people know that I am a chemical engineer. I did work in science and research, and so I do have some understanding of the issue. Now, one of the facts I want to talk about is how the 90% of people that are vaccinated in Canada can get and transmit COVID-19. We know this. The Prime Minister's had it. I've had it twice. A lot of the people in the House have had it. Okay? So these 90% are able to go back and forth across the border easily and get on a plane, take their masks off while they're eating lunch, etc. But the 10% that are not vaccinated can also get and transmit COVID, but they're not allowed to go anywhere. And so, as the World Health Organization has pointed out, this is accomplishing nothing other than violating the charter rights of these individuals. Would the member agree that that would be one measure that we could drop today without any adverse impact?
L'honorable député de Vancouver-Kingsway.
Well, thank you for the question. As a person interested in science, I'm sure my honourable colleague is also interested in accuracy of numbers, and it is not 90% of Canadians that are vaccinated. It's 81.6%. And of course, as I pointed out in my speech, only 46% of Canadians have had the third booster, which in my view is now and ought to be required to be considered fully vaccinated, because we know, based on the science, that the impact of vaccinations wanes over time. And so after 3, 4, or 5 months, we know that the efficacy of the vaccine, particularly the mRNA vaccines, can go down to very low numbers. And so getting that third booster is incredibly important. And so I would just say that federal policy should be to encourage people to be vaccinated and to do everything possible to ensure that all Canadians receive their third boosters. So with relaxing and withdrawing mandates in that respect at this time, I think is not only irresponsible, but harmful to the health of Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Winnipeg North.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's nice to see you in the chair. And as you yourself would know and no doubt attest, the province of Quebec, when I think of towards the end of November, beginning of December, no one would have anticipated that the province of Quebec would have been implementing a curfew in the month of January, and because of the Omicron. And I think it's really important that we don't lose sight that we cannot just wish the pandemic away. There is a responsibility. Things can change, and as we have seen through the Omicron, quite quickly, quite rapidly. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to why it's so important that we listen to what healthcare experts have to say.
Honorable député de Vancouver-Kingsway.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague for that question, and I agree completely. There's really a number of fundamental flaws in this motion before the House today. Again, it assumes that politicians should be making public health policy. I personally don't agree with that. The Conservatives seem to think that should be the case. Second of all, I believe that the decision should be data-driven and they should be accurate. And again, this motion, as I pointed out, suffers from a number of inaccuracies, if not outright mistakes. And finally, I would just say that, we've been through this before where we get a temporary lull because of the public health measures and we get case counts coming down. So we prematurely move to relax public health measures. And what have we seen in this? We see a flare up again. I believe in the prudent precautionary approach. I personally believe that we should be moving very carefully and cautiously for the health of Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your great work. I think this pandemic has laid bare the fragility of the healthcare system in Quebec and elsewhere. We've seen seniors being hit hard in long-term care, and we had trouble finding people to work in long-term care and a lack of funding. Now that my colleague is in power or on the side of those in power, I would like to know if he will support Quebec and the province's request for an increase in healthcare transfers from 22% to 35% as quickly as possible, so that if there's another pandemic, of course we don't want that, but if there is, we can ensure that we avoid the situations we've seen in Quebec and elsewhere.
Député de Vancouver.
30 seconds, please.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. And I'm sure that Quebecers are so grateful to the NDP for working cooperatively with the Liberals in the 1960s to bring them public universal comprehensive health care, which he clearly supports because he wants more money for it. That's, of course, because the NDP, unlike the Bloc Québécois, works constructively and positively in Parliament in order to deliver for Canadians, something they don't do. But absolutely, the NDP is the party of healthcare. We're going to continue to fight for more federal contributions to get federal government up to its 50% contribution to public health care in this country as it should be.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see you in that chair. I'm going to split my time with the member from Edmonton, or St. Albert, Edmonton. For 2 years, Canadians have been living with COVID-19 restrictions, 2 years of lockdowns, not being able to visit loved ones, not being able to travel, 2 years of isolation. And while Canadians understood the need for various restrictions applied during the pandemic, despite the lack of consistency, despite the mixed messaging, despite the confusion, Canadians have done what was asked of them. But what today they can no longer be expected to live with is the indefinite nature of these restrictions, the timelines, the lack of data. They are noticing that leaders across the country, 10 provinces, are following the evidence and advice from public health officials, evidence that supports ending the mandates. Mr. Speaker, provincial leaders have lifted or have plans to lift mandates in their provinces. The only government in Canada that has no plan to lift restrictions is this one. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that members opposite will argue that their compulsion for continued mandates is somehow justified by public health officials. But, Mr. Speaker, Canada's own top doctor says that the Omicron variant is a game changer and that it has forced us to rethink vaccine mandates. Dr. Tam said at we are at a very important juncture, and COVID-19 policies need to shift from emphasis on requirements to recommendations. That's the government's own advisor. The government's own advisor says that the federal vaccine mandates are under review now because the science tells us that the COVID-19 vaccine, or at least the first 2 doses, offers very little protection against transmission of the variant. Advice once valued by this government now suddenly ignored in an attempt to drive division and dehumanize those who don't agree, doubling down on a tactic that some members of their own caucus have called out. The travel vaccine mandate has prevented approximately 6 million Canadians from travel within Canada. It prevents them from flying out of Canada. They cannot travel, they can't visit family and friends, they can't take international vacations or even fly across the country. They can't live their ordinary lives. Canada is the only country in the developed world that bans citizens from air travel. And if you couple that with Dr. Tam's statements of reevaluating mandates, one can deduct that the rationale for a ban on air travel is no longer justified. But the government seems to have a different view, one that suits their political narrative. They may see travel as a luxury, but what about work or work across federally regulated industries? Let me tell you about one of those industries that's pleading for fairness, for common sense, for conditions in line with anywhere else in the world. In fact, even with their competitors in our own airports, the air travel industry. The Minister of Transport's mandate for vaccinations enforced through an interim order, or interim orders, I should say, were implemented swiftly across the industry. And despite being a matter of health and safety, employers developed and implemented that mandatory vaccination policy without consultation. La majorité des travailleurs du transport aérien.
Most air sector workers have been complying with the policies, while at the same time other workers have been placed on leave without benefits, without access to health benefits. The industry has fully supported efforts to increase safety in the workplace and safety for the public and workers, just as all members in this House have done. We must underscore the disproportionate burden that non-vaccinated members have had to bear. These workers were mandated to work during the pandemic. And in many cases, they continued working during the pandemic. Unlike other workers whose workplaces were often shut and many of them could work at home, these workers were transporting PPE to other parts of the world. They worked hard, very often without health protections, to transport the goods we need.
Vaccinations ended up being the only tool employers relied on in the fight against COVID-19, and yet there are many tools to achieve the same goal. We know that. We've used it in other industries. We kept each other safe. Most were unimpeded by severe outbreaks. And at a time where employers are experiencing worker shortages, particularly in this industry, they're terminating experienced and seasoned workers. Employers and workers have the equal responsibilities to keep workplaces safe, and yet the failure to do so results in uneven and disproportionate consequences. For workers, the consequences of loss of employment, a well-paying unionized job with benefits and pension which impacts not just the individual but entire families. It's unlikely that these workers will find other employment that's unionized and stable, which will inevitably impact their family's standard of living. No one should lose their livelihood because of personal beliefs, particularly when alternatives to reach the same goal exist. The government knows that. We think workers who kept the industry flying during the most challenging times of the pandemic deserve better. By creating an end timeline and an end to this interim order and a path forward, the government can eliminate these employers' needs to terminate frontline workers we depended on, we celebrated during the height of this pandemic. They could do that today. Cases of the variant are receding in most parts of the country, and advocates for continued mandates are claiming the mantle of science to justify political positions instead of the evaluation of scientific findings that have turned up in each one of our provinces and across the globe. Just this week, a member of this House stood and offered masking advice to other members in this kind of contrived attempt to virtue signal superiority despite the clear rules in this place, based, of course, on expert evidence, presumably science, the same science that the government is relying on, and also worth noting, completely in line with what happens outside of the door of this place. That exchange suggests not only a disdain for those who follow the rules the member doesn't like, it creates an arbitrary standard on opinion masquerading as science, and that's exactly what we're hearing today. It's gross and it's purposeful, and in some respects it speaks to a continued deliberate attack on those who don't share the views of this government. We've seen that. And when Canadians see behavior like that, they lose their confidence in those who are responsible for public health decisions. The trust erodes. It suggests to them that the same disdain displayed for members extend to maybe people outside of this House. And perhaps it does, because in the absence of any data, benchmarks, timelines, plans to end these mandates, there really is nothing to suggest that continued mandates aren't just an opinion of this government. If it is, that's troubling. And if it's not, it requires an explanation that has not been shared, other than taking points delivered about science. Mr. Speaker, the intention of the mandates were predicated on increased vaccination rates. We have amongst the highest in the world. And when that narrative was no longer supported because of those high rates, the goalposts move. This week, it became about surgical backlogs, which is tragic and most certainly a capacity issue, but it's still inexplicable in relation to the continued federal mandate. And then it was simply a shoulder shrug from the Minister of Health stating COVID is still here, and of course it's still here. It will always likely be here. But I hope that that has not become the benchmark by which the determination of when to lift these mandates or when to drop these restrictions, I hope that's not the case. I hope it's not COVID zero that we're hearing from this government. Mr. Speaker, it's time to end these unjustified mandates, and I hope that members of this House realize that public experts, their own public experts, the government's own public experts, have said that it's safe. Provinces have said that it's safe. Public health officials have said that that is safe. I hope they agree with the Conservatives and lift the mandate so Canadians can get back to work and get their lives back.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's really quite abundantly clear when you read the motion and you listen to members from the Conservative Party that they have used their political science to make the determination that all federal mandates need to end today. Now, I don't know if they're feeling somewhat obligated because of their presence at the blockade protests, but I can suggest to you that it is highly irresponsible. And my question for the member is, does she not recognize that you cannot just wish the pandemic away, that there are and still is a need? In fact, take a look at what's happening in some of our provinces where there's greater concern in terms of other variants that are there. And I'm wondering if the member is prepared to say today that we have no pandemic. Like, why would she not at least have an open mind to what health experts are telling us?
L'honorable député de Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the member that the National Immunization Task Force never called for vaccine mandates. The Public Health Agency of Canada never called for vaccine mandates. The Prime Minister himself, when gallivanting across the country during an election in the midst of this pandemic, said that he wouldn't impose vaccine mandates. You know when they imposed vaccine mandates? When it was politically expedient. So I'm not going to take lessons from the government on political science. That's exactly what they are practicing with this pandemic. That's exactly what we have seen for the last number of months, and it's a shame. It's a shame for Canadian workers that they turn their backs on.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentide-Labelle.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a simple question. Given what we've been hearing for the last few days and what we've seen that public health has said in Quebec, it looks like there is an imminent sixth wave. In fact, it's already happening. I understand that everyone is sick of this. But given that right now we are proposing concrete solutions with the health transfers to face this sixth wave, and at the same time, on the other hand, people are saying, well, we should listen to people because they're sick of this. But I'm trying to understand this. Given that we're talking about immediately in the motion, couldn't we look at this more in the long term?
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. It's not just Conservatives calling for this. It's public health officials. It's public health officials across 10 provinces that have already lifted their mandates. It's countries around the world where somebody who may not be vaccinated can get on an airplane. We're the only ones where that doesn't happen. So absolutely it should be immediate. In fact, it should have been yesterday. And we can talk about the 6th and the 7th and the 8th wave, but every single public health official, including Canada's chief public health officer, has said that it's time to live with this pandemic. It's time to give Canadians their lives back.
Questions et commentaires de façon virtuelle. L'honorable député de Yorkton, Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to bring to my colleagues' attention, it's a great speech, about a conversation on Ottawa radio station yesterday with an individual responsible for tracking the variants in the sewage treatment in Ottawa, and they've gone up. And he was asked about this, whether or not we should be doing what we're doing right now in lightening the mandates and giving people their lives back. And his comment was, it's not a problem that these are rising because immunity levels are rising at the same time. Wondering if she'd like to make a comment on that.
L'honorable député de Thornhill.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and certainly the gentleman on the radio is in line with public health officials, with Dr. Tam, with health officials across the 10 provinces who have lifted restrictions. At some point, we have to give, we've got to give Canadians their livelihoods back. We've got to stop being vindictive about the punishments of mandates, particularly if they are not justified and there is no scientific purpose to say that they reduce any kind of spread. There are people who are not working. There are people who have lost their livelihoods. There are people that have lost entire incomes for entire families, and they cannot return to work, and we ought to think about that.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of our Conservative motion calling on the NDP Liberal government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates. Mr. Speaker, when one listens to the members opposite and their friends in the NDP, we hear that it's all about science, that they're following the science. I say to members of the NDP Liberal government, through you, Mr. Speaker, where is the science? Where is the data? Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence, for example, that an unvaccinated trucker who spends most of his or her day working in isolation is a public health risk that somehow merits their being fired from their job? It doesn't take much delving into science. Indeed, it simply takes a matter of applying basic common sense to recognize what an absurdity that is. But that is precisely the policy of the NDP Liberal government. In the face of vaccine mandates that have infringed so significantly upon the rights and freedoms of Canadians, the very least that Canadians could expect is compelling scientific evidence to back them up, to demonstrate a rational connection between the mandates and stopping transmissibility and keeping Canadians safe from COVID. But, Mr. Speaker, after 6 months, this government has failed to tender any science, any data, any evidence whatsoever to demonstrate such a rational connection. And there's a very simple reason for that, Mr. Speaker, and that is because there is no rational connection. These mandates have nothing to do with science and everything to do with politics, politics of the worst kind. And millions of Canadians have suffered as a result. As a result of the NDP Liberal government's punitive vaccine mandates, millions of Canadians are unable to travel freely within Canada, unable to get on a plane or train. These same Canadians who are our friends, our colleagues, our neighbors, can't leave the country for work, for travel, for health reasons, to be reunited with loved ones. They're stuck here at home. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious, unprecedented violation of the mobility rights of Canadians, contrary to Section 6 of the Charter and Article 13 of the Declaration of Human Rights and Article 12 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Mr. Speaker, when one thinks about not being able to travel within one's country, not being able to leave one's country, we think of the former Soviet Union. We think of East Germany. We think of communist China. But this is Canada, and this is the reality that millions of Canadians have been living through for the past 6 months. So extreme are these NDP Liberal vaccine mandates that Canada is the only country in the developed world that restricts air travel on the basis of vaccination status. The only country in the developed democratic world. Wow. Under this NDP Liberal government, Canada is now an international outlier in terms of restricting the freedom of movement of its citizens. And it, again, got to this point not because of science, but because of an arbitrary policy of this Prime Minister, who said some months ago that it was the policy objective of his government to impose the most restrictive COVID measures in the world, no matter how unrelated and unconnected to the science it may be. Mr. Speaker, we're not only talking about a severe infringement on mobility rights. We have seen tens of thousands of Canadians lose their jobs, lose benefits that they had paid into their entire working lives, stripped of the dignity of work, stripped of the dignity of their career, including men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who have fought bravely and put their lives in harm's way to defend the freedoms that Canadians enjoy, who are now being threatened with dishonorable discharge because of a personal medical decision that they made. And this is happening in Canada, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what these mandates are really about is control. It's about saying, do as we say. And if you don't, you will be unable to travel, you'll lose your job, you'll lose your benefits, you'll be vilified, and you'll be treated as a second-class citizen. How wrong, how un-Canadian, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere around the world, mandates are being lifted. In all 10 provinces, they have already been lifted or will be lifted. In most of Europe, even yesterday, New Zealand, which had a completely failed approach of getting towards zero COVID, announced that they are lifting their mandates, even New Zealand. And here we have a government that hasn't even provided a plan, hasn't even provided any metrics by which these mandates will be lifted. Instead, the government has allocated $37.4 million over the next 3 years to implement what were intended supposedly to be temporary measures and to making them permanent. Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want to be controlled. They want to take back control of their lives. They want their freedom back, and they want it now. The only thing standing in their way is this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal government and their punitive, discriminatory, and unscientific mandates that have caused enormous harm to Canadians. When the Prime Minister talked about imposing the most restrictive mandates in the world, if the Prime Minister's definition of success is being punitive, he has certainly succeeded at that at great harm to everyday, law-abiding, tax-paying Canadians who are upstanding members of their community. Mr. Speaker, end the mandates and end them now.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question for the honourable member is, he spoke about vaccine mandates and travel restrictions in particular. He spoke about travel restrictions, mobility rights, and he compared it, actually, the travel restrictions tantamount to the regime in the Soviet Union. However, I recall just last year when it was his party on that side of the House screaming that border measures be implemented, that travel be restricted for Canadians. So my question, Mr. Speaker, was, did he refer to his former leader, his party, as being equivalent to leaders in the Soviet Union, or is it just political talk today and amnesia for his own party's previous positions?
Honorable député de Saint-Albert.
The Honourable Member for St Albert Edmonton.
With the greatest of respect to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, it might have been a good question if there was any basis in fact to support it. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is there is no basis in fact to support it because it has never been the position of the Conservative Party to impose these types of restrictions on Canadians, to limit the ability of Canadians to enter and leave and re-enter Canada. These are unprecedented measures. They're draconian measures, and they are inherently un-Canadian measures.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Colleague from Edmonton, St. Albert, for his comments today. He spoke a lot during his speech about the obligations we have to Canadians and the freedoms that Canadians are entitled to. And I wanted to quote to him from Dr. Catherine Smart, who is, of course, the CMA president. She says, while governments and Canadians are hoping to move past the pandemic, an exhausted and depleted health workforce is struggling to provide timely necessary care to patients and make progress through a significant backlog of tests, surgeries, and regular care. And my question to him is this. What do we owe our healthcare professionals who have stood on the front line and worked so hard? Do we not owe them that? And further to that, I guess the question, in addition to protecting our healthcare workers, is to ask the member whether or not he would be supportive of us including more transfer money to provinces, as the premiers have all asked for, to 35%. Would he be supportive of that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St Albert Edmonton.
I thank the member for Edmonton Strathcona. And when we talk about healthcare workers, my brother is a healthcare worker. He is a medical doctor. And so I appreciate the important role that healthcare workers played on the front lines throughout COVID. And what I would say to them, and what we owe it to them, is that we don't fire them after, the next day after they're there on the front lines. I say the member speaks about COVID being here and that Canadians are tired. Yes, we're tired. Yes, it's here, and yes, it's going to be here for a long time. The question that must be answered is these mandates. Is there a scientific basis to support them? Is there a rational connection? Are they actually making a difference? And all 10 medical health officers across Canada have said, no, it's time to move on.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
The former speaker used a line that stuck out to me. She said that what the Liberals have presented to this House and to Canadians as a whole is, quote, opinion masquerading as science. And so to the member who just spoke, I would ask to him this. When we see the difference between political science and medical science, I believe we certainly see where this government has followed the former, the political science. In other words, they've done whatever is politically advantageous to them at the time. So right now we have 10 provinces that have lifted their mandates. We have countries all over the world that have lifted their mandates. And yet this government insists that truckers cannot cross the border and come back into Canada without a vaccine. But they have no science. They have zero science. They have zero science to reinforce these mandates. So my question to this member is this.
They're hauling medical supplies.
My question is this. Does he see any ounce of evidence or scientific proof that these mandates should in fact continue as they have been put in place now?
Très rapide.
A very quick answer from the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for Lethbridge, a great champion of freedom. And in short, there is no evidence that they have tendered. The ball is in their court. Where is the evidence? There is no evidence. What they are more interested in doing is playing COVID theater, which they do in this place every single day.
Reprise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Pickering, Ungbridge. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's truly amazing listening to some of the Conservatives, especially my friend from St. Albert. You know, one of the things he responded to in a question from my colleague was in regards to traveling. And he tried to give the false impression that the Conservative Party at no point in time wanted to limit traveling outside of Canada or coming into Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's the problem with the Conservative Party, that they have that extreme right element that's out there, and then they have those that want to be more of the progressive side of the Conservative Party. And the member that made that statement, of course, is the one that was out on the when we had the blockade, standing out there preaching to those, at least through the media, in regards to supporting the blockade, Mr. Speaker. And the misinformation, just like what he stated today. The Conservative Party, I was here, we were all here inside the chamber when the Conservative Party was asking the federal government to put in more restrictions on travel, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't have to take my word for it. I know he can read answered, and he will see that that is in fact a fact. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a look in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party is actually saying today through their opposition motion. It's in essence a proclamation to all Canadians coming from the Conservative Party in Canada. And that is not to worry. Mandates are no longer necessary. They're not saying give due diligence. They're not saying review science or consult with healthcare professionals. They're not saying that at all. And I have read the motion. What the motion is saying is the House call on the government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates. To my friend that posed the question, the real question is, has he read the motion, Mr. Speaker? How can the Conservative Party collectively inside this House, and you stand alone once again, it's not just the Liberals and the NDP and the Greens and the Blocs, we're all saying no to this motion. Because it's a stupid motion, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party cannot click their heels and wish the pandemic come to an end. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, there was a blockade that cost the economy millions and going into potentially billions of dollars, in which there were a number of Conservatives that were out there encouraging.
Point d'ordre, l'honorable député de Lethbridge.
Point of order, the honourable.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge has a point of order.
Look back about 30 seconds ago, you'll note that the Honourable Member across the way, he called this motion stupid. To quote, he said, the stupid motion. I believe that if you were to look at parliamentary history, you would know, and I believe this member knows better than that as well, that this is in fact unparliamentary language, and so the House would like an apology for that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on the same subject.
Mr. Speaker, our rules, in particular if you take a look at Beauchesne's, will be very clear. It would be most inappropriate if I was to say that the member was stupid. But it's okay, Mr. Speaker, to make a generalization about a political statement and classify it as being stupid. There is nothing wrong with saying something, especially if it's the real situation. And in this case, it is. And I hope that point of order will not take away from my time.
Donc j'entends.
So I've heard arguments from both sides. For the time being, we will continue with the debate, and I would like to reassure the Parliamentary Secretary that his time has not been impinged upon by this point of order. Of course, I ask all of our colleagues to keep decorum in the House of Commons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that if we were to canvass our constituents and take a look in terms of how the Conservative Party has brought forward the motion today, that I would suggest to you that they have been greatly influenced by the far right. And I really and truly believe that. You know, Mr. Speaker, even the right guru of Jason Kenney from the province of Alberta, the one in which many of them look up to, I don't think would be supporting this particular motion. Now, it's quite possible I could be wrong, but what I do know is that Jason Kenney was very critical of opposition members, of elected officials, actually going and talking with individuals that were participating in that illegal blockade. And the reason why I raise that, Mr. Speaker, is because what were those individuals asking for? They were asking that there be an end to mandates. The illegal blockades and the protests that were taking place were demanding an end to mandates. And today, we have the Conservative Party echoing what it is, at least in part, that blockade and the protesters were saying just weeks ago. And, Mr. Speaker, that is, in fact, the case. If we take a look in terms of what is actually happening today, it is right from day one of this government. When the pandemic came to Canada, as it's gone around the world, the government responded by putting in a litany of programs and supports to be there for Canadians. As we got a better understanding of the costs of the pandemic from a health perspective. And we invested a great deal of resources, whether it's civil servants to financial resources, to a Team Canada approach in dealing with the many different stakeholders that are out there, and coming up with ways in which we can minimize the damage of the pandemic. And that was led by looking at science and listening to what health experts had to say. If members would have listened to what the Minister of Health said in his opening remarks on this today, we talked about the easing of some of the restrictions on April 1 for pre-testing crossing the border. That was based on what we were being informed by the numbers. We had a dramatic increase that occurred through the variant of the Omicron. We were not the only one that actually put into place certain aspects to protect Canadians. We saw different provincial governments actually take action too. The province of Quebec implemented a curfew. My home province put in more lockdown measures. Who would have anticipated that back in November and December, Mr. Speaker? The federal government actually provided somewhere in the neighborhood of 30+ million rapid tests to provinces and territories in the month of December alone last year, which was actually more than a number of months prior when there was no demand for the rapid testing. So you had to put into place stockpiles, Mr. Speaker, in order to be able to accommodate changes, because the pandemic is not gone, Mr. Speaker. that we still need to be sensitive to what might be around the corner. As the increase in the demand for rapid tests came, in the month of January, through procurement, we received approximately 140 million additional rapid tests. A good part to be able to be circulated where the demand was there for it, Mr. Speaker, to our provinces and territories, and I understand even businesses and other stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. Because we, at least on this side of the House, recognize that the pandemic is not something in which you can just wish away. That there is a responsibility for all of us to be able to look and make decisions based on the facts and the science and continue to listen to health experts. Dr. Tam, when members of the opposition talk about Dr. Tam, one might get the impression that she is saying to lift mandates, which is not the case, Mr. Speaker. Our chief medical officer is saying that we need to be diligent, and we do need to have reviews. And we are having those reviews, Mr. Speaker. That is the responsible thing to do. But as the Minister of Health, and if you read his comments from earlier, you can see that there is, in fact, a plan that's in place that does have some fluidity to it, Mr. Speaker, because circumstances change. We on this side of the House recognize that and only wish that the Conservative Party would do likewise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And wow, there is certainly a lot that could be unpacked in terms of falsehoods, misdirection, and certainly avoiding the very, very clear question that I'm confident. In fact, I know many members, many Canadians from Liberal ridings have been reaching out to Conservatives across the country, desperate for somebody to listen. Desperate for somebody to hear their concerns. Those individuals, the thousands of public servants that have been fired by this government because of a vaccine mandate. Madam Speaker, members opposite laugh when we bring forward the concerns of these Canadians within this place. But, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage, and I would ask this member specifically, what is his message to the members of his constituency that lost their jobs because of the federal vaccine mandate that the Prime Minister promised he wouldn't implement, but then a few months later, right before an election, did? What would he say to members of MPs across the country, members of the public service that have been fired because of their mandate?
Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would say to my constituents, in which I have, that as a government, from day one, we have been listening and following the advice of health experts, realizing that the very best thing that we can do for Canadians is to work with Canadians in getting through this pandemic. And that is one of the reasons why, ultimately, Canada has fared so well in terms of ensuring that we have the vaccine supply, ensuring that we have the supports in place to be there for workers, seniors, people with disability, students, you name it. We have been there in a very real and tangible way because we care about the people of Canada, and we are not going to put politics ahead of that caring, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Winnipeg North has had a rough week, so we understand why he addressed this House with such incredible energy and enthusiasm. Here's my question for the member. What we want is a plan. We want there to be more predictability. We want there to be more predictability for health measures, public health measures, to maintain social cohesion. I wonder what the member thinks of this, of having a plan that would be flexible but would also give some predictability and a sense of security for what's coming. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I understand that the opposition will often ask for plans. I was in opposition at one point too, and you ask for plans, and that kind of implies that there is no plan, and nothing could be further from the truth. There is a plan. We have ministries with very competent civil servants that work every day at ensuring that we are listening to what those health experts, science, listening to what Canadians are saying, and ultimately making the decisions based on that. It's not on April 1 we're saying, okay, now, today, you don't have to have the pre-test. You know, that was something that was decided a little while ago in anticipation because the science and the numbers was allowing us to make that adjustment. So I think that is, in essence, when members say there is no plan, I would counter it by saying that we do have a plan and we see that plan in action every day.
On a le temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I would like to thank the member for Winnipeg North. Nunavut's Chief Public Health Officer has stated that they will be cautious in lifting these measures. These changes in public health rules do not mean that COVID-19 is gone, rather that we must live with COVID-19. Does the honourable member agree that measures to protect vulnerable communities remain a priority and increased investments on current commitments are necessary?
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member raises a very valid concern and something in which I had tried to emphasize, and that is that there's a lot of fluidity in regards to the pandemic. And there is certain sectors of our communities where we do need to ensure that extra attention is given. And that is one of the reasons why, you know, the Prime Minister and many of us have recognized that there are ways in which we can learn from the pandemic to enhance programs going forward. And the best example that comes to my mind right offhand is the issue of long-term care. Let's understand it and look at ways in which we can improve it. For example, national long-term standards, national standards for long-term care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak out against the Revisionist Party of Canada, also known as the Conservative Party of Canada, and their motion today to conflate what we are dealing with, every sacrifice that Canadians have made throughout this pandemic, as a way for them to try and save their fledgling party and the division within it. Mr. Speaker, it's shocking to sit here and listen to the Conservatives today, although it shouldn't be shocking after the last 6 years of being in this place with them. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the pandemic and the mandates across this country. In particular, the fact that I don't think there is a single Canadian who hasn't been impacted by this pandemic, who don't want to see the lifting of these mandates. Everybody in all sides of this House want to see a return of normalcy. Right. But what Canada and countries around the world, responsible governments around the world have done is they have implemented public health measures to keep people safe. Exactly. A recent Harvard study actually indicated that if it was not for vaccinations and strong public health measures, over 400,000 Canadians would have died during this pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, as I sat here today and I listened to Conservatives scream and say, we want our freedom back, we want our freedom back, you know what, Mr. Speaker? What about the freedoms of those 400,000 families that would have no longer had that family member sitting across from them? Right. That employer who would have no longer had that employee? Right. That young person who might have lost their grandparent before they had the time to have more cherished memories. So while the Conservatives say they want their freedoms back, they mislead this House, they mislead Canadians to the very real tragedies across this country. country.
That's very true.
The actual number of Canadians who have sadly passed due to this pandemic has been over 37,000 people, a number that I find the Conservatives continue to gloss over. They talk all about the inconveniences. Trust me, Mr. Speaker, it is an inconvenience. It has been difficult to not travel like you want to wear masks, to, have limitations. But the alternative is losing your life, losing a family member to this disease, having worker shortages across this country due to infection rates. So, Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives scream and talk about freedom, they very much don't represent the realities of the over 37,000 Canadians who have lost their ultimate freedoms because they have died to this disease, and the family members who have lost that opportunity to spend time with them. So, Mr. Speaker, with that being said, obviously, the need to lift restrictions is inevitable. We've seen provinces and territories do it across the country. But again, what the Conservatives like to gloss over is the fact that throughout this pandemic over the last 2 years, every province and territory has experienced different things at different times. And they've had the ability to adjust and put in place measures based on the risk profiles at the time. But leave it to the Conservatives to be out of touch and say they know better than provinces and territories of what is needed in their local jurisdictions. I come from Ontario, and we've had a very different experience than, for example, my friends and colleagues from Nova Scotia. Does that mean that the Conservatives know best and they'll just implement whatever they want, no matter the local dynamics at the time? It's no wonder Canadians didn't trust Conservatives in this place to deal with their healthcare needs. So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the flip-flop, the changes in positions, because I've listened to the Conservatives here. The member from St. Albert actually said in his speech, or in a reply to a question from me, that the Conservative position has never been to restrict Canadians' travel abilities. Well, it was actually his former leader. I forget now how many they've had. There's been so many. But the member from Regina Quipel, who actually in April 2021 slammed our government for not restricting travel more so. It was also the member from Calgary Nose Hill, who I actually sat on committee with when I was Parliamentary Secretary of Health, who demanded that we put more restrictions in place for travel. And then just a few months later, once Conservatives changed their position, I think they had another leadership, they then changed it back. Or let's talk about the ultimate hypocrisy coming out of the Conservatives. Their former leader, I think the last two, the member from Durham, he put in place in the last election that anyone traveling with him or his family had to be fully vaccinated. Yet, for the rest of Canadians traveling on a plane or a bus or a train, that requirement wasn't there. What's good for the goose should be good for the gander, but we know when it comes to the Conservative Party, they'll take measures to protect themselves, but then go out and try to stoke up the flames of their base.
True.
Mr. Speaker, let's also talk about the fact that I've listened in this place to the members opposite say they support science and there's no science for these mandates. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a little rich to take from the party who claims that they're still debating whether or not climate change is real, that Canadians should listen to them on their accreditations about science. But without even that, if the members opposite truly care about science and think that science is going to lead us out of this pandemic, which we and I certainly believe, then why is it that they still allow members like the member from Niagara West, Glanbrook, who actually promoted Invectibin as a treatment? It's horse dewormer. Oh, sorry, they're correcting me on the pronunciation. It's not. It's something that the Conservatives have actually, been researching and promoting. They actually suggested that instead of vaccinations, that Canadians should use horse dewormer, which has been widely disproven as false information. But those are still the voices in the Conservative Party that they want Canadians to listen to. They say they are the arbiters of science, and we also have the member who have had to apologize in this place because they were actually claiming that double vaccines were 13 times more likely to kill you than the Delta variant. He had to apologize. He is still a sitting member in this place for the Conservatives on the Conservative benches. Mr. Speaker, it is outrageous to think that Canadians should trust the Conservative Party of Canada with their health or with the decision of when mandates should be lifted. There is no question all mandates will eventually get lifted, as they should, as we have been doing. Constantly, as the pandemic has changed, so have our mandates, because we have been following the science. But what I think Canadians find truly offensive, certainly I do, listening to the debate in this place, is the suggestion that the party of climate change deniers, horse dewormer medication strategies, that vaccines are not safe, the party of won't even disclose who is vaccinated or not, and the members who continue to spread conspiracy theories in their social media in this place, that those are not the people that Canadians have trust to lift mandates and to take care of their health. Because, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude this speech, I think the pandemic has been incredibly difficult for everybody, but we must never forget the lives lost, the heroes throughout this pandemic, like our healthcare workers, who still are overwhelmed in our hospitals, who are still caring for residents in long-term care homes. And we want out of this pandemic, but the only way to do so is through science-based decisions, not the revisionist type of conspiracy theory policies that Conservatives have put forward. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to look out for Canadians on this side of the House, their health, the well-being of their families, and our economy, and we will reject the politicized alt-right policies of the Conservatives.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci, Monsieur.
The honourable member from Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's purity and knowledge of science is remarkable. If we had not tabled this motion today, we wouldn't even have had the opportunity to discuss the matter of mandatory vaccination. On this side of the House, we believe that scientists are right. And in 10 Canadian provinces, we've seen that. I'd like my colleague to explain how it is that in 10 Canadian provinces, where there are also scientists that are studying COVID in each of these provinces, how is it that their opinion isn't right according to her? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I never suggested that the decisions of provinces and territories and the scientific advice that they're following isn't correct. In fact, if the member was listening to my speech, he would have heard that I said that as provinces and territories have made decisions about their particular situations, that we as a federal government should listen to what provinces and territories feel best in their particular jurisdictions. But that's not what the Conservative motion is. And that member should know that the Conservative motion is saying that Ottawa knows best, that they should tell provinces and territories how best to deal with this pandemic, and we're saying we're going to continue to work with them and we're going to follow the evidence.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've heard a lot about scientists. Their ears must be buzzing because we keep hearing about how science governs us here. Somehow it seems like it's a bit the opposite. It's almost like we're like magical unicorn country. But actually, this debate is important we're seeing some real all or nothing thinking here. The Conservatives say we should abolish all measures. And as for the Liberals, they keep saying, well, one day we'll lift measures, who knows when. They don't seem to want to come up with a plan. So my question, is there anything rigorous that we could tell Quebecers about the health measures and how and when the Liberal Party will present something, some kind of perspective and predictability about what people can expect without staying stuck in the status quo?
Parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I actually agree with her quite a lot in the statement where she said it's this all-or-nothing proposal that we seem to be debating. But in fact, I disagree with that. We have an example for on April 1st, there will be another federal restriction lifted when it comes to vaccinated travelers and testing requirements. And, Mr. Speaker, as much as I wish we could provide a predictable plan, I think in the last 2 years of the pandemic, we have seen that there is nothing predictable about COVID except that it's serious, it's deadly, and we need to make sure that we are agile to lift restrictions to ensure that Canadians can live as we always have, but that it is done with public health measures at the forefront and ensuring that we don't see increased spikes, that we don't see increased deaths across this country, including Quebec.
On a le temps pour une...
One more brief question. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest that the other thing that's fairly consistent is the fact that the Conservative Party has never taken this issue seriously from day one. As a matter of fact, at the beginning of the debate today, one of the members from the Conservative Party started to talk about how the government has been late on everything. Meanwhile, the Conservatives were late to put on masks. They were late to support Canadians and the supports that were being rolled out to Canadians. They were late to get vaccinated, and we still don't know how many of them are vaccinated. They've been late almost in every single regard as it relates to COVID-19, but yet they seem to hold a superior opinion as to how the government should be dealing with this now. I'm wondering if the member can expand on that.
Le secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague, the member from Kingston and the Islands, who has been a champion for his community and us here in this House.
That's true.
I think what is critical in this debate is the fact that the Conservatives throughout this pandemic have flip-flopped their way through the entire policy process, which, and like I said, my example in my speech of their former leader, the member from Durham, having a different perspective for travel for him and his family versus the rest of Canadians says it all.
Hear, hear.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Mr. President. It's a pleasure, actually, to rise today. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Peterborough-Kawartha. And I'm glad to have an opportunity to speak to our Conservative motion, given that Canada has one of the world's highest vaccination rates, and every province across Canada has lifted or has a plan to lift vaccine mandates, that the House call on the government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates in order to protect the jobs of federally regulated employees, enable Canadians to travel unimpeded, ensure Canada's tourism industry recovery, and allow for the free flow of goods across the Canadian border. And of course, before my colleagues across the way begin to try to shame and attack me for various and sundry, let me just, full disclosure for the record, I've had my vaccinations, and I've also had COVID-19 twice, once at the beginning of the pandemic and once at Christmas time. I also know quite a bit about science. I've been a chemical engineer now for nearly 40 years. And so I would like to approach this from a scientific point of view. I want to start by talking about the charter rights violations. This government has trapped almost 3 million Canadians in the country. They can't take a plane, they can't take a train, and they cannot cross at the land border. Now, there was a point in time when this would have been considered a reasonable measure, according to the medical health experts and the World Health Organization, because we were in the time of trying to control the transmission of the disease. However, with Omicron, we are now at the place where the World Health Organization has said Omicron is everywhere. And so these types of restrictions are no longer working, and that is the reason why countries all over the world are opening up. And if you think about it, having people who are vaccinated, we have quite a high rate of vaccination in Canada, those people can get and transmit COVID-19. I talked about myself having it, the Prime Minister had it, the member from Beauce had it. Lots of members in this House have actually had it, and we've all had our vaccines. So, if you've got almost 90% of those people going back and forth across the border, what is the additional risk of allowing another 10% of people who can get and transmit it from going back and forth across the border? There actually is no difference in risk from a science perspective. And so the government can no longer rely on Section 1 of the Charter that allows them to temporarily infringe the charter rights of Canadians to freely come and go. And so that is one mandate that I would like to see dropped immediately. The second thing I want to talk about is people that were fired for not being vaccinated. Okay? First of all, I think this is just wrong on so many levels, but let's talk about it from a science perspective. Let's say you're a federal worker. Let's say you're working from home. And let's say you're vaccinated. What is the chance of you spreading your germs to somebody in another building who's also working from home? The answer is quite simply 0 risk. Now, if you are an unvaccinated person, federal worker, working from home, and what is the odds that you're going to transfer your germs to somebody who's also working from home in another building? And the answer from a science perspective is, again, there is 0 risk. But those people were fired by this Liberal government. That is discriminatory. It is not based on science, and it is just one example of the many things this government has done to deliberately punish people who chose not to get vaccinated. Now, I had many people approach my office who wanted to get an exemption because they had a history of stroke, history of heart, history of kidney problems, other comorbidities, and originally many of them received exemptions from their doctor, but then the Royal College of Physicians overturned all of those exemptions and threatened the medical licenses of doctors in this country if they wrote exemptions for anything other than an anaphylactic reaction to the first vaccine. That is the reason why many people were not able to get their exemptions, but still had valid reasons for not taking the vaccine. So I would like to see the federal government hire back every person that they fired that is working from home, regardless of vaccination status. And I would argue that now that all provinces have started to lift their mandates, let's take Ontario, for example. We have vaccinated and unvaccinated people whose children are going to school without masks, who are going to malls, who are eating in restaurants, who are all breathing the same air. And so it is ridiculous to think that we have to, in some way, protect them in other places when they're already exposed. That is why all these mandates that have to do with, the requirements on planes, the requirements on trains, keeping unvaccinated people out of that line. The science is not there. These people are already exposed to Omicron, just like the vaccinated. Everybody can get and transmit it. And so, again, that needs to go. Things at the border that are causing problems. Let's talk about ArriveCAN, okay? ArriveCAN and the ability to input all of that stuff. Some people don't have cell phones. A lot of seniors are not computer literate. What is the increase in risk of exposure to COVID-19 if the federal government eliminated the need for ArriveCAN today? What's the difference? There is no scientific risk of increased COVID exposure related to an application. They could get rid of it today, and I suggest they do. Now, at the same time, I'm very concerned about some of the privacy invasions that happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've seen issues of privacy that have been put forward to the Privacy Commissioner, and we have seen also digital tracking of Canadians, and I'm concerned about those things as well. Now, some of you may know that at the beginning when we returned to this parliamentary session, I was quite passionately standing up for civil liberties. I had meetings with MPs, and they had their concerns. And I happened to keep the paper of the list of things that we wanted to see addressed. And so I just thought I'd tick these off one at a time. Elimination of the PCR test for vax and asymptomatic people. I'm glad to see that was removed. There was no scientific evidence that it was needed, and so that went away. I've talked about the ArriveCAN and rules at the border, and those things as well. There's no scientific merit to keep those in place. They're not going to prevent the spread of Omicron, and they need to go. Medical privacy violations. Just talked about that one. Trapping Canadians in their own country. Just talked about that one. The firing of the unvaxxed. Just talked about that one. Actually, I'd like to share a little story. In my own riding of Sarnia-Lambton, Blue Water Health fired 18 medical workers and forced 300 under duress to take the vaccine or lose their job. And 4 weeks after they did that, there was an outbreak of COVID-19 amongst the vaccinated medical staff. And so what was accomplished? Absolutely nothing but misery for the 18 families of those people that lost their jobs. And these are healthcare workers. Keep in mind that from the beginning of the pandemic, we're dealing on the front lines of COVID with their personal protective equipment. Nobody was vaccinated then, and it was considered that they were heroes. And then fast forward, they were fired, and really, they were the safer ones. They were getting rapid tested every day and wearing their PPE, whereas the vaccinated ones that ended up having the outbreak were not. And so we can see where all of these mandates are intended to discriminate and punish, but they are not based on science and they do not accomplish anything. Finally, I think we don't need to talk about the provincial mandates. There's plenty enough, I think, at the federal level that we don't need to bring a lot of that in. But it's the same sort of thing. So I would say that we need to look at the World Health Organization that's recommending that we drop these mandates. We need to look at the other countries that have opened up. We need to look at the states where 40 of them have dropped all of their mandates. We need to look at the provinces who all have dropped or are dropping their mandates. And this government needs to immediately get rid of these things. We all want to work together. The people that are vulnerable will want to continue to protect themselves. I support that. But at this point in time, we need to learn to get on with our lives. We need to stop punishing people. We need to stop violating their charter rights. And I think together we will be better prepared for the next pandemic when it arrives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Kingston et les Îles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened attentively to the discussion over the last 10 minutes by this member. I'll note she started off by telling us about her expertise as a chemical engineer, but then went on to talk about charter rights violations and civil liberties, both at the beginning and the end of her speech. I know for a fact that she is a highly qualified chemical engineer. She was indeed educated at the best university in the country for engineering, but I didn't know that she was a scholar when it came to civil liberties or charter rights. I'm wondering if she can inform the House when she talks about charter rights violations, when this has been tested in the courts, how the courts have ruled on this, and what the ultimate decisions were.
L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member opposite for recognizing that the best university is in his riding of Kingston. Actually, I was informed in our previous debates by the Liberal members who are actually members of the bar on the Oakes principle that is applied when looking at Section 1 of the Charter and trying to determine whether or not you've met the threshold of being able to infringe upon people's rights. It's intended to be temporary, and you have to show that there is a threat to Canada, and that is my principle at this point in time. We cannot show that at this moment in time, with Omicron being everywhere and being able to be transmitted by people that are vaccinated and that are not vaccinated, that anything is being accomplished to protect Canada by keeping the unvaccinated trapped in their own country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Nunavut.
I would like to thank the member for Sarnia Lambton. According to Indigenous Services Canada, as of yesterday, March 23, the data recorded for COVID-19 for First Nations on reserves were 93,154 confirmed cases of COVID-19, 2,384 active cases, 3,068 hospitalizations due to COVID-19, 90,084 recovered cases, and 686 deaths due to COVID-19. With these kind of statistics still in existence, does the member believe that the COVID-19 pandemic is over?
Honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
I'd like to thank the member for that question. And I think she pointed out a couple of things that are worth noting. First of all, that there are a lot of numbers out there and that the bar just kept getting changed from the beginning of the pandemic. At the beginning of the pandemic, the concern was to prevent deaths and to prevent our ICUs from being over capacity. And then once that was, the ICUs were not over capacity, then it became tracking the number of cases. And then it became 70% vaccination, and then that wasn't good enough. It needed to be 80% vaccination, and so on and so forth. And now, essentially, we see that the ICUs are not over capacity in our country. And we know that every year, when we have flu season, that 12,000 Canadians die from flu and upper respiratory. So I couldn't minimize the seriousness of COVID-19, especially for those that are vulnerable and with comorbidities. But I think that we need to stop looking at case counts. We don't measure case counts when we talk about the flu every year. We do need to look at what's happening with the ICU, and it's a static situation. We could see another pandemic, we could see another strain, and we've learned from the past ones how to react quickly to those and as appropriately as need be at the time.
We have time for another quick question. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you. We've heard a number of Conservative MPs this morning talking to us about the necessity for a plan, and we are for, of course. We voted for, when it was their motion a month ago, to table a plan. The problem is that in the motion today there is no plan. Why is there no plan in this motion? When they've mentioned that there needs to be a plan, are they open to amending this in order to make this more explicit and create a plan? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, in 45 seconds. Thank you very much to the member for his question. Yes, I believe that we do need to have a plan, but right now there is no plan from the New Democrat Liberal government. I believe that the mandates implemented today can be lifted at our borders, for example, for people who have lost their job. We can lift these mandates today, and we can have a plan for all other mandates. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peterborough, Kawata.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Everything has an expiration date. Our country was hit with a pandemic that no one had experienced before. We implemented measures we thought were best, and Canadians really delivered on what was asked of them. But an emergency plan needs to be three things: timely, targeted, and temporary. We don't even have a plan, and it has been 2 years. Every province has lifted or has a plan to lift mandates. I can, in fact, right now, go outside of this federal building, not show my vaccine or need to wear a mask, yet I do in here. How is the science outside of this federal building different than a non-federal building?
That's right.
People can attend an NHL game with 20,000 unmasked, unvaccinated people, but we still haven't fully opened our borders. Why? As Shadow Minister of Tourism, I can tell you that the travel industry is without a doubt one of the hardest hit sectors, and I think it is important to take this time to truly convey the magnitude of this industry and how hard it has been impacted by these travel restrictions. People have been shamed for wanting or needing to travel, and that is wrong. Many people will tell you that travel is a privilege, but I challenge everyone to think about the millions of people who have a job, a paycheck, and a purpose because of the travel industry. People who've saved their life savings to go on a trip. I challenge everyone to think about family members who need to travel to see each other. Before this pandemic, Canadian tourism was a $105 billion industry. It has been slashed to less than half of that, and unless we take action today, it may not recover. It's time to drop the federal mandates and the confusing restrictions. Canada is lagging in the world of travel, and we need to restore travel confidence today. Canadians and international travelers are travel hesitant. The rules and unnecessary restrictions are huge barriers to this industry recovering. People will book a trip to visit family or to get away, only to cancel it shortly thereafter because the rules keep changing. We have to move forward, we have to learn to live with this virus, and we have to restore travel confidence. It is key in the recovery. Each week, I receive hundreds of heartbreaking stories from constituents who have not been reunited with family and friends. I have a friend who never got to say goodbye to their mother. She passed away alone. This is all connected to the travel industry. Whether you travel by plane, train, or automobile, you need to rely on the tourism sector when you travel. Maybe you need a dog kennel, a hotel, a restaurant, food, supplies, gifts, clothes. Maybe you want to visit the spa, get your hair done, your nails done. Maybe you want to do that before you leave or while you're at the destination. All of these businesses have been decimated, and it is our duty to help them recover. The Canadian tourism and travel sector cannot recover without the support of the government. This government took travel confidence away from Canadians, and it is their job to restore it. We need to restore travel confidence and fully open the border. This government needs to show the world that Canada is safely open for business and take the action to prove it, not just say it. The tourism industry relies on plans that are months out, and our window gets smaller and smaller every day to help this sector recover and restore travel confidence. Travelers who are currently making summer, fall, winter 2023 plans will bypass Canada if we don't act today. Travel and tourism is both a foundation for our economy and our mental health. Those who work in the industry are suffering, and those who travel are suffering. This is a huge industry that impacts all demographics. People need hope, and they need relief. Tourism is the backbone of many local economies across our country, including my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. Rhonda Keenan from Peterborough-Kawartha Economic Development says 87.5% of arts, entertainment, and recreation businesses were cancelling or closing their doors. Many businesses in the tourism sector have shared heartbreaking stories with me about their struggles. Many have invested their life savings, remortgaged their homes, or can no longer afford their homes. These businesses cannot endure another season of closure and uncertainty. I want to share some stats with you. The Canadian Federation of Outfitter Associations is a voice for resource-based Canadian tourism. They have an economic impact of over $5 billion annually and provide over 35,000 jobs. The industry can accommodate over 700,000 clients for fishing and hunting, many of whom come from outside of Canada. Clearly, this is a significant industry and they need our help to recover. Ending federal mandates would help them recover. The Saskatchewan Commission of Professional Outfitters reported decimating revenue losses of up to 100%. 1 in 5 outfitters did not open their camps in 2021. Next, I want to share the experiences of Brian Edwards of Rocklands Entertainment Canada. Brian has been in the industry for decades, and he, like so many others, have seen it destroyed. Brian wrote this to me recently. You are 100% correct that tourism and entertainment are about as connected as you can get. Every year, we booked hundreds of airline flights, hotel rooms, buses, and meals. The bus groups we worked with all across Canada, in some cases, survived entirely on taking people to entertainment venues. For the mental well-being of everyone, including to, but not limited to, artists, producers, technicians, promoters, agents, managers, and last but not least, the audience needs to survive. Can you believe one of our most celebrated and successful Mirvish productions Come From Away had to shut down and cease production? As you start to hear these stories, you are reminded just how big the travel and tourism industry is and how many lives it impacts. Stuart Grant from Stonetown Travel says revenue is down over 90% lost 50% of retail travel agencies in their constituency. ITAC, which is the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada, sector has experienced an almost 70% decline in direct GDP and a 59.4% decline in employment. The Tourism Industry Association of Canada, or TIAC, they are still at 50% of where they were in 2019. Listen to this. Since the pandemic started, only 1% of all cases of COVID-19 in Canada have been related to travel. 1%. Yet it is portrayed and perceived as an unsafe thing to do. The constantly changing restrictions also cause so much confusion. To put this into perspective, in 2021, which was supposed to be a year of recovery, they reached only 13% of the total number of international visitors compared to 2019. And 2021 was worse than 2020 in terms of international inbound travelers. The tourism industry was the first hit. It was the hardest hit, and it will be the last to recover if we do not plan and act now and remove the unscientific mandates. It's time for the NDP Liberal government to give hope and relief to the tourism sector and end the restrictions that continue to hold their businesses back. Why are we punishing the industry that brings us the thing that we need the most right now? Jobs, mental health, a thriving economy, happiness, and hope. It is time to end the federal mandates.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Much, Mr. Speaker. On the topic of vaccine mandates and requiring people to have vaccines, I would note that this particular member, during the 2021 election, it was found out that she went into a retirement home not being fully vaccinated. I'm wondering if she has had an opportunity to reflect on that, and if she thinks that that was a wise choice, but more importantly, if she would recommend that somebody else do the same thing. Would she encourage anybody going into a long-term care home to be fully vaccinated?
The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you so much. And, I think it's important to note that many of those who work in long-term care are not fully vaccinated. But I really want to point out to the member opposite, it's unfortunate that he doesn't care about the travel and tourism industry and all of the stats I provided in this speech. And clearly, of somebody who has a riding as beautiful as that member's, it's unfortunate he doesn't care about the travel and tourism industry.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On February 4th, Dr. Tam had said that Canada's public health restrictions should be reevaluated. Later that month, the Conservatives have brought a motion to the House for the government to table a plan. Now, the Democrats voted against that motion at the time because there was an illegal occupation in the nation's capital. We didn't think that it was appropriate to signal that public health restrictions were being reevaluated at that time. That's not a secret to them, Mr. Speaker. They knew that at the time because we said it at the time. Now, the illegal occupation is over. Today, the member for Vancouver Kingsway proposed an amendment to this motion that would call on the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada to conduct that review in a timely way and for that to be concluded within 4 weeks. Unfortunately, the Conservatives, despite knowing that that's something that would lead to greater agreement in the House, declined to have that amendment considered. Can I ask the member why?
The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Thank you so much to my colleague across the way. And I think, again, this tourism sector cannot take anything else. And, that's what I'm here to talk about today. That is my role, to stand up for this sector that cannot survive another season of closure. No more plans. How do we not have a plan? How do we not have these mandates lifted that have been lifted in every other province? We are the last in the travel industry worldwide. So that is what I'm asking for today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And in Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, we have three valleys. The Okanagan Valley is well known for tourism, but so is the Similkameen as well as the Nicola Valleys. In fact, Experience Nicola Valley recently received the 2022 Marketing Award, Marketing Program of the Year Award from the Canada Prestige Awards Program. And they are sharing the stories to get people to come to places like the Nicola Valley. But unfortunately, many of the restrictions on travel are stopping people from coming. So could the member please say what needs to happen in order to allow groups like the Experience Nicola Valley to capitalize on their good work? And what other things can government do to make it better for our tourism sector?
The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha. Just a bit more than 1 minute to answer.
Colleague for an excellent question, and the very short answer is restore travel confidence. People need to know Canada is safely open for business. As I said in this, 1%, less than 1% are impacted by this. We need to open it up. We took travel, this government took travel confidence away. It is their job to restore it, and I can't wait to visit the Okanagan Valley.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Veterans, and I would like to notify that he will have about 5 minutes, and the other 5 minutes after question period. Thank you for having noted this point.
I also share that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge today after my speech. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, after 2 years, it's been 2 years now, I still remember March 13th, getting ready to board a plane to return home on a Friday afternoon, Friday the 13th, I might add. And it's been 2 years now, and we've been through a lot as a country, as a world. It was a global issue. But from day one, you know, I have to say that the focus of our government has been in supporting the health and security of Canadians. And the second objective, of course, was to help them financially through many of the challenges that they faced. But I have to be honest, as an MP, when you're faced with a global challenge and you're trying as a government, because everybody's in this game, we all need to be engaged, all members of Parliament from all parties. We needed to make sure that we were supporting Canadians quickly. But I have to share it with you that putting programs together to meet the needs of Canadians as you're moving forward at 150 miles an hour is very difficult. But I remember spending 67 consecutive nights talking with colleagues in our party and ministers and the Prime Minister about the various programs that would be needed, because we were getting that information from our constituents, the people on the ground who were facing the challenges. 3 million jobs lost overnight. What do we do to help them? They've been there with us, paying taxes for years, and now they're in need. And we were in a much better position as a government to help them financially than to ask them to burden that expense, which would be tremendous. And I remember each day getting more information from our constituents, and then in the nighttime talking to our members or our colleagues and saying that's just not going to work for this company. That's just not going to work for this individual. And then trying to putting our heads together to find solutions, tweaking the various programs to meet the needs of the people on the ground. That is tremendous, in my opinion. That's why I came into politics, to help and support people and help and support Canadians. And here we were doing this every single day, 7 days a week. That, in my opinion, is very, very important. That's why I want to thank all Canadians. But I also want to thank the individuals, you know, frontline workers, because most people were scared to leave their homes, but yet they were going to work every day. I can't thank them enough. And our teachers, who we've seen our school system right across the country stay open and continue to ensure solid education for all students, which is crucial. And then I have to thank, of course, the businesses, because we were in need quickly of PPEs, and we were in need of gowns and gloves and whatnot. And it's our company, our own company right across the country from all provinces, all ridings, that we're able to find ways to support Canadians. And that it was extremely important. Then it was a question of making sure we could find vaccines. And that, as you know, is a very tough challenge to be able to get that done very quickly. Again, I want to thank our researchers and the health organizations and the country, all countries working together to help and meet those needs. And you know, we were ahead of everybody in the G7 in getting the vaccinations. And today, as we speak, we have over 90% of Canadians that had at least one dose. Now, what type of programs that we use to help Canadians? Well, we had the CERB, of course, for people that guaranteed $500 a week for up to 4 months to help them. We had the wage subsidy because we wanted people to stay at work if at all possible. We knew that the companies were struggling and couldn't keep them to work. But instead of keeping them at home, we could keep them at work. So we offered the wage subsidy 90%, which was extremely important. Then we've seen all kinds, the recovery benefits as well that we move forward. Those are some of the programs, Mr. Speaker, that we put together to allow Canadians to pull through this very important pandemic. And as you know, I will have the opportunity to go more into details on how our government invested in various fundings. But I can tell you right now that we have spent over $72 billion in supporting Canadians through the pandemic, and we'll continue. Thank you.
I inform the member that he'll have about 4.5 minutes when he returns after. Statement by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to recognize a unique and effective approach to domestic violence prevention and education happening in my community and reaching people throughout North America. She is Your Neighbor is a powerful awareness project and storytelling series created by the incredible team at Women's Crisis Services of Waterloo Region. The podcast explores the realities and complexities of domestic violence. They talk about the many types of abuse. They address myths about victims and survivors. They discuss the role of men and more. Throughout this series, they emphasize that we all have a role to play in ending domestic violence. Their third season comes out in May and features some amazing guests, including Anna Maria Tremonti. I invite all colleagues in this House, and in fact all Canadians, to listen in for themselves. They can find She Is Your Neighbor wherever they download podcasts or online at sheisyourneighbor.com. Thanks for the chance to share.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Mrs. Kamalambika Kandasamy, a brave mother of the Tamil nation. Throughout 2008 and until May 2009, Mrs. Kandasamy worked day and night as a pharmacist embedded with the Tamil medical team in Mullawaikal. As makeshift hospitals were targeted and bombed by the Sri Lankan armed forces, she fearlessly helped thousands of survivors. The world ignored her pleas in 2009, but heard her loud and clear as she became a critical witness and voice to the war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide of her people. She campaigned for accountability and justice, seeking to end impunity of Sri Lankan officials by speaking at the United Nations Human Rights Council, advocating to our Minister of Foreign Affairs and many other world leaders. Until her last breath, she supported the mothers of the disappeared, raised money to support survivors, and ensured those who made the ultimate sacrifice were never forgotten, including her only son, Tivaharan. May she rest in peace, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to commemorate the life of my friend, Walter Wally Phillips. The son of Ukrainian immigrants, Wally was born in Saskatchewan before moving to BC, where he began several careers in his life. He was a fixture in the White Rock community, a fellow Rotarian, former president of the Richmond Chamber of Commerce, and a dedicated champion of medical medical rehabilitation programs, mental health, and the like. Wally was a passionate community leader and volunteer. He often reached out to me with welcome and wise advice and will be greatly missed by many. Above all else, Wally was a family man. When his delightful wife, Kay, passed away, he said it felt like he had lost his right arm. Sadly, his son, Alan, passed away 6 days after him. Wally's legacy will live on through his remaining children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren while he rests peacefully with his brother, sister, son, and Kay. He believed they would all be together on the other side, and I have no doubt they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to highlight an incredible young woman from my riding who died much too early on Tuesday. Nally.
Tess and Jess, her partner V, her wonderful large Filipino family, and her many, many friends and followers. Nally faced life with cancer with courage, creativity, and humor as she shared her daily challenges on social and public media, as well as in her beautiful book of poetry and observations in The Diary of Nally. Today we mourn Nally, but as she said in her own words, I want to be remembered by how I made you feel in my presence. I want to be remembered for always giving it my best. And despite how I felt or what was said, I never stopped believing in me and you. I don't want to be admired. I want you to feel inspired. Through you and your inspired living is how I wish to leave my legacy. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, it's with emotion, recognition, and conviction that I rise today in this House to mark Lavender Day for Epilepsy. With emotion, because I am the mother of Ulysse, an extraordinary 4-year-old boy who has been grappling with epilepsy since he was just 10 months old. With recognition, because the 100,000 Quebecers who live with epilepsy can count on healthcare professionals, organizations such as Epilepsy Quebec, and people like you and me who support them. And with conviction, because I'm certain that all of the support that we bring, all of the efforts that we make, such as supporting these organizations or symbolic gestures such as wearing lavender, will improve the lives of people who live with epilepsy. On behalf of myself and the Bloc Québécois, thank you for your solidarity on March 26th by wearing lavender for all of the Ulysses of this world. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we in Quebec mark Intellectual Disability Week, I would like to salute the excellent work being done in the Outaouais by several devoted and passionate organizations. As an example, let me cite the Outaouais Association for Community Integration, which is celebrating 65 years of work in our community this year. The association's mission is to offer services to people with intellectual disabilities and to their families, and to work to facilitate their community, social, and professional integration. I'm thinking, for example, of Marie-Ève, who has already visited a parliament. And when I have visited the association, I've seen with my own eyes the impact that this organization has on the lives of the people it serves, thanks to the work of its employees and its volunteers. Thank you to the whole team. Thank you to the families. And thank you, of course, to the volunteers for your incredible work with people with intellectual disabilities. Happy 65th birthday and a long life to the association. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, today 30% of the seats in the House of Commons are held by women. March 24th is Agnes MacPhail Day in celebration of her birthday and honoring her as the first woman elected here to this chamber just over 100 years ago. Agnes was first elected to federal politics to represent the riding of Grey Southeast and would later represent the Grey Bruce riding, part of the riding I have the honor of representing. Last night, I had the privilege of listening to the winning speeches of the 76th Annual Grey County Federation of Agriculture Public Speaking Contest. What stood out to me was the overwhelming majority of the student participants were young women. I'm confident in saying many of them will be future leaders in the riding across Canada, especially in the cultural, political, and agricultural fields. I hope all members will join me in recognizing the historic and inspiring contributions Agnes made to Canada and to honor her as a pioneer who inspired and continues to inspire women across this country to take their place in the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Vimy.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le 25.
Tomorrow, March 25th, will be the 201st anniversary of the Greek War of Independence, and I wish to highlight its importance, not just for Canadians of Greek descent, but also for people the world over.
A reminder that this day is dedicated to all those who love liberty and freedom, and a warning to all who would deny them these human values. This is a moment for Greeks to celebrate and an invitation for all to follow the spirit of the Greek Revolution in fighting oppression. In light of the threat of Russian aggression in Ukraine, I would like to acknowledge the struggle of countless Ukrainian men, women, and children who have been displaced, killed, or wounded, and the millions fighting for their sovereignty, identity, and freedom. As long as there are heroes ready to sacrifice for justice and liberty, the Greek spirit of freedom and democracy will live on. Slava Ukraini, Zito η 25η Μαρτίου, Zito η Ελλάς, Vive le Canada.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the grade 7 and 8 students at École River Heights School wrote to me asking for support in assisting Ukrainian refugees to find safe harbor in Canada quickly. All 449 students at the school signed the letter, and it was hand-delivered to my office. I visited students at the school to hear more about how they feel about the conflict, the role of economic sanctions, humanitarian aid, and how Canada will help Ukraine rebuild after the war. Their questions and comments reveal a depth of intelligence and thoughtfulness reflective of what I know to be true about young people. They are insightful, passionate, and want to talk about topics that are challenging, complex, and even unsettling. I left the students with this message. Get engaged. Take your ambitions, your aspirations as citizens, as members of family and community, and put it to work for our nation. You are our future, and our future is bright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I tabled legislation which would mandate operational collision avoidance systems for gliding clubs in Canada. C259 is the result of a commitment I made to Martina and Bradley Lineweber of Calgary, who lost their son Adam in a 2019 crash. The tow plane's anti-collision system, which significantly reduces the risk of mid-air collisions, was not working at the time, and there is actually no requirement that they be used in Canada. Members should be aware that there have been 30 confirmed incidents or near misses involving gliders since 2010, 9 involving commercial aircraft. The Linewebers have been trying to change that, and I hope this House will support them. This is not a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. It is an issue of safety for all Canadians, and we must take the necessary steps to ensure another life is not lost.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, this January my community lost 2 local icons when a tree tragically fell to their West Vancouver home in a windstorm. Mike Sharp and Carolyn Helbig contributed immeasurably to the fabric of the community of West Vancouver and Horseshoe Bay. Carolyn's deep connection to nature led her to be one of the founding members of the Coalition to Save Eagle Ridge Bluffs. Her husband Mike, known as Sharpie to his friends, coached and was president of West Vancouver Minor Hockey and was an integral part of the local pickup hockey scene. Together, they helped raise over $300,000 for the Feed the Need program in West Vancouver to provide food for vulnerable seniors at the onset of the pandemic. The community has come together to set up 2 memorial scholarships in their honor, one in environmental stewardship and the other to help kids who want to play hockey, which has raised over $30,000 in just a few short weeks. While the loss of these 2 incredible people will be acutely felt, their legacy will live on and continue to reverberate around the community that they love so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is time that we get serious about green energy in Canada. That means getting serious about nuclear energy. The IPCC has called on an increase of nuclear energy as much as 500% for the environment. Nuclear provided 90% of the power which was needed to phase out coal in Ontario. Not wind, not solar, but nuclear did it, Mr. Speaker. This represented North America's largest greenhouse gas reduction. If not for nuclear, it would not have happened. Nuclear energy is not a sin stock. It is our only hope. And it is incredibly disappointing that the government's green bond framework treats it like a sin stock, insulting the men and women who work hard every day to create zero carbon electricity and life-saving medical isotopes. The unscientific, anti-nuclear bias of the Canadian Green Bond Framework must change today.
Here, here. The honourable member for Desnethé, Nisnipi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Tuberculosis Day. More than 4,000 people die every day from TB. Today we stand in solidarity with people who suffer from TB and the millions who have lost their lives. Before COVID-19, TB was the deadliest infectious disease, claiming the lives of 1.4 million people every year, despite being both preventable and curable. Over the past several months, the communities of Black Lake, Fond du Lac, and Pelican Narrows in my riding have announced TB outbreaks. Dozens of outbreaks, over 100 cases, many of them children. These outbreaks underscore the need for the government to step up and act on its previous commitments to TB elimination. Indigenous Services Canada admitted that the development of a TB reduction action plan for First Nations was not completed as promised. Mr. Speaker, Canada must reaffirm its commitment to address the health inequities that allow TB to persist in northern Saskatchewan and all of Canada.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, from March 20th to 27th, we are celebrating the important work done by home meal delivery services, which help those, mostly seniors, who need a helping hand with the preparation and home delivery of hot meals. This work is essential in helping people stay in their homes as long as possible while giving some welcome respite to caregivers. Despite the challenges of the last 2 years, these services, which mainly depend on volunteers, have been able to continue their important work serving seniors. In Alfred Pellan, our services benefit from federal support through the PNHA funds, but I am also working to create a link between our generous business community and our meal services who need their help. Thank you to the services and volunteers of Alfred Pellan, SBEVA, Maison de la Famille de Saint-François, Bonjour aujourd'hui et après, Popote Roulante Saint-Noël Chabanel, and Société de Saint-Vincent de Paul. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, there is a critical shortage of affordable housing in my community. Many people have given up on the idea of ever owning a home, but even finding an affordable place to rent is getting further and further out of reach. And BC has not been getting its fair share of federal funding under the Rapid Housing Initiative. Worse still, the supply of older rental stock is being bought up by REITs, real estate income trusts, that use tactics like rent-evictions to jack up the rent, pushing people out of their homes and removing affordable units from our market. Housing advocates and the City of Victoria are calling for a federal acquisition fund to give local governments and nonprofits the quick capital to buy properties at risk of being bought up by these predatory REITs. We must preserve our existing affordable housing stock. It's time for the federal government to return to the table as a true partner with municipalities, Indigenous governments, and cooperatives to stop treating housing as an investment and start treating housing as a human right.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Surwa. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to celebrate the week of home meal delivery services in Quebec, and particularly to highlight the 50th anniversary of Salaberry's Meals on Wheels program. This organization was founded on March 7, 1972, and it exists to help seniors stay in their homes for the longest time possible. The congregation of the Sœurs de Notre-Dame de Bon Conseil and many volunteers were behind the very first meal delivered in our community. And today, over 1,200 meals are delivered each and every week by Salaberry to Valleyfield Meals on Wheels. In Quebec, there are over 300 meal delivery services that every day are the face of solidarity in our communities. They form a chain of support thanks to the work of 10,000 volunteers who are there each and every day to cook and deliver healthy and balanced meals. These teams visit over 30,000 seniors, often seniors living alone, and are there to help them. So it's an honor, Mr. Speaker, for me to thank all of the volunteers and all of the voted teams who make the difference in the lives of seniors in Salaberry-sur-Loire.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, it is wonderful today to be joined by my family here in Ottawa.
Hear, hear.
Juno Beach is one of the most sacred places in Canadian military history. The bravery of 14,000 Canadians who landed there on D-Day continues to inspire generations of Canadians and led directly to the liberation of Europe from tyranny and fascism. A condo development threatens not only the beach, but the operations of the Juno Beach Centre, a museum and memorial which educates hundreds of thousands of visitors of the role Canada played in bringing freedom to Europe. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this development should not go forward. In an increasingly polarized world, few truly sacred places remain. In the hearts and minds of Canadians, Juno Beach transcends and represents all that we take pride in as a nation. That we will make a larger impact than our size commands, that we will stand firmly alongside our friends and allies. No matter the difficulty, we will fight beyond just convening all that is good and right in the world. I have one ask of this government: do everything in your power to save Juno Beach.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, all across Canada and especially in my riding of Whitby, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. And after 2 challenging years, it is time for good news. That's why I was happy to join the minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario to announce funding for the revitalization of downtown Whitby and downtown Brooklyn through the My Main Street Local Business Accelerator Program. Downtown Whitby and Brooklyn will be supported with 3 dedicated Main Street ambassadors, customized market research, data analysis, and non-repayable funding contributions for new and existing small businesses. This will support our community by assisting our existing businesses to bounce back from the pandemic and enhance the ability of our new startups to rapidly grow. Mr. Speaker, the entrepreneurial spirit in Whitby is strong, and I look forward to seeing our unique, resilient, and diverse small business community thrive all along our main streets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, question orale. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Reno Lakes.
Speaker, according to the Minister of Health, there are many different factors to consider before lifting mandates. And he said, quote, "It's quite complicated," end quote. Well, health officers across Canada have worked through these complications and have ended their mandates. So, if it is not complicated for the provinces, why is it complicated for this minister?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know this might sound a bit complicated, so let me get that very simple. 8,000 and 25,000. 8,000 is a number of people who today will have received either their first or their second dose. 25,000 is a number of people who today will be receiving their booster dose. Mr. Speaker, we're very grateful to them, not only for protecting their health, but for protecting the health of those they love.
Absolutely. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Reno Lakes.
Well, on Monday, Speaker, I asked the health minister what the national vaccination target would need to be for Canada to achieve before they lifted the mandates. His response that our booster uptake was too low. Well, next week, it will be that case counts could be off, or the following week that wastewater surveillance numbers were askew, and the goalposts will keep on moving. What numbers do Canadians have to hit before the minister agrees to lift the mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me again thank not only my colleague, who I enjoy the company and the work of, but also all Canadians. And let me say that vaccination mandates that opposition Conservative MPs opposed during the campaign have saved not hundreds of lives, but thousands of lives. Estimates are that about 1,600 people in the last few months have had their lives saved for only that purpose, which is vaccination mandates.
Absolutely.
Obviously, had we not had vaccination in the last year in Canada, we would currently not be meeting in this room. We would be locked down. We would be closing schools. We would be closing shops and stores and factories.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Speaker, the vaccine mandates that they imposed at the time have served their purpose according to the top experts in every province across this country. 10 out of 10 chief medical officers of health have said it's time to end the mandates and lift the mask mandates. So what are the metrics that this federal health minister is going to follow so that he will then catch up to all of the provinces and our allies who have accepted the science and ended the mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
And I'm grateful to the member for his work and for admitting, and I think he knew that already many weeks ago, that vaccination mandates did work. Not only did they save lives, I spoke about the 1,600 Canadians who are currently alive because of those vaccination mandates, having been not infected and sent to a hospital and then dying because of vaccination, but also large numbers of dollars, Mr. Speaker. $4 billion is the estimate that we saved collectively, household income, small businesses income, because of vaccination mandates.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The provinces and our international allies have eliminated a number of their health measures, but this NDP Liberal government is quicker to reach secret agreements than to lift mandates on domestic flights. Doesn't it know that Canadians have had enough? When will this NDP Liberal Prime Minister look at what is happening in other G7 countries and lift mandates federally, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm trying to be as nonpartisan as possible, but the member was not there before the last election, and perhaps she doesn't realize that about a year and a month ago, her party said that the Canadians were going to be the last people vaccinated in the world, that we wouldn't be vaccinated before 2030. But Canadians were vaccinated in large numbers before many other countries. So that's a gift that we've received from science. It's a gift that we should all be very grateful for, and we should benefit from it. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, I'm here, and I know what's happening. The NDP Liberal government hasn't been following science for a long time. They've used the pandemic to make political gains, but Canadians aren't fooled. They realize what's happening. Even their colleague from Louis Hébert has denounced the government. Will the Minister of Health finally end these political games and lift the mandates today? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not a political question. It's a question of responsibility. When we form government, we have to be responsible, not only as a government, but everyone here in this House. And I think that there are members of the Conservative Party. Well, they seem to have declared that COVID is over. They don't need masks anymore. But COVID is still with us. And we see that there will many people that are going to be affected. So we need to be careful, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, the Liberals and the NDP voted for a block motion that said that the Quebec nation should not lose its political representation in terms of numbers of members in Ottawa. But today they tabled Bill C-14, which, yes, confirms that we won't lose any seats, but they've added so many elsewhere that we lose our political clout anyway. So it's just another way to undermine us, Mr. Speaker. That's what's happening. Why does the government want to reduce Quebec's political representation? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, what we did this morning is that we tabled a bill that is realistic and it actually protects the seats in Quebec, Mr. Speaker. So instead of going to 77, they're staying at 78. So unlike the Bloc Québécois, who wants to reopen the Constitution because so they want to open the Constitution, whereas we want to solve the problem today, right away, in the most practical way possible for Quebec. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this government doesn't know how to count. What counts for Quebec is not the number of seats, but the relative political representation. So even if we keep 78 seats, but if there are 343, then 350, then 400, it doesn't work. And you don't need a doctorate to figure that out, Mr. Speaker. So, by not taking seats away, they won't pick a fight with Quebec, but they're not protecting our political representation, and that means that they're not keeping their promise. This NDP Liberal government has voted to protect the Quebec nation, so why won't they protect its political representation here? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are 35 Liberal members here from Quebec. They're proud of being Quebecers. They're here to defend Quebec. And today we have tabled a bill that guarantees that the 78 seats of Quebec will be maintained, whereas the Bloc Québécois, all it wants to do is reopen constitutional squabbles. And that's just good for the industry of drama. So we are the ones protecting the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member of Burnaby South.
Marks 30 days of the war in Ukraine, and President Zelensky has asked the world to reflect on what that means. When he spoke here in the House of Commons, he asked us to imagine what the war means and what it would mean to Canadians, and he asked for help. And one of the most important ways that we can help and are helping is by welcoming people from Ukraine. But recent reports are showing that people who come here from Ukraine aren't getting the help that they need. So what is the government going to do to ensure that Ukrainians fleeing a humanitarian crisis get refuge in Canada and the support and help that they need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his questions, and certainly Canada will provide a safe haven for those fleeing Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine. And since January, Canada has welcomed more than 10,000 Ukrainians. And last week, as we know, we launched our new Canada-Ukrainian emergency travel authorization that will make it easier, faster, and safer for Ukrainians to come here in Canada. We're working with our partners, Mr. Speaker, including provinces and territories, the business communities, the Ukrainian-Canadian community, and settlement organizations on how best to support people arriving from Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue.
Member for Burnaby South.
On a parlé avec les gens.
We've spoken with people, and according to reports, the Ukrainians who are coming to Canada are not getting the assistance they need. So we are calling on the government to recognize that this is the 30th day of the war. Ukrainians keep on requiring help, and the best way that we can help them is by ensuring that we welcome them and offer them the support they need. What is the government going to do to ensure that the Ukrainians who come to Canada receive the help and support that they need to have a good life here in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And we totally agree with him. We have to help them, and that is why we launched last week the new Canada-Ukraine Emergency Travel Authorization, which will allow Ukrainians to come to Canada. We're working with our partners, including the provinces and territories, the business community, communities, Canada-Ukraine community centers, because that's the best way to help people who are coming from Ukraine. We continue to monitor the volume of people coming from Ukraine, and we'll take the measures necessary.
Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, all 10 provinces and most G7 countries around the world are lifting the mandates. Despite this, federal mandates around vaccines for employment and travel persist. At Health Committee, we've already heard the Minister of Health talk specifically around the plan to end federal mandates, but he didn't quite make it, Mr. Speaker. He talked about this complicated science and did not elaborate further. What we would like to know on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, is what is this complicated science that the NDP Liberal government is not sharing, and when will the Minister make it available to all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me try again, thanks for the question, to make that very simple. One number this time instead of two. So 135,000. That's the number of Americans whose deaths were avoidable because of the fact that they had been vaccinated to the extent that we have been in Canada, in part due to vaccination mandates. They would not have died. Those lives, Mr. Speaker, have a value. How much it is in dollar, very few people would know, I suppose, but these have personal, health, human, social, and family values.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his non-answer reply to that question. We know there are countless employees federally that are off work who sadly perhaps have not been immunized. What about Douglas, who's a federal scientist, Mr. Speaker, and he has a unique story in that he's had COVID twice, and he's also in an antibody study from the Ottawa Health Research Institute. Interestingly enough and shockingly, he works at home, and he's still not allowed to go to work. How can this happen? When will this federal government stop politicizing this and discriminating against hardworking Canadians, and the date they can go back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We spoke about responsibility, being responsible, being obviously kind to each other. I'll try to be even more simple. No, instead of 135,000, three. That's a simple number. 3 times is how many more deaths we would have had in Canada if we had followed the example of the United States when it comes to public health measures, vaccination rates. 3 times more people dying, Mr. Speaker. That's 60,000 more people in Canada who would have died.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians can't travel. They can't leave this country. Many have been terminated, and they have been othered by this government for long enough. The government's top doctor stated that vaccine mandates aren't effective anymore, yet the health minister won't discuss any timelines, benchmarks, or plans for ending them. He's not taking the hints from provinces. He's not taking cues from our international allies. He's not listening to his own experts. So on what day, in what year, will the health minister end the federal mandates that nobody is telling him to keep?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would all like to be able to declare the date on which COVID-19 will disappear. That would be marvelous, Mr. Speaker, and I would certainly be the happiest man on earth in this Parliament, certainly, to be able to tell you, Mr. Speaker, on what date this COVID-19 will disappear. Unfortunately, I don't know.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Unions would be better if the minister cared about workers even half as much as he does about optics. Employers in the air transportation are experiencing worker shortages. They are terminating experienced workers because of the federal mandates. The very workers who were mandated to work through the pandemic are the same workers who are now on the verge of losing their livelihoods for good. The transportation minister can end the interim order on mandates before he strips workers of their pensions, of their benefits, and of the years of service. That's before April 16th. So why is the Minister of Health saying no?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I thank my colleague for this question, but I really want to ask her to remind Canadians that vaccination is not a punishment. Vaccines have saved lives of communities, have saved our economy, have saved jobs. I understand that there are questions about when these mandates will be lifted. We will continue to follow science and advice, and I ask the honourable member to avoid partisanship in the face of vaccination and science.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, the health minister talks a lot about numbers. I'm wondering if he can tell us whether mental health, particularly the mental health of Canadians who still today can't work or travel to see loved ones because of the mandates, whether mental health is one of the metrics being considered in regards to lifting the mandates. If so, what specifically are those mental health metrics?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased and a bit touched by this question. It's true that mental health of Canadians has been deeply affected by the last 2 years. We estimate that about one Canadian out of two, has seen his or her mental health deteriorated over the last few months. For healthcare workers, it's about 3/4. Now, healthcare workers have been at the front line of this crisis.
I'll let the minister restart.
So I was going to point to healthcare workers. Obviously, we are deeply thankful to them, but thankfulness is not enough. We need to think of them, and we need to act in a way that protects them too, if we want them to protect us as well.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, even after the imposition of vaccine mandates, some Canadians chose to remain unvaccinated. Many of them sacrificed jobs and their ability to travel to see loved ones because of their authentic anxiety about COVID vaccines. The Prime Minister's response was to go on television and proclaim that many of those Canadians were, quote, racists and misogynists. What does the minister have to say about the mental health impact of a Prime Minister publicly shaming Canadians who experience genuine anxiety that has undeniably caused them legitimate hardship?
That's shameful. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And hardship is the right word. And I was speaking yesterday with the Association of Canadian Pharmacists, another example of healthcare workers who have been at the front line, living very difficult times. Their mental, personal stress has been heightened by COVID. The stress of their family when they go home after a day at work, the stress of their staff, and the stress of the patients that they have cared for almost now more than 2 years. So it's an example of the hardship that we have gone through. That's why we need to keep caring for each other.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NDP Liberal agreement has so many intrusions into our areas of jurisdiction. It's like they're jumping in with both feet. Housing, pharmacare, childcare, healthcare, long-term care, encroachment coast to coast to coast. But there would be a much better way to help people get the right services. For example, transfer the sums that Quebec and the provinces need, give a right to opt out with full compensation in areas of jurisdiction. So yes or no, will there be this right to opt out with full compensation, but without conditions? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is referring to an agreement that will help fight climate change that's good for Quebecers. Support for workers that's good for Quebecers. More social housing that's good for Quebecers. Working together on healthcare that's good for Quebecers. But when all that's good for Quebecers, it's not good for the Bloc Québécois. Why? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the climate crisis. When we read the NDP Liberal Marriage Pact, it's very clear. Areas of jurisdiction do not exist. But what's not clear is their will to put an end to dirty oil. They want to develop a plan to gradually eliminate government subsidies in the fossil fuel sector. Develop a plan to gradually eliminate. That certainly doesn't sound urgent to me. Is this the decision of the Liberal Party or that of the NDP to continue to fund the oil patch in the midst of a climate crisis? The Honourable Minister of Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would like to remind him that we have committed to eliminating subsidies to fossil fuel 2 years earlier than everyone else in the G20. 2 years earlier than all of our partners in the G20. That's what we're going to do, and we're going to work with our colleagues from the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, if they're interested, to further this file. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, in their agreement, the so-called specialists of the NDP and the Liberal Party have chosen to explain to Quebec and the provinces what they need, how many nurses and doctors they need to hire, where to put their money, and how to manage their healthcare systems. But, Mr. Speaker, healthcare expertise is not here or in the benches across the way or beside me. Quebec and the provinces are the ones who know what they need. As we head into a sixth wave, will the government finally increase, with no conditions, the health transfers to 35%? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already said that there would be an increase in health transfers, and the Bloc Québécois knows that. They've known it for a long time, but they just want to squabble. They want to squabble here, squabble there. But constitutional squabbling, that doesn't give jobs to anyone, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't put more doctors or nurses into hospitals. And it doesn't help heal people, Mr. Speaker. It just allows the Bloc Québécois to be very theatrical. So I'm going to say, yes, they like squabbling.
I know.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday in the Health Committee, the Minister of Health said, and I quote, "We want to apply the least disruptive measures in order to protect the health and safety of Canadians, and the conversation will evolve as the situation evolves." The situation has evolved. We are asking the federal government to follow the science and remove federal mandates, as has been done throughout Canada in our provinces. Does the Health Minister believe that all 10 provincial chief medical officers of health are wrong?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the question that gives me the opportunity to continue speaking about the hardship and stress that many Canadians feel, including healthcare workers, but obviously patients. We have seen over the last 2 years a backlog of surgeries approximately equal to 700,000 patients, their families, their friends, and their communities affected by that backlog. Still today, Mr. Speaker, we have about 4,000 people hospitalized. Those hospital beds are not available for other patients.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, that was a complete non-answer. The risks have changed as this pandemic has evolved. Canada has the most restrictive domestic travel mandates across the country, across the world, in fact. This is having a very real impact on families. I have been contacted by families in my riding that want to visit relatives that are in palliative care and attend funerals. Vaccine mandates on travel have limited their ability of families being able to gather. When will the Health Minister show some humanity and finally allow the Transportation Minister to remove domestic travel restrictions?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we all agree and we're all thankful for the humanity. Humanity, Mr. Speaker, means thinking about others and caring for others. I'll just mention the fact that on average in the last week, we've had about 50 to 60 additional deaths. Now, these are not numbers. Those are people whose families obviously are very much impacted. Now, 4,000 people being hospitalized, that's a large number of people, Mr. Speaker. Humanity demands that we look after them while we repair and prepare the healthcare system for the future challenges that we'll be seeing.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, according to the health minister, there's no end in sight for the federal COVID mandates. The Liberals have destroyed lives and careers. Many have lost mortgages. Others have had to leave the country altogether. But a Canadian is a Canadian, regardless of a medical condition or choice. Workers and families deserve respect, not abuse. They deserve basic accommodation and accessibility. When will the health minister drop the federal mandate so the mass firings in April won't happen?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have to choose between vaccination, which is not punishment, but protection, and lockdown. We can't have no vaccination and no lockdown. Now, the fact that they don't seem to believe in March 2022 in vaccination is something very serious, Mr. Speaker, because if we didn't have vaccination, if we didn't keep insisting on vaccination, we would be closing schools, shops, stores, factories. We'd be overloading hospitals with patients. We would be, Mr. Speaker, not meeting in this room today.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
On this day, World Tuberculosis Day, I rise to ask a question about housing. An MLA for Nunavut has identified that approximately 3,000 to 5,000 new housing units are urgently needed for people living in my territory. But the government's housing announcement in Nunavut a couple of weeks ago included just 101 new units. What rationale does the federal government have for promising only 100 housing units when thousands are desperately needed?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her important question. The program that the Honourable Member referred to is just one of many programs in the National Housing Strategy and federal investments in Nunavut housing, including the Canada Housing Benefit, the agreement between Canada and Nunavut for the bilateral housing agreement, and over $400 million in distinctions-based funding for Inuit-led housing in Inuit Nunangat. By working together with territorial and Indigenous partners, we will address the housing needs of Nunavut Mute. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Putin's horrific actions is killing children, women, and elders, forcing millions to leave Ukraine. Even with the special immigration measures, people are still having a hard time getting to safety. People with older identity documents are stuck in the system, further delaying their ability to get an emergency travel visa. Biometric centers are being overwhelmed, and in some centers, the wait is a month or longer. This wait is putting lives in danger. The most efficient way to get people out of harm's way remains visa-free travel. When will the Liberals lift visa requirements for Ukrainians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I mentioned, Canada will welcome Ukrainian fleeing Putin's war. And we've announced this new program that will cut through those red tape and expedite the arrival of Ukrainians to safe harbor for up to 3 years. This is the fastest, safest, and the most efficient way for Ukrainians to come to Canada. It eliminates most of the travel requirement and for all Ukrainian nationals, with the exception of the background of security. Mr. Speaker, Canada stands with Ukrainians in their time of need, and we welcome them with open arms.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. Last year, Canada saw record levels of international trade, and our government continues to open new opportunities for Canadian business to export and to expand. The United Kingdom is one of our closest friends and largest trading partners. I know the Minister for International Trade has been working hard in strengthening our trade ties with UK. Can the Minister update us on her recent activities in diversifying our trade relations with the United Kingdom? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Don Valley North for that important question.
I was very pleased to welcome the Honourable Secretary of Trade, Trevelyan, for her first official visit to Canada this week, celebrating the long-standing relationship between Canada and the United Kingdom. Today, Canada and the United Kingdom officially launched negotiations towards a new high-standard and progressive free trade agreement. Canada looks forward to negotiating an agreement that will benefit our people, our economies, and helping businesses of all sizes and entrepreneurs on both sides of the Atlantic reach new export markets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I asked whether this NDP Liberal government would provide Canadians who were unable to use ArriveCAN with an easier alternative to allow them to visit their families out of Canada. Instead of answering the question, the Minister of Health sadly and predictably responded with the same tired, old talking points. Mr. Speaker, will this minister clearly tell Canadians what date this government will drop their mandates so that we can all travel freely?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Let me speak, Mr. Speaker, to something which I think is extremely important for us to understand. Long COVID. Among all those infected by COVID, whether being severe or mild, the estimate is that between 10 and 30% of them will suffer from long COVID. This has dramatic impacts on their lives in the short and longer term. 30% of them will need to consult more than 10 times after that. 30% of them will need to stop working. These have very significant health, personal, and economic costs. The way to protect partly against that is to protect against transmission and to do that through vaccination.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, 4 months ago, Donna McCall was denied the opportunity to see her children located in the U.S. while she was at home dying, waiting for a liver transplant. The transplant that never came. Her husband held up his phone so Donna could say their last goodbye to their mother while she died. Mr. Speaker, what happened to John and Donna and their children is devastating. When will this government show some compassion for suffering families like the McCalls? And please lift the federal mandates.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Compassion is the key word, Mr. Speaker. We need to have each other's back. We need to protect each other's health. That's best done by following public health measures, as most of us do today, but not all of us. It's also done by being vaccinated. That protects our health and those that we love. Mr. Speaker, that also protects against long COVID. By the way, long COVID affects all organs, all vital organs with 100 symptoms. The brain, the heart, the lungs, the liver. This is serious, Mr. Speaker, and demands responsibility on the part of the government.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg au Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come from the Quebec City area, the most beautiful tourist spot in North America. It has suffered greatly since the beginning of the pandemic in recent years. We're talking about thousands of businesses, restaurants, and hotels. The Minister of Health is also a member from Quebec. How does he justify this to hotels and restaurant owners in his writing that he's maintaining health restrictions? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Two things that my colleague already knows, I believe, that I am a member for Quebec City, and I'm very proud of that. And I share this region with other many distinguished members of this House. The second thing that he probably knows is that on April 1st, in a few days, pre-arrival tests will be ended so that more people will be able to come to Canada to benefit from our lovely cities, and we hope that many will come to the Quebec City region. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago to this day, I was here asking them to close the borders. Things took too long, and some people died in Quebec before we closed our borders. Now, the situation has changed. It's taking too much time to reopen the borders and to remove restrictions that don't make sense When tourists want to come to Quebec, for example, for the summer festival in your riding, the minister doesn't seem to understand what he has to do. Can we remove these complicated health conditions and allow tourists to come to our region? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague knows, that's exactly what we're going to do on April 1st. On April 1st, testing measures that are pre-arrival to Canada will be removed, and this will make life easier for everyone and allow more people to come to see us in the beautiful Quebec City region. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, more than half of the children in Ukraine have fled the war. More than half of the country's children. 4.3 million children have left their homes. They're either elsewhere in Ukraine, hoping the Russian troops won't catch up with them, or they're in refugee camps. Today, we don't want the government to keep saying it has welcomed 10,000 Ukrainians since January. We want it to tell us what it's doing right now for millions of children on the run. When is it going to charter planes to go and get these children? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, certainly also for his cooperation since the beginning of this war. And I'd like to tell him that, yes, we are working with our partners, including airlines. But I'd also like to underscore in this House the exceptional work that was done with the Sick Kids Hospital and the department to welcome Ukrainian children that now can continue their treatment here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we are going to take the necessary measures to welcome Ukrainians who are fleeing Putin's war. The Honourable Members for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the lack of an air bridge is a two-way problem. In Europe, millions of refugees are stuck in camps because there's no room for them on planes or because they can't pay. On the other side, in Montreal alone, there are 40 tons of humanitarian aid lying around in warehouses because we're unable to send it to Ukraine. Right now, the only thing we're able to move between Canada and Eastern Europe is the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when is the government going to charter flights? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague greatly for his question. And yes, of course, the government, as he mentioned, we are looking to welcome as many people as possible and as quickly as possible. And that's what we've done since the beginning. 10 million Ukrainians have arrived here, and we're going to continue to work with our partners. But I'd like to stress in this House that the province of Quebec, well, it has not only volunteered to help these people, but it has helped us in terms of providing asylum and with health care and child care costs. Thank you.
For Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Health Minister has been asked about 15 questions today, and he hasn't answered a single one. So I hope he can answer this one. To a young woman named Nancy from my riding. Nancy is an Indigenous single mother. She works for the federal government 100% from home. She is vaccine hesitant for personal reasons. Like members of our armed forces, she's now being told that she cannot go to work and is essentially being fired for her beliefs. Nancy and others are running out of options. Will this minister show some compassion and end the mandate for people like Nancy so they can work from home?
Good job. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to receive this question, Mr. Speaker, because it enables me to add one more piece of information, this time from the United States. 1.1 million is the number of deaths that were avoided because of Americans having been vaccinated. I mentioned earlier that they could have avoided many more deaths with more vaccination as we've had in Canada. So when we speak to people who may be either concerned or sometimes not just informed about the benefits of vaccination, it's important to talk to them, reassure them, care to them, care with them. Not just encourage them in a very benevolent manner so that everyone at the end is protected, including those that would have been perhaps initially have misgivings around vaccination.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada and around the world, governments have ended their vaccine mandates and restrictions. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Nova Scotia have all ended their vaccine passport systems. However, this government is doubling down and spending $30 million for domestic travel vaccine passports in the next 2 years. Since the provinces have already dropped these passports, will the Minister of Health return this $30 million to the taxpayer?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned earlier $4 billion. That's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker, which the federal government and other governments save because of high vaccination rates, in part due to vaccination mandates. But most importantly, this is a lot of household income, family income, income to look after children, to care for seniors, to look after those that may not be often find it easy to make ends meet. That's a lot of dollars, Mr. Speaker. It's not only about dollars, obviously, it's about lives, but dollars also are impacted by the fact that we have a high vaccination rate, and that at Engineer, we have more people every day being vaccinated.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
A lot of replies today and not very many answers. Since the pandemic started, only 1% of all cases in COVID-19 in Canada have been related to travel, yet it has been portrayed and perceived as an unsafe thing to do. To put this into perspective, 2021 was supposed to be a year of recovery, but we have reached only 13% of the total number of international visitors compared to 2019. And 2021 was worse than 2020. When will the health minister tell his colleagues to fully open the border and remove federal vaccine mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on the industry, undoubtedly, and I want to stand here and thank all those who work in the aviation sector, all those who work in the tourism sector, who stepped up and cared for each other and did the right thing, got vaccinated, followed public health advice. Everybody knows that COVID-19 has been unpredictable. We're working together with our scientists, Mr. Speaker, to do the right thing, to protect Canadians and to protect those who work in the aviation sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, domestic violence, we've had enough of it. It concerns everyone because it breaks families and creates serious damage to our society. I salute the work done by community organizations in the region to help women and children who are fleeing this violence that are caused by abusive spouses. I announced a $4.5 million grant to the Nouvelle Étape organization for new spots. Can the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion tell us about the benefits of this investment? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have seen the most vulnerable people in our communities fall into greater need of housing, and we knew we had to act quickly. In the Honourable Member's writing, our government is creating 9 new affordable housing units for women and children fleeing violence. We will continue to work until every Canadian has a safe and affordable home. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, there has been many questions that I've asked the Minister of Health since the beginning, but I'm going to change things a bit today. I'd like the Minister of Health to look me in the eyes right now and tell me that the federal mandate is what has saved so many people in Canada since the beginning of the pandemic, and not vaccine passports from different provinces that are responsible for this, and that provinces that have these passports have data that show that we can remove them. When will the government remove federal mandates, and when will the minister listen to science Canada-wide, not just in his party? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to hear my colleague talk about science, and he's interested in the studies that I'm talking about. And we're very happy to present figures and data that can be used and confidence intervals. But now, the 1,600 deaths that were avoided, Mr. Speaker, it's a combination of different vaccine passports. But our federal mandate did play a role. The Conservatives were against such a policy, and it would have created hundreds, if not thousands, of additional deaths. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives were the first to push in this House for this government to buy vaccines and to provide them for all Canadians. We were the first, while they were slow to take action. I have no lessons to learn from the Minister of Health right now. All he's told us today is that 1,600, 300, 500, 4 billion, many, many figures. But he didn't answer my question at least once. When he announced the end of health measures federally. That's what the question is. It's simple. We just want an answer. The Honourable Minister of Health. If I showed a lack of respect to my colleague, I apologize for that. That wasn't my intention. I respectfully offer him all the support and help he needs and that he deserves as a member in this House. I think he has the right to have access to all the information at any time, and he does play a solid role within the Conservative caucus. The honourable member for Mégantic. May he table this information, all the studies here in the House that is necessary, that talks about the federal mandate, and Dr. New and the National Vaccine Committee said that these mandates were no longer necessary and that we have to focus on voluntary vaccination. These are figures, but the Minister of Health keeps on telling us that there are studies that show that this was justified by science, but we want an answer. When will he end the vaccine obligations? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you. There are two questions, one that I can't answer and one that I will answer. When COVID-19 will end, unfortunately, I can't answer that, but in terms of having access to additional information, I will try to be as clear as possible, but I'd be very happy to provide them this information in the most appropriate manner possible. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Yemen is undergoing the world's worst humanitarian crisis, and its people deserve decisive action, especially women and girls who are disproportionately affected. Canadians are deeply concerned by the raging conflict and the deteriorating food security situation. What is the Minister of International Development doing to help the people of Yemen? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of International Development.
Speaker, I want to thank the member from Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for this question and for her hard work as well. The conflict in Yemen continues to impact almost 20 million people who need help, especially women and children. This is why last week I announced an additional $62.5 million in funding to help with urgent humanitarian needs. By providing food assistance, clean water and sanitation, protection and health care, this aid will help the Yemeni people whose lives have been impacted by this conflict. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Speaker, in December, the government announced the reallocation of crab fishing licenses in my riding in an effort to reconcile the loss of constitutionally protected Indigenous fishing rights. Well, it's absolutely essential to correct historical wrongs in the allocation and management of this fishery. The government has failed to properly consult the impacted fishers or First Nations. As a result, many fishers will lose the income their families need. Will the government do the right thing and fully compensate these crab fishers, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for pointing out the importance of including Indigenous communities who have a right to fish in the fisheries. And we are having those discussions with the crab harvesters who had those licenses. This takes some time, but we are doing that, Mr. Speaker, and those discussions haven't concluded yet, but we will respect both the prior fish harvesters and the Indigenous rights to fish.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite misguided calls for Canada to build pipelines to join a global effort to shut off Russian oil, the international experts at the International Energy Agency have not recommended that. In fact, they've been very clear that it's not boosting production the world's nations need to do, it's cutting consumption. The International Energy Agency has published a 10-point plan. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm having difficulty finishing my question.
Order. Just a little decorum. We're on the last question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't start over. I'll summarize that there have been calls that are misguided and not based on evidence to increase production or take another decade to build more pipelines in Canada. The experts at the International Energy Agency have published a 10-point plan that they want industrialized countries to pursue, and that will cut consumption by 2.7 million barrels of oil a day. The International Energy Agency 10-point plan calls for such things as cutting speed limits by 10 kilometers an hour in industrialized countries, to cut down traffic in our city centres and boost public transit. Will Canada join the IEA 10-point plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the 10-point plan is under discussion right now with the Minister of Natural Resources in Paris. In the face of the emerging global energy crisis created by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the 10-point plan to cut oil use proposes action that can be used to reduce demand with immediate impact. And is discussed in the plan, the IEA and its members are committed to reducing emissions and create a more sustainable path for the longer term, from using public transit, biking, or working from home. Those are all actions that we can take, as per the IEA, to reduce our carbon footprint and collectively reduce our emissions. We are working in partnership here at home and abroad to reduce emissions and increase the use of renewable energies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time for question period today.
I see a point of order from the member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following an exchange that took place during question period with the Health Minister, who has committed to table documents here in this House, I would ask, please, that he table all documents related to all of the numbers that he mentioned: 8,000, 7,000, 25,000, 135,000, 400,000, and also the 10 to 35% of cases of long COVID that were mentioned. I would also invite the Minister of Health to table the documents to justify the federal vaccine mandate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that is debate, but at the same time, it's always good to see numbers. Point of order.
The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my observation just now is my good friend and colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands just tried to get through a question in this House. And the amount of heckling that came from this side is completely unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we have had huge challenges in attracting women, not just to run for politics, but actually to stay in politics. And Mr. Speaker, I'll say this. I want to remind men here in this House the important role they play when it comes to their conduct in ending violence against women and the attack on women in this place, because that is unacceptable, what I heard from what just happened now.
I thank the member for his intervention. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get to the Thursday question, I would just like to wish my youngest son, Leanne and our youngest son, 18th birthday today. So I want to wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mitch. Well, I did, Mitch. As you know, Mr. Speaker, it's been a heck of a week around here, so I'd like to ask the usual Thursday question of the new NDP Liberal Government House Leader, what the business of the House will be over the next week.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me say to the Opposition House Leader, a very happy birthday to Mitch. I hope he has the time to celebrate with his family over the weekend. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we'll call Bill C-8, the Economic and Fiscal Update, for the third day of debate report stage, and we'll continue on Monday if that is necessary. Tuesday, we'll resume debate at second reading of Bill C-11 online streaming. Wednesday, we will continue with debate on C-5, which is mandatory minimum legislation. That will be at second reading. I would also inform the House, Mr. Speaker, that Thursday, March 31st will be an allotted day, and that for next Friday, a week tomorrow, it's our intention to begin consideration of second reading of Bill C-13, the official languages bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And we have another point of order from the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to add to my point of order on Tuesday afternoon and further to the intervention of the member from La Prairie yesterday concerning the coalition agreement between the Liberal and New Democratic parties. Firstly, a timely ruling is essential, Mr. Speaker, and today is the last day of the supply period, which means that a new one starts tomorrow. That means we need to know how the 8 opposition days this spring will be distributed. And of course, we have a question period every day where ministers now receive 8 lob questions from 2 government parties instead of the typical 3 lob questions daily. Then there's the matter of the Liberals' coalition partner being stationed in the opposition lobby behind me, right in between the Conservative and Bloc sections. This all needs to be addressed, and I say that respectfully, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker is recovering from surgery, and I did hear from him today. It sounds like he's doing well, and we're all thankful for that.
Hear, hear.
And I know the House is unanimous in wishing him a complete and speedy recovery, but we cannot wait for his return for a ruling, nor would we wish to stress or tax him with these matters. Subsection 43(1) of the Parliament of Canada Act vests you with full and adequate authority to address this matter. Quote, whenever the House of Commons is informed of the unavoidable absence of the Speaker, thereof by the clerk at the table, the chairman of committees, if present, shall take the chair and perform the duties and exercise the authority of the Speaker in relation to all proceedings of the House as Deputy Speaker, end quote. Secondly, there's the matter of full disclosure of this agreement. My counterpart from the Bloc Québécois put it bluntly yesterday, quote, the news releases bore the same titles and were identical, end quotes. Was it pure fluke and coincidence that both parties each managed to issue identical-looking press releases at the same time of day? You and I both know the answer to that, Mr. Speaker. It's obvious that there were a lot of emails, text messages, and the like flying around about this agreement to coordinate that much. And it wouldn't shock me to hear that there may be even some emails or memos which demonstrate how both sides interpret and understand the terms of their backroom deal. Would you be able to indicate whether it would be helpful for you in approaching your ruling, Mr. Speaker, to know whether there are any signed versions of this agreement or additional side deals? I expect that you would, and I expect that to be so, Mr. Speaker. This was a government which claimed to believe in the principles of open by default if ever there was a time to show that they mean it, Mr. Speaker. It's when they have entered into an unprecedented power grab arrangement to govern Canada. Transparency and openness used to be a watchword for the NDP. I hope that it still is. Therefore, in the interests of transparency and openness, I'm calling upon the government to make full disclosure to this House and to all Canadians by tabling all relevant documents concerning the negotiation of this unprecedented agreement. And in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, and in closing, I would ask for unanimous consent to the table in both official languages, copies of the press releases issued Tuesday morning by the Prime Minister's office and the New Democratic Party, so that you formally have before you the versions which those parties have chosen to let Canadians see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion on the floor, so all those opposed to the honourable member tabling those documents, moving the motion will please say nay. So we don't have on that one. I'll recognize the House Leader for the New Democratic Party, the member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is surprising to me that the House Leader for the official opposition is doubling down on something that he knows is fundamentally incorrect. For him to come into the House and pretend that this is a coalition government when, as a new member of Parliament, he received the information that clearly identifies what a coalition government is and what things like confidence and supply mean. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, earlier today, we outlined the many, many cases in Canada and worldwide where confidence and supply agreements have been put into place. At no point have we had parties actually trying to to punish other parties for doing the right thing. And this is indeed what the House Leader for the official opposition is attempting to do. He should be thanking us, Mr. Speaker. 30,000 people in Barrie Innisfil will have access to dental care because of this agreement. And so the reality is what we are doing is in the interests of his constituents as well. Now, he doesn't need to thank the NDP, but what he needs to do is acknowledge the facts, that this is a confidence and supply agreement that has no impact at all on the standing orders of the regular processes that under which we operate. And he has asked for information on the agreement. It is freely available online, as you know, Mr. Speaker. I offered earlier today to send him a copy. He has not asked me for that. This is a frivolous and really vexatious attempt to take away time from the House of Commons. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's very clear that this simply holds no water whatsoever.
Are there any other interventions on this? Okay, we'll take that information and try to get back to the House as soon as we possibly can. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Business of supply. Motion on federal vaccine mandate standing in the name of Mr. Barrett.
Now, when we left this, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs had 4.5 minutes. The Honourable Member from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue my important speech on vaccination, of course, and the work that our government has been able to do. But I want to start again by thanking Canadians. Canadians have been there doing what they have to do to ensure that their health and the security of others is a top priority for Canadians. And I want to thank Nova Scotians as well, because I think we were the envy of the world for a long, long time because we had no numbers. And again, it's because of the high number of vaccination. It's also because of keeping their...
Parce qu'il n'y a pas de traduction qui se fait au moment. I'm going to speak in English, and hopefully there's going to be translation coming out. Tout bien. Maybe if the member wants to back up 30 seconds, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak in French to make sure that there is interpretation. So I'd like to thank all Canadians for their efforts, the efforts they've made to help us to reinforce the health and safety of all Canadians, and that's very important. And I'd also like to thank the frontline healthcare workers, people who have worked tirelessly for 2 years in the midst of a very dangerous pandemic.
Speech earlier, 8 out of $10 spent by governments was spent by the federal government to support Canadians right across the country. We've seen vaccination, we've seen also PPEs and gowns and investments where Canadian companies came forward as well to support. And let's not forget that we invested $72 billion in healthcare and education to support the provinces and territories as well. And another $45 billion will be coming forward in the next few days through the Health Accord, which is also essential as well. Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, we also seen some of the challenges, of course, with the healthcare system and the hospitals and whatnot. So our government, in our platform, we've indicated clearly that we would invest more into doctors and nurses and doctors' assistants, etc., to help provinces through healthcare and any other way that we could, of course. Long-term care was another one. And let's talk about how many lives were saved. That's very important to note that. In the United States, some of the studies are showing that 1.1 million people were saved because of vaccinations. That's a very, very high number. That's a good indicator for us. In Canada, the numbers based on some studies indicate that over 400,000 Canadians were saved. And the minister talked today about 1,600 in the last few months alone, which is another very important number. And in Europe, over 500,000 people over 60 were saved because of taking the vaccine. So I think the answers are pretty clear on that front, Mr. Speaker. Now, easing the restrictions. We have clearly indicated, I know that the opposition has been talking about that, but let's look at what's been done. Already we've said as of April 1st, in a few days, of course, that you will not require a pre-test before boarding or coming through air, water, sea. You won't need that. Also, we talked about the cruise ships, that you only need a 1 day prior to antigen test, and when you get off, you don't need the test as well. And let's also talk about the quarantine. You know, today there's no quarantine while you're waiting for your results. Mr. Speaker, last February when I was here for 3 weeks, and then I went down to Nova Scotia and I had to quarantine for 14 days. Those are easing restrictions. We're moving in the right direction. And the Speaker is also indicating he had to sit out 14 days. Twice, I think he did, 3 times, and he was in his trailer. So Mr. Speaker, you know as well as I know that we have been easing restrictions, and we will continue to do so as the information that we get indicates that we can continue to do so. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate my animated colleague's stories when he gets up and speaks in this House. But I'm wondering, he talked about how many American lives he was saving. The Canadian government should be giving us Canadian statistics. So I'm also wondering if you can talk about how many Canadian people they fired because of their mandates, because that's a really important number too. And also, I really want to know in his speech how many Canadians they fired that used to work in healthcare, and before there was vaccines, they were heroes. Now under them, they're zeros.
The honourable member for Sackville Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his question, but those healthcare workers don't work for us. They work for the provincial government, and the restrictions were placed by the provincial government. But let's talk about numbers. He said in Canada, well, the minister just indicated today that over 1,600 in the last few months lives were saved. The families can celebrate with their individuals, and over 400,000 since the COVID started. Those are Canadian numbers. They're not my numbers. They're numbers that are through studies. Thank you.
Yes.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like my colleague to tell us, because we're talking about lifting mandates. Now, everyone wants that, of course, but we don't really know where we're going, and that's probably what creates frustration among Canadians, because, you know, if we get to certain numbers, this will happen. So there's not a lot of certainty, and we have this hope that we can be free again. So isn't that part of making this less partisan if we had these numbers and these facts? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I always enjoy giving answers, especially in French. So I'm trying to explain today, we can't control what's happening. We can make decisions that are based on science and on outcomes, so it is complicated. But already we can see that we are lifting certain restrictions, and this will be gradual. And as soon as we're comfortable with the figures that continue to come in, we'll be able to take further measures. But we have to keep in mind hospital capacity, for example. It's very difficult in some provinces. So our government has shown on several occasions that we are easing certain restrictions and will continue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I served on Veterans Affairs Committee with him. I respect him and thank him. Mr. Speaker, the government always talks about science and evidence-based decision-making, but that also has to come with transparency, Mr. Speaker. And Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Tam, has indicated that the government is currently engaged in a broad interdepartmental approach to reviewing all vaccine mandates under federal jurisdiction. Does my colleague not agree that the government needs to provide Canadians with a timeline for this review? They need to do it soon, and there needs to be transparency on their decision-making.
The honourable member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question and also the work that he's done with Veteran Affairs. It's very much appreciated. As he indicated, really, people need to know that we had set up from the beginning reviewing decisions every 6 months, depending on what was happening. So that review, as we speak, is taking place. And as Dr. Tam said, we will continue to take the advice from the science, but we are moving forward on that review as we speak. So we should get some results very soon on that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? A question commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Speaker. And it's, I think, the first time I've gotten in on today's Opposition Day debate on mask mandates. So I asked my honourable colleague for East Preston-Chesapeake. He and I are from coastal ridings with a lot of tourism, which we love. And I've heard a number of members opposite say that mask mandates in the federal civil service are blocking tourism. I wonder if the honourable member would agree with me. It would have been much more fruitful today to spend a whole day talking about what the tourism sector really needs. They need financial support now. They need to know that as we move out of the COVID restrictions, we give help to those businesses that are going under. I don't think a mask mandate debate for an entire day is what the tourism sector would have wanted.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans, short answer.
I want to thank my colleague, and she always has those good questions, and I appreciate the question because it would have been a much better progressive discussion. But it does give me the opportunity to share that our government has announced, of course, a mainstream program which will help tourism and right across the country and help various organizations. So we're on the right track on that front. Thank you.
Please continuing debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see you this afternoon. Great to see all my honourable colleagues here in this House. I'll obviously be speaking on today's opposition motion. Before I begin my formal remarks, just want to say a few things. First off, to the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and the residents of the region, I live in York Region. We've achieved on 2 doses about 85% coverage on vaccinations, which I think is great and incredible. And I thank all those residents that have done the right thing, what I call the collective responsibility to get vaccinated and are doing that continually, so forth. Mr. Speaker, as the pandemic has gone forth and when it started, we asked much from Canadians. We asked them to at certain times stay home. We asked businesses to shut down. During that time, obviously, our government has had the backs of Canadians, whether it's been with the CERB or the CEWS or a number of programs we've put in place. But we've done things prudently. We've asked Canadians to do things. Why? Because we wanted to protect the health and safety of Canadians first and foremost. And every government knows that, even if you read Adam Smith and The Wealth of Nations and a number of those books. The government's job fundamentally is to protect the health and safety of its citizens. And that is what we have done as the federal government in all our measures. And we ask Canadians to wear a mask, to socially distance, to ensure that we have capacity in our healthcare system, to help out the provinces, to send in the army in long-term care facilities, and yes, to put in place restrictions, including mandates, for the health and safety of Canadians. Obviously, we have been evaluating the data as it comes in. How are we doing against COVID? Thankfully, we see light and continue to see more light as we go along. We've seen changes in the restrictions in place, including on April 1st, the removal of the requirement to do antigen or PCR testing when returning to our beautiful country after taking a vacation or going for business and so forth. So we continue to see progress, Mr. Speaker, and that is very, very important. That is important to highlight as a government and prudently and responsibility, because you must have responsible leadership. When we talk about governing a country or governing a province or being a mayor or any level, you need to demonstrate responsible leadership. I would say it's irresponsible leadership on the part of the official opposition to say we can just magically turn a switch and COVID-19 vanishes. That's not what is happening and not happens. But we must follow the advice of medical practitioners. So, Mr. Speaker, today I'm pleased to rise today to speak about the federal government's ongoing commitment to the well-being of Canadians and economic recovery as we collectively transition from stringent lockdowns and restrictions to a stage where each of us are assuming more personal responsibility. Ensuring that all Canadians have what they need to be safe during this critical time is a responsibility that our government takes very seriously. We are committed to continue to working hand in hand with the provinces and the territories on these efforts.
We have done so since the beginning, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, COVID-19 continues to have a significant impact on the lives of Canadians. Despite Canada's high vaccination rate, COVID-19 continues to challenge our health, social and economic well-being. We need to ensure Canadians have the tools they need to keep themselves and their loved ones safe as we enter this new phase. Over the past few weeks, many jurisdictions have begun to ease some or all public health measures that were put in place to diminish the spread of COVID-19, including limited occupancy in bars, restaurants, gym, the use of vaccine passport, and the use of masks indoors. In this phase, it is important that individual residents be equipped with information and tools that will empower them to manage their own risk, including making decisions surrounding their own care and health. This shift has heightened the urgency for the government to continue to procure and distribute COVID-19 rapid tests. Equitable access to tests across and within jurisdictions is just as critical as procuring and distributing the tests themselves. And Canadians will be relying on these tests to inform their own decision-making, whether it is to assess if they are able to visit a loved one in a long-term care facility or send their children to school. Canada has been a leader in the vaccine uptake, with over 80% of the entire population having received 2 doses of a COVID-19 vaccine. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the primary objective of the vaccine is to reduce hospitalizations and deaths, and evidence suggests that COVID-19 vaccines have been very effective in this regard. They have worked, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the scientists and health practitioners, vaccines have doing their job, and they continue to do their job. Recently, a number of provinces and territories have moved to general public distribution of tests, and, Mr. Speaker, leveraging the retail sector to make COVID-19 rapid tests available free of charge. To support provinces and territories, Health Canada sought and received authority through Bill C-10 to distribute tests to provinces and territories, organizations, and individuals. With this authority, Health Canada is distributing directly to entities that have experience receiving medical equipment, such as pharmacies and the Canadian Red Cross, as well as to provinces and territories. The Omicron variant has changed the landscape of the virus for countries around the world. The rapid spread of the virus, even today, Mr. Speaker, even among vaccinated individuals, led many countries to move to refocus lab-based PCR testing and scale up COVID-19 rapid tests as a key testing method. As a result of the global resurgence of COVID-19 and the increased adoption of rapid tests, an already scarce resource became even more limited in supply, leading to a very competitive market. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the Minister of Procurement from Hamilton on their job in procuring rapid tests for this country and the ability to get that done. Thank you. Fortunately, Canada was an early adopter of COVID-19 rapid tests and had contracting vehicles already in place to quickly procure additional tests from last fall into this winter. Furthermore, to assist with transporting inventory from Asia, the government has secured international logistics support, which suppliers can access in the event that they cannot secure their own airlifts. In addition, Health Canada has prioritized applications that seek regulatory approval of COVID-19 rapid tests. Just last week, another point-of-care rapid antigen test was approved, bringing the total number of approved COVID-19 rapid tests to 29 rapid tests plus 11 self-tests. Given the globally competitive market, the government is putting in place additional contracts to secure a critical supply of tests for the coming months. The reality is that not every Canadian finds help readily available or easy to access. Keeping in mind these realities, our government has taken important steps to ensure equitable access to COVID-19 rapid tests. As provinces and territories, as well as the federal government, started to roll out workplace screening in spring of 2021, the government partnered with the Canadian Red Cross to support the nonprofit sector. Through this partnership, nonprofit organizations were provided with guidance materials, support, and COVID-19 rapid tests free of charge directly from the Canadian Red Cross. Given the success of this initiative and the standing that the Canadian Red Cross has in communities, this partnership has recently expanded to support broader distribution of tests with a focus on individuals who have been hesitant to access services and supports. Working with food banks, YM and YWCAs, and Boys and Girls Club, the government, through the partnership with the Canadian Red Cross, is taking steps to ensure equitable access of COVID-19 rapid tests. The ongoing commitment to ensure access to COVID-19 rapid tests is an important enabler for the economy. Vaccines, following with rapid tests, are allowing the economy to function at its fullest extent. Ready Access will allow Canadian businesses to continue their voluntary workplace screening, thus diminishing the possibility of outbreaks. In addition, ongoing general population testing will provide a level of comfort to those traveling both internationally and or domestically. They're not putting close contacts at risk during or after their travel. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the 2-minute warning. I feel like I'm in a football game. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, on April 1st, we will lift the antigen or PCR testing requirements, which were lifted before, for Canadians returning back to this country. I know many, many Canadians that have asked for this, and I have said over the last few months to my residents and many other friends that we would do this when it is prudent and safe to do so. And we have done so. We have followed the signs. I have great faith and confidence in the Minister of Health, a very great colleague and a dear friend, and I know full well he is following the signs on advice of the medical professionals and the medical professionals here in Canada who are doing a great job day in, day out, and who have been asked and tasked to do a lot over the last 2 full years. This will further enable Canadians to travel unimpeded and will support the recovery of the Canadian and travel and tourism sectors. As members of this House are aware, the health and safety of Canadians is this government's main priority during this difficult and unprecedented time. As we have stated through the pandemic, this government will be there for every Canadian. As I stated, Adam Smith stated the first priority of government should be protecting the health and safety of its citizen, and that has been our primary job for the last 2 years. It goes without saying that the months ahead of us will continue to be full of challenges as we transition from having numerous public health measures in place to supporting tools to empower Canadians to make risk-informed choices and decisions on how to manage the risks of COVID-19. I look forward to questions and comments, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see you again, and I would like to wish well wishes to the Speaker of the House who is recovering from his operation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think it's great today. We've had a lot of people wishing the Speaker well. Nobody wants him back more than I do. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. And of course, we're debating the federal vaccine mandates today. So, you know, this government has not been listening to their own health experts, and we know that all of the provinces are removing mandates and restrictions, and the federal government has not put forth any plan. They haven't disclosed any metrics that they're using to make the decisions that they're making. And so my question to the member opposite is, what do these federal Liberal politicians know? What access to information do they have that the provincial medical health officers do not?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank the honourable colleague from Kelowna Lake Country. I spent many of summers as a youngster in the Kelowna area and have family there, so I know how beautiful that area is. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that setting a date just to lift mandates or restrictions, we have seen in the past is very irresponsible. We saw the Premier of Alberta say we're going to have a summer free of COVID, and then during the past federal election have to shut everything down because COVID exploded. So what I've been saying and what I say to my residents is very, very clear. We will follow the science. We will do things on a prudent and safe basis. We are removing the requirement on testing coming back into this country. We will continue to follow science. And as the Minister of Health stated, I also will be happy when all mandates and restrictions are lifted in a safe manner throughout this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to also thank my colleague for their speech. I would like to ask them, with this motion we see, well, they want to immediately lift all measures, even though the premise is provinces, for example, have plans to do so. But what the Conservative motion is asking for is an immediate lifting. It doesn't seem reasonable. I'd like to know if my colleague agrees with us. What's causing anxiety and anger is the lack of foreseeability.
Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's very important for us to have measures in place.
The measures are in place to maintain public confidence in the public following the measures, and we have largely done that over the last 2 years. Our government has acted with great prudence and with great faith in the health professionals to ensure we protect the public health and safety of Canadians. That is what I define as responsible leadership. What I would define as irresponsible leadership is the official opposition saying on this date that COVID-19 is magically disappearing for some reason which they cannot even explain themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to echo the comments of some of my colleagues who talked about the need to ensure Canada's tourism industry recovers, and that there's a lot of other ways that we can do that. One is the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program funding will be cut by 50% and will end in May. Also, many seasonal tourism operators were excluded altogether because of the 40% revenue loss requirement for each month. Now, I'm sure the member knows that many tourism businesses are seasonal. What is the government going to do to ensure that these businesses aren't left behind?
The honourable member for Avalon. No. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker.
Comments? No, we're still in questions and comments. Oh, you are answering the question. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Madame la
sorry.
Ce n'est pas un problème.
No problem.
Honourable member, a colleague from Victoria, let me be as direct as I can. Our family took our first vacation, even with our 5-month-old, to Quebec City for 3 days over the March break. I encourage all Canadians to get out and start traveling when they can and if they can do so. That is why we are opening up. That's why we're removing restrictions for Canadians coming back internationally. Victoria is a wonderful place to visit, so I encourage all Canadians to do so. We've had the backs of businesses. There are a number of programs in place for tourism operators. I would be more than glad to send the links on that front there. Let's get back and let's get traveling, and if we can, stay domestically for a little period of time before we wander off to other places. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honour to rise before the House, so I'm going to split my time today with the member from Niagara Falls as well. The requirement for federal employees to be immunized with 2 shots against COVID-19 has been in existence now for 6 months or so, and the other mandates, of course, for much longer. And quite sadly and ominously, we have now passed the 2-year mark of this COVID-19 pandemic here in Canada. And during this time, many, many questions have been answered, at least in part perhaps, and there are many questions left with respect to COVID-19 that have only partial or incomplete answers, or replies that we have received. No answers. Importantly, one of the questions that remains without answer, despite significant and perhaps even heroic attempts to obtain an answer from the NDP Liberal government, is the plan to end federal mandates. This is a plan. We're asking for a plan. Now, let's be clear, Madam Speaker. I would like for the government today to announce that COVID is over. I know that that's not possible. I am a physician after all. However, I'll even make it simpler for this coalition government in the sense that all I'm asking for, Madam Speaker, is a plan. And today I ask for a plan on behalf of Lindy. And what does Lindy want? Well, Lindy would like to visit her ailing and aging mother in British Columbia. It's almost impossible for her because she's unvaccinated and she lives in Nova Scotia. Certainly she could drive to British Columbia if she wanted. However, it would be way more expeditious for her to fly. And we all know the answer, that she's not able to fly because she remains unvaccinated. This was something that she was very willing to accept over the past 2 years. She was willing to accept the consequences of her actions, of her decision. However, now 2 years into the pandemic, she sees both vaccinated and unvaccinated friends who are testing positive for COVID-19. That makes her wonder, what is the point of continuing this particular mandate? And also she wonders, if she were to test positive for COVID-19, and we all know that affords her some degree of protection, should she not be allowed to travel to visit her ailing mother? I also ask on behalf of Tom, and Tom's mother-in-law is from Kazakhstan. Sadly, she is unvaccinated as well, and she's ill and she's hospitalized, as many out there will think she has COVID. Well, she doesn't have COVID. Because of her vaccine status, Tom's mother-in-law is, of course, unable to travel to Canada. Tom's wife, who grew up in Kazakhstan in a dictatorship, which is mostly aligned with Russia, is distrustful of any government program, and of course, rightfully so, and of course she has chosen to be unimmunized as well. This of course means she is unable to travel to Kazakhstan to be with her mother who is ailing, or potentially bring her mother to Canada. Madam Speaker, I also write on behalf of Ryan and Sarah, constituents of mine, both federal government employees, one having served in the RCMP for 17 or so years, and the other having served as a postal worker for approximately the same amount of time. They have asked multiple healthcare providers for the long-term effects related to mRNA vaccines. As everyone knows, this data simply doesn't exist, as we have only used these vaccines on a large scale for a very, very short period of time. One might ask, well, you're a doctor, what do you think? Do you believe in these vaccines, and are they safe in the long term? And the answer to this question is simply yes, I believe in them, and I believe in that science, and of course that has informed my personal decision to be fully immunized. We can easily understand, though, that if someone has their own personal choice, as they should, that requiring long-term data in their personal choice and personal decision is an honest answer that we simply cannot give them because the data doesn't exist. That leads us to the concept of informed consent. And as a physician of 26 years, I am personally very familiar with the process of informed consent. Now, let me lead you through some of this. As per the Canadian Medical Protective Association, and I quote, "The consent must be voluntary, the patient must have the capacity to consent, and the patient must have been properly informed." Now, with respect to the voluntary aspect, it goes on to say, and I quote, "Patients must always be free to consent or to refuse treatment, and be free of any suggestion of duress or coercion." I'll continue with the quote, "Consent obtained under any suggestion of compulsion, either by the actions or words of the physician or others, may be no consent at all, and therefore may be successfully repudiated." It goes on to say, and this is important stuff, so I'm glad everyone's paying close attention, I quote, "In this context, physicians must keep clearly in mind there may be circumstances when the initiative to consult the physician was not the patient's, but was rather that of a third party, a friend, an employer, or even a police officer, perhaps a government. Under such circumstances, the physician may understand the patient is only very reluctantly following the course of action suggested or insisted upon by a third person. Then the physician should be more than usually careful to assure themselves patients are in full agreement with what has been suggested, and there's been no coercion, and that the will of other persons has not been imposed upon the patient. Despite all of this, there are still many here who would believe that during an unprecedented pandemic, vaccines could be mandated, people could be coerced, there could be duress, and that would be a fine and dandy situation. For some, that's an easy leap of faith to make. For others, of course, they are vaccine hesitant. What has this meant for those who have refused? It's the inability to access services, to have meaningful employment, and to be able to travel freely both domestically and internationally. 2 years into this pandemic, the question that begs to be asked on behalf of many Canadians is, when does the mandate end? And more importantly, just give them a plan. Give me a break. Interestingly enough, just this week, this very question, and I know we've spoken about this previously, was brought forward in the Health Committee to the Minister of Health. Obviously, I could read through the entire Hansard. However, I believe that more germane than that would be a summary of several questions that were asked, allow you to review the Hansard in your spare time should you decide to do so on your own. My honourable colleague began asking questions to the Minister of Health, and this resulted in an answer suggesting that this answer to this simple question was too complicated to be given. Now, I don't want to stand here and sound all haughty and whatnot, but there are 3 medical doctors on the committee, 2 of whom are my colleagues across the aisle, who actually have master's degree in public health. I suspect they could probably understand the answer. I suspect. Indeed, the Chief Public Officer of Health went on to say that the situation is unstable and that because borders were involved, the international and domestic situation must be considered. And at the current time, Without any benchmarks, this government, now this is great, and its advisor is just waiting to see what happens. Wow, that's a great plan. I then asked the Minister of Health myself for him to give us a plan for the domestic part of lifting COVID-19 mandates for Canadians. What are the metrics? What are the benchmarks? What other words could we possibly use to describe it to make it as simple as possible? And the minister then gave us a lecture on post-acute COVID syndrome, long-haul syndrome, long COVID, whatever we wish to call it. I then asked the minister if he were suggesting that long COVID was the reason to continue federal mandates and to keep federal employees off work. The reply to that, which again a non-answer, was that 59 people died of COVID yesterday. He then refused to answer the number of federal employees off work due to COVID mandates. And in my research, I will say it's countless. It's over 1,000 at least, perhaps. That's a lot of people who are now missing out on potentially their pensions and meaningful work. Once again, very pointedly, I asked the Minister of Health, is there a plan for the ending of federal mandates? He then asked me, which mandates? Which is mind-boggling. I reminded him, all of them, sir. Sadly, this exchange ended with the Honourable Minister of Health saying it would be irresponsible to say yes or no to that question. Now, that is absolutely mind-boggling to me and incomprehensible. So, in conclusion, this concept is not only important for today, it's important because it is precedent-setting in terms of its scope and longevity and with perhaps how it may be applied to other situations in the future. What we need to know is that from this government, we've seen from the beginning of pandemic, they have not given answers, they have not only given us replies, and that this is the type of action that is uncharacteristic of Canadian way of behaving. This state of affairs needs to end. A plan for ending mandates needs to be formulated and communicated expeditiously to all Canadians. And if this job remains too complicated for the Honourable Minister and his advisors, I know many people on this side of the aisle who would be more than happy to help with that task, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. What we're talking about is lifting health measures. I am somewhat fearful of that because what we're experiencing right now is a serious increase in cases of the subvariant of Omicron. We're not just seeing this in Quebec, but also in Europe and elsewhere. And that is why I'm fearful. And also because the others, scientists have predicted a relatively high increase in hospitalizations. My colleague, who has done medical studies, can he reassure me about that? I think we have to act cautiously and act with wisdom right now. Thank you.
Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Right now, this motion suggests that we should lift them immediately. We just want a plan. We're saying that it's important for Canadians to have a plan for the future. It's not immediate or for tomorrow, but it's only a plan. And that's the most important thing. It's for the plan.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague. I really enjoyed listening to his speech and certainly his expertise on this. And, you know, I do appreciate that he also supports and agrees that COVID-19 vaccines do provide strong protection against severe illness, hospitalization, and deaths. My question to my colleague is, does my colleague agree that Canada should support the TRIPS waiver at the WTO to expand global vaccine production, especially for middle and lower income countries?
For Cumberland-Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. You know, I guess what I would like to say around that is is the shameful behavior of this NDP Liberal coalition government with respect to their taking vaccines from the COVAX program has really led to vaccine inequality and inequity around this world. And certainly that's the kind of thing that we don't want to be associated with as Canadians, and as Conservatives, we don't support that style of governance.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the honourable member's speech and found it very informative. I have not spent my life in medicine as this member has. I've spent it in business, and I've done a lot of business planning and strategies. And there's a famous saying: if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. And that strikes me as the Minister of Health's motto, that he doesn't seem to know where he's going, and he spouts statistics, as we saw today, unrelated to the questions. So I'm wondering, does the honourable member think the government's road is to get us to 100% vaccination before they'll raise these mandates? Do you have any sense from what the minister said today of where they're going?
Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question and his friendship through our time here in the House, and his good guidance. You know, I guess the fearful part of me being a new member here, Madam Speaker, is the fact that I believe, and this makes me very sad and sometimes angry, is that this government wants to punish those who do not agree with their ideological agenda. That now they've made these people who had good-paying jobs, in a sad and insane twist of fate, they are now going to be beholden to this government for their income, because they don't have jobs anymore, so they're going to have to access the social system. And that is the sad roadmap that I see for this government and for Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
We knew exactly where we wanted to go, Madam Speaker. We wanted to be amongst the countries in the world that had the highest vaccination rates, and we got there.
Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, there's no doubt. I guess the question is, interestingly enough, at the Health Committee, we had some psychologists there this week, and when asked very pointedly if they thought that bullying and name-calling was a great way to get people to change their mind, they reminded all of us very clearly, Madam Speaker, that that is an absolutely unacceptable way to go about any type of business, and certainly well within those confines of coercion that I spoke about, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise in this place to speak on our Conservative Opposition Day motion introduced by my colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes. This motion reads that given Canada has one of the world's highest vaccination rates and every province across Canada has lifted or has a plan to lift vaccine mandates, the House calls on the government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates in order to protect the jobs of federally regulated employees, enable Canadians to travel unimpeded, ensure Canada's tourism industry's recovery, and allow for the free flow of goods across Canadian borders. This is a motion that I agree with, and it is a motion that is particularly relevant for constituents in my beautiful riding of Niagara Falls, which includes the city of Niagara Falls and the towns of Niagara-on-the-Lake and Fort Erie. As the members of this House may know, my riding is Canada's top leisure tourism destination in all of Canada. It is also home to 4 international bridge crossings connecting Canada to the United States. Before the pandemic, tourism generated $2.4 billion in receipts in Niagara alone, and the local tourism sector employed 40,000 Niagara residents. These numbers were record highs in 2019, and they were followed by record lows a year later as the world entered lockdown in 2020 to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know, the Canadian travel and tourism industry was hit first, it was hit the hardest, and it will take the longest to recover from this pandemic. Before COVID, Canada's national tourism industry employed 1 in 10 Canadians and was a $105 billion industry. Today, we are at just 50% of where we were in 2019, and forecasting does not see recovery being achieved until at least the end of 2025. For the sake of supporting Canada's travel and tourism industry, we need to get back to the days of 2019, and we need to do so in a safe and responsible way. following what the data and the science is now telling us. That is why I've been encouraged by the remarks of some of Canada's top doctors in this regard. On February 18th of this year, CTV News reported Dr. Theresa Tam, Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, said, and I quote, "We should be able to manage the pandemic going into the future without, I think, some of the more stringent or restrictive public health measures," end quote. Meanwhile, the day before Dr. Tam's statement, Global News reported Dr. Kieran Moore, Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health, stated, "We do think the highest risk is behind us, that we're heading into a lower risk environment, and that the need for vaccination policies across Ontario sectors, whether it's health or in colleges and universities, is no longer necessary." Madam Speaker, many of my constituents cannot afford to lose a third consecutive summer tourism season, whether they own and operate a tourism-related business or whether they are workers whose jobs depend on tourism visitation to our region. We are more than 2 years into this pandemic, and Canadians simply want a return to their normal lives. For many months now, Canada's Conservatives, myself included, have been calling on the federal government to present a plan on how we get out of this pandemic and achieve recovery. While provinces and territories are beginning to reverse their policies and expect to have all of their policies fully reversed by the end of April, we continue to see reluctance and hesitation from the federal government to do the same in areas of their jurisdiction. For a long time, Canada's Conservatives have called on this federal government to eliminate all pre-departure testing requirements for fully vaccinated travelers. That's why we welcome the news when the federal government finally made their recent announcement to do just that. However, it's not enough to leave it at that. We need the federal government to do more, and to do more quickly if we are going to have a strong summer tourism season in Niagara. At this delicate and critical time, international travelers are planning their summer vacations. Our job as a parliament and the job of this government is to make it easy for international travelers to choose Canada as their summer tourism destination. This year, the ArriveCAN app has been anything but easy for travelers since its implementation. Just today, I received correspondence from the general manager of the Buffalo and Fort Erie Peace Bridge Authority, who indicated, and I quote, "The continued mandatory use of the ArriveCAN app will result in much longer processing times and very lengthy border wait times, which will significantly depress cross-border traffic at a time when we are moving into the 2022 summer tourist season." He further indicated that border delays discourage cross-border travel, and that will continue to adversely impact hard-hit tourism industries in the Niagara region trying to recover from 2 years of pandemic-related border restrictions. Speaker, these continued federal barriers harm Canada's reputation as a travel destination, and our country continues to be perceived by international travelers as a destination that is too complicated to travel to. We need the federal government to be an international champion for Canadian travel and tourism again. Our motion today is asking the federal government to lift all federal vaccine mandates so our country can fully reopen. This will not only benefit trade, travel, and tourism, it also addresses federally regulated workers who may or may not be vaccinated for whatever their personal reasons. Government's job, and our job as parliamentarians, is to give Canadians the tools they need so they can make decisions about their own health care choices and well-being. Tools create choice, and I believe in giving Canadians a choice on this important matter. Given the high vaccination rates, millions upon millions of Canadians have chosen to get vaccinated, an approach that I and many of my parliamentary colleagues have encouraged since the early days of this pandemic. My support for vaccines remains steadfast. I am triple vaccinated, and my wife is a public health nurse, and she has worked at our local vaccination clinics. Having said that, the government has no right to decide an individual's health choice. Federally regulated workers, including frontline workers like our Canadian Armed Forces members, CBSA officers, and healthcare workers, should never have been forced into an ultimatum by this Liberal government of having to choose between getting vaccinated or getting fired. Nor should Canadians have been denied the right to travel freely in their own country, to visit loved ones who, for example, may have lived in other provinces. Tools exist to give Canadians choices about their health care and to help adapt us to living with COVID. For example, rapid testing is one such tool. Yet why is it in this House only recently authorized the spending of $2.5 billion on rapid tests? We should have done that a year and a half ago, as Canada's Conservatives have been calling for the use of these important tools. All Canadians deserve a federal government that is here to serve and protect its citizens and our national best interests. That means it does not matter what your political party is, where you live in this country, what your faith that you follow, or what your vaccination status is. The duty of government, I would say, of everyone here, is to work so that we bring people together to find solutions that are in the best interests of all Canadians. Our economy should be fully reopened and recovered from this pandemic by now. For 2 years, Canadians have done their part. It's now time for this federal government to hold up its end of the bargain and lift all federal vaccine mandates in Canada. I will be supporting this motion, and I hope my parliamentary colleagues will do so as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to follow up on a question by my colleague from Courtney Alberni, because the Conservative member who he asked didn't answer the question. So I'm curious if this member will answer. Do the Conservatives support the TRIPS waiver? Do they support temporarily waiving intellectual property rights so that low-income countries can produce their own vaccines so that we can protect the whole world?
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. And again, I mean, what is disturbing is, I guess, this new Liberal NDP coalition government is the funding that is required through the COVAX program. This federal government should be ashamed that it actually took monies and took vaccines from that program that should be going to those countries that need it most, so that they can get vaccinated, so that we can provide assistance to them, and so that we can avoid situations and continued growth of variants that continue to emerge throughout the world. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I remember on February 10th we were working on a Conservative opposition motion which asked for a plan to get out of the mandates, and during their speeches they said systematically, we are calling for all health measures to be taken away. And now we have a motion, but now we're hearing them say that they just want a plan. Could the Honourable Member please clarify what the Conservatives want?
Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. We've asked consistently. Last year, we had a motion before this House asking for a plan to be put forward to end the restrictions and the mandates. We've done so again, and we continue to get told no by this government and its supporters in their coalition. We need a plan to get out of this COVID. The people of Niagara Falls, those tourism workers, they simply want to go back to work. They want to get back to the jobs. They want to welcome those millions of visitors that come to our community to make life in our community the vibrant tourism community that it is. And that's being denied by COVID, and we need to get back to those days.
Honourable Member for Saanich Goldfields.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable colleague from Niagara Falls, I'll tell him we have a lot in common. Both of our ridings are really beautiful and both rely on a lot of tourists. But I want to go back to the question from the honourable member from Victoria and Courtney Alberni, because it's something that I think, I don't think that the honourable members haven't answered it, is perhaps it wasn't clear enough that what many of us in the opposition benches, and hope Conservatives will join us, are pressing the Liberal government to do an obvious thing that so far they have refused to do, that we've asked them to do for 2 years, which is that under the World Trade Organization, there's something called trade-related intellectual property rights, and it protects the rights of Big Pharma to protect their vaccines. What we're asking for is that Canada join with South Africa and India and use an exemption that's already in the treaty that says in an emergency, when you need to produce vaccines or drugs of some kind in other countries, you can get a waiver so Big Pharma doesn't control all the intellectual property and vaccines can be produced in the developing world. Would the honourable member, even just speaking for himself as the honourable member for Niagara Falls, agree that that's a good idea?
Honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question, and I'd like to say her riding is just as wonderful and beautiful from a tourism perspective, but again, mine is the #1 tourism destination in all of Canada. So let us not forget that. Again, I'd like to reiterate, I mean, this government has taken vaccines from that COVAX program, and that's something that is abhorrent. I mean, what we need to be doing is supporting those countries in order that we prevent variants from coming forward again, so that they can get vaccinated, so that we can prevent the spread of COVID-19. And what this government did was deny that from happening. So that is my response to that, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in terms of when you think of the motion itself. The Conservative Party is saying that they want to stop the mandates completely, as in no mandates effective today. And if the member could tell this House, does he believe that the political science that the Conservative Party is using by making that statement is right and fair in terms of the health and well-being of Canadians?
Honourable member for Niagara Falls in 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just reiterate the comments of Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Tam, when she quoted on February 18th. We should be able to manage the pandemic going into the future without, I think, some of the more stringent or restrictive public health measures. End of quote.
The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for London North Centre. Madam Speaker, it's important to say, it must be said, and it must be repeated, that these have been 2 very difficult years. We are all exhausted, individually and as a country. The pandemic has been a tragedy, and it has had a terrible impact and many different impacts on all aspects of society. Businesses have closed, whether that's temporarily or in some cases, some businesses have closed their doors definitively. And our seniors and seniors living in long-term residences, we've seen a level of mortality that was completely unacceptable. And in long-term care homes, we had cases where people couldn't leave their rooms for weeks and weeks, so they were completely isolated. We also know that the pandemic has had a terrible impact on Canadians' mental health. The mental health of those who were in isolation, like, for example, the seniors that I just mentioned who had to stay in their rooms or in their homes, but also we know it's had a terrible impact on our frontline workers who have been courageous and who have worked so hard to protect us. It's also had a terrible impact on young people, our students who haven't been able to have the educational experience that they should have had. And that's been very hard for everyone. Now, it's a fact, Canada has taken a very careful approach. We have been much more careful than many other countries. And because of that, we have had a mortality rate which has been lower than that of many other comparable countries, including lower than the mortality rate in our southern neighbor. Our mortality rate has been about 1/3 of what the United States has seen, and I think that we can be proud of that. The Minister of Health has repeated time and time again that if the United States had had a vaccination rate similar to that of Canada, 135,000 lives could have been saved. That's a lot, Madam Speaker. And I think in some cases people forget how many lives have been saved because of what we've done. People nowadays are thinking mainly about taking away mandates and restrictions. And even if a number of mandates have been raised and life is going back to normal in a number of ways, well, it's important to remember that our success is can be attributed to Canadians who have followed health rules and who have made enormous sacrifices. And it can also be attributed to government leadership at both the federal and provincial levels. And that leadership, Madam Speaker, has been essential. Governments in this crisis situation have had to show and set an example by working together. So governments have had to be on the same wavelength, and they've done that. If you look at the United States in comparison, the various states did what they wanted to do and sometimes worked against each other. And we saw in Florida, for example, it was quite problematic. And in some cases in Florida, people went into restaurants with masks and they were kicked out. But if you get California, by the same token, they took an approach that resembled Canada's, and the governor almost lost his job, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we cannot underestimate in a crisis the vital importance of Canadians maintaining faith in their institutions. That is when it is the most important for citizens to have faith in their institutions. So institutions, in order to keep that faith, have to be consistent, they have to be judicious in the decisions that they're making. That any sign of inconsistency or arbitrariness can be fatal in terms of creating a loss of faith and confidence on the part of the people. And if that happens, then no one's going to follow anything the government is suggesting. And if that had happened in Canada, Madam Speaker, we would have had many, many more deaths than we experienced. And it's important also for governments to show leadership, and that's why we have a vaccination mandate for federal employees. We are showing leadership. And we got the support of the Canadian people to do that in an election where the Canadian people gave the government of Canada a mandate to show the example across the country. And that was very important, I think, in terms of saving lives and helping us to get out of the worst of the crisis sooner rather than later. Canadians responded to the leadership that their governments showed. They obliged, and the proof is in the fact that as of March 13th, if we're looking at people 5 years old and older, 85% of the population has been fully vaccinated. And if we look at the age group 18 and over, 56% have been fully vaccinated, plus have obtained a booster.
One of the best in the world.
Yeah. Now, why is it important for people to be vaccinated, the most people possible to be vaccinated, Madam Speaker? Because, as André Picard said in the Globe and Mail, the pandemic playing field is not level. And what do I mean by that, or what did Mr. Picard mean by that? Well, an 85-year-old is 340 times more likely to die from COVID than a 20-year-old. And a 75-year-old is 140 times more likely to die from COVID than a 20-year-old. And a 65-year-old, 65 times more likely. So to quote André Picard, who is an expert in public health, his columns are consistently dealing with that issue. To quote him in the Globe recently, by abandoning all mitigation measures at once, we are shifting the pandemic burden to older Canadians, to the immunocompromised and the unboosted. That's very important to keep in mind when we argue that we should just drop everything. We are doing harm to the most vulnerable in our society. Yep. Now, the other point I'd like to make, Madam Speaker, is that all pandemic-related decisions are extremely complex. They are a function of so many factors, but not only are they a function of many factors, these factors are dynamic. They're constantly changing. And the Minister of Health has mentioned some of these factors in question period in his wonderful responses to the questions that he's received. Here are some of the factors that public health has to consider, that the government has to consider when deciding when to remove restrictions. The vaccination rate, hospital capacity, domestic epidemiology, international epidemiology, and social impacts. Madam Speaker, this is a very long list of complicated factors that have to be looked at. Now, I think we have to also, we're making comparisons, I think, that are a little too facile. You know, we say, well, if the provinces did this, then federal government should do this. And this seems to be the rhetoric that's coming from the other side, you know, creating this kind of equivalency that is confusing if one isn't listening closely. But it's important to distinguish between the federal and provincial context. Federal measures focus on international transmission. Provincial restrictions do not. There's a big difference between a crowded conveyance, like an airplane or a train, and movie theaters and gyms and shopping malls and the like, or grocery stores or movie theaters, Madam Speaker. So we have to use our intelligence, our wisdom, to make distinctions that are important, especially at times of crisis. And I'll conclude by quoting Mr. Picard one more time. He says, "We should not, after 2 years of solid effort and no small amount of sacrifice, be so foolish as to abandon prevention." Madam Speaker, we must remain vigilant, responsible, and wise.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank our honourable colleague across the way for his speech. Madam Speaker, the situation in Ukraine has deteriorated by the hour. NATO's refusal to provide a safe humanitarian no-fly zone has weighed heavily on me and my constituents. The news is inundated with images of young women and children at border crossings in Poland as they flee the tyranny of Herr Putin. The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship has issued a class-based national interest exemption to allow unvaccinated Ukrainians to enter Canada. And I commend him highly for this. But, Madam Speaker, does it not seem hypocritical in light of the debate we're having here today? Would it not make more sense to listen to the science and the mandates so everyone can travel freely?
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Again, Madam Speaker, the opposition is simplifying things. You know, there are very few absolutes in anything, whether it be environmental protection or public health. We work with a risk management approach, and that's what governments have been doing all along. So we can't just have blanket statements or blanket policies that overlook certain exceptions that have merit. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that anyone coming over here from the crisis overseas, you know, there will be public health officers helping them along the way. So I don't think we can just paint everything with one brush. We have to be a little more nuanced than that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Lac Saint-Louis for his speech. In my riding of Shefford, I participate in the meetings of an economic and strategy meeting that is held. It's sponsored by my regional county municipality, and there are many partners, and they all agree that we need foreseeability. There are many sectors of our economy that need a stable outlook. So yes, we need to be prudent, as Quebec is and as the provinces are. And so that's what we need from the federal government. We need some kind of calendar that would allow us to plan ahead and to ensure that the economy recovers as it should. So we just need some kind of calendar from the federal government. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to tourism, in my opinion, the major obstacle to date was the requirement to get tests to come back into the country. But now that as of April 1st, that requirement will no longer exist, then I think that there are very few barriers to the resumption of tourism, especially within the country. And I know that there are many Canadians who would like to visit my colleague's beautiful region, but what I've heard from my fellow citizens is what concerned them was these PCR tests that prevented them from traveling. Questions and comments?
Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to also thank the honourable member for his speech and for his amazing work chairing our Environment and Sustainable Development Committee. Also, I would like to ask him about his government's decision not to support the TRIPS waiver. We know that vaccination is key around the world to keeping people in low-income countries safe, but also to keeping people here in Canada safe. I'm curious if the member agrees that we need to temporarily waive intellectual property rights so that low-income countries can produce vaccines and save lives.
Honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague for the question. It's a good question. As someone said, we won't be safe until everyone in the world is safe. I'm not particularly ideological about how we ensure that everyone is vaccinated. Whatever approach is most efficient in terms of getting the rest of the world vaccinated, I think is the one we should go with. Intellectual property is, of course, a very complex field, and we want to ensure that whatever measures we take, it actually results at the end of the day in greater production and greater distribution of the vaccines.
Short question from the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to make it as short as possible, but I have to throw something else in there at first. It's my granddaughter Sarah's 8th birthday today, so I want to wish her happy birthday from the House of Commons. And I hope she's watching at home. I don't know if she
birthday.
is. But to my honourable colleague, I wonder if he could tell this House, in his words, how we compare to the rest of the G7 countries when it comes to vaccinations.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
The last time, first of all, happy birthday to Sarah. She's very fortunate to have such a wonderful grandfather, whom I'm sure she's extremely proud of. The last time I looked, I think we were second or third in the G20. I know it tends to change over time, but all I know is we were very much near the top, and that's something that we as Canadians can be very proud of.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's nice to see you in the chair again. I hope you're doing well today, and it's always an honour to stand and rise in the House to speak on matters. Today, obviously, we are speaking on the opposition motion of our colleagues in the Conservative Party. Reading directly from the motion, it calls for the lifting of all federal vaccine mandates. It offers a few rationales for that point of view, namely that because the provinces and territories have either put in place a plan to do so or have already done so, that the federal government should act accordingly. The issue, though, that ignores entirely is one of jurisdiction. And so provinces and territories should continue and will continue to take decisions that are within their jurisdiction based on the local health situation. And of course, public health agencies at a local level will inform that process with their engagement with the chief medical officer of every respective province or territory. That's the system, that's how it works, that's how it should work in a federation. The federal government, for its part, Madam Speaker, will operate, as I say, in its jurisdiction on the question of mandates and on the advice of the public health experts at the Public Health Agency of Canada. And I'm not sure if members have noted this for the Hansard, but I will. I want to thank public officials at PHAC, at the Public Health Agency. Throughout this pandemic, they have stood up in ways that are immeasurable, in ways that history will recognize as a true contribution to Canadian public policy and to an emergency response. Where I want to focus my attention today, Madam Speaker, is not so much on the politics of those questions. I want to take a step back, if I could, and ask a fundamental question. It is a surprise to me that this issue keeps coming up. My colleagues in the Bloc have not raised it. My colleagues in the NDP have not raised it. They may have raised it when the opportunity poses itself, but they have not made it a motion. They have not decided to devote an entire opposition day to it. My friends in the Conservative Party have, and they continue to devote themselves to this issue. Today's question period, for example, is a case in point. Almost the entire duration of question period was taken up by focusing on this one issue. There's so many things happening in Canada, so many other things, and internationally too, that they could have raised, but they kept going back to this. I'm not sure why. I have some speculation, or I have some thoughts on the matter. I think it has everything to do with, Madam Chair, at some point in the history of the Conservative Party, they became a libertarian party. And so what is at the core of the philosophy of libertarianism? I know I only have a few minutes, Madam Chair, but there's a few insights that I think need to be put on the record. The philosopher Robert Nozick is perhaps the most noted libertarian. He says, and I quote, "There are only individual people, different individual people with their own individual lives. Using one of these people for the benefit of others uses him and benefits the others. Nothing more." So I offer that, Madam Chair, as perhaps, and I'm not a conservative, but I have conservative friends, and frequently they will resort to arguments about individualism. And we have to understand a philosophic rationale for libertarianism, which Robert Nozick provides. It's about the individual for him and nothing more. In political terms, we can look to Ronald Reagan, but especially to Margaret Thatcher. I think the transition in the Conservative Party started modestly in the 1980s, but especially continued in the 90s and continues into the modern day. And Margaret Thatcher was absolutely instrumental in that change. She said as follows, "Who is society? There is no such thing at all. There are individual men and women and there are families. No government can do anything except through people, and people look to themselves first. It is our duty to look after ourselves and then also to help look after our neighbors, and life is a reciprocal business." So here's another point of view that emphasizes the individual. It's all about self-reliance. The state's job is to get out of the way. The state can provide for a few basic things: police, a military, basic taxation. But apart from that, apart from offering this idea of what Nozick called the night watchman state, it's about individuals being left alone to pursue their interests as they see fit. Particularly as it relates to mandates, when Nozick said, "Using one of these people for the benefit of others uses him and benefits the others," I think that's what provides conservatives with so much concern about mandates, that it represents state overreach. It represents the state interfering in the lives of individuals and trampling on their individual rights to pursue, as I said before, their interests as they see fit. It's an interesting idea. Much has been written about libertarianism, but its weakness has become clear during emergencies, during crises, particularly public health crises like COVID. So much so that an ardent disciple of former Prime Minister Thatcher, the current Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, said that in fact there is society. There are individuals, yes, but they live and exist within society, and those individuals have a duty to one another. And so that's where I think that, as a point of departure, we have to begin the discussion on mandates. It's not as if we don't recognize, and those who support the introduction and maintenance of federal vaccine mandates don't recognize the importance of individuals. Of course we do, and of individual rights. That philosophy is also core to the Liberal Party of Canada. But mandates, Madam Chair, mandates in the context of COVID-19, which is still with us, it's still a pandemic. It is global, that's what a pandemic is by definition. Mandates are key, and they are not forced vaccination. Mandates reflect a public health duty. Mandates have saved thousands of lives. In Canada, taken with vaccination, mandates have helped to save the lives of no less than 400,000 people. By expert estimates, epidemiologists and other public health experts have put that number forward. In the United States, the number is even higher, obviously. Over 1 million lives saved there. And in Europe, the same sort of narrative follows. So another way to understand the value of mandates is to follow what the philosopher T.M. Scanlon says, and I quote here, "If we can prevent something very bad from happening to someone by making a slight or even moderate sacrifice, it would be wrong not to do so. So mandates ask some of us, all of us, to make a moderate sacrifice. That much is sure. And only the state has the ability to implement such a system, a vaccine mandate system. But that moderate sacrifice is absolutely worth it when we understand that the result of that leads to lives being saved. Our colleague just spoke. He cited the very well-known, very well-respected commentator on Canadian public affairs, but also he's a public health specialist for the Globe and Mail. When Andre Picard talks about, for instance, the elderly, when he talks about those who are immunocompromised, facing still a heightened risk, even though we see declining rates of hospitalization, even though we see infection rates that are on the decline as well, we have to remain vigilant. And the federal government needs to maintain a broad perspective as part of the calculus as to whether or not vaccine mandates still have a place in Canada, as we just heard. It is important for the Public Health Agency of Canada to, among other things, assess the international epidemiology. And of course, COVID-19 remains just that, a pandemic. And so for that reason, operating in its area of jurisdiction, understanding the international situation, not just the domestic one, the advice given to the federal government is that vaccine mandates still have a role to play. Again, for Conservatives, this apparently represents a limitation of individual freedom and, as I said before, state overreach. But it should not. Vaccine mandates are about saving lives, and that is a duty that we should all live up to. We are individuals who live in a society, and without the adherence to a duty to one another, a collective responsibility, individuals cannot thrive. So what I call for as a final point here, Madam Chair, is a call to recognize the importance of just that, of duty in our politics and not just individualism. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I look forward to questions.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I did agree with some of what the member talked about, which was we were talking about principles, but where we part company is when we discuss the principles underlying libertarianism and individuality. So I'm going to put the question that I put to the health minister today to him. And he talked about the efficacy of mandates when it comes to helping out the whole. Nancy, an Indigenous single woman, can work 100% from home. Why is this government, the NDP Liberal government, not accommodating her?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I understand it, my colleague's constituent is a public servant, I believe. Okay. The federal government has engaged with public servants throughout. Accommodations have been given where possible, and they continue to engage on that basis and other bases. I will say that more ought to be done by all governments at every level to work with individuals who are still vaccine hesitant. There is a difference between anti-vaxxers and those who are vaccine hesitant. And perhaps there needs to be more engagement with individuals who fall into the hesitancy category. Media have a responsibility in that regard, public health experts have a responsibility in that regard, and so too do governments. I don't know the individual circumstances of the constituent, but that's what I would put to my colleague.
The honourable member for Bay James, Nunavut EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his nice speech. However, we know that there are restrictions that were lifted on April 1st. It's good news, even though the government was late in taking action. What would be important would be for the government to prevent a calendar for health measures so that they can maintain social cohesion. I know we know we have to wear a mask, but the restrictions that we had to make in the past were important, but now we need hope. We need to look forward. We can't immediately stop all health measures. We have to learn from the previous waves that we saw because there may be a sixth wave. I'd like to ask my colleague, what does he think about presenting a timetable for health measures to maintain social cohesion?
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. It's not unreasonable to suggest this. However, one also has to do so keeping in mind the nature of the pandemic and the fact that it's constantly a fluid situation. It's a constantly ever-evolving situation. I think that when we look at the pandemic, we can't look at it in isolation. We have to look at it domestically. We have to look at the international situation. We have to be mindful of those things, and we have to take public health advice. It's very difficult to come up with a timetable when the pandemic is constantly evolving, constantly in flux, and that's what I would say to my colleague.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And first, I'd like to start out by indicating that I have always been in strong support of mandates, and I don't believe it's my job as an elected official to make public health decisions. I think that's up to public health and public health experts. One of the things that I have been concerned about, and certainly have raised in the House before, is that I feel that the pandemic and mandates have been used to divide in the way that this government has utilized very divisive language and has resulted in people in the country, families turning against family members, colleagues turning against colleagues. Even now we see people who are choosing to wear masks be attacked for choosing to do so. So I wanted to ask my honourable colleague, through you, Madam Speaker, if the member agrees with their colleague from Louis Hébert, that this Liberal government has made a deliberate decision to politicize Canada's vaccine strategy on the eve of and during the last election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. I have respect and a friendship for, great affinity for the colleague that was just mentioned, the MP for Louis Hébert. I was elected with him in 2015. On that matter, we simply disagree. I don't believe that there's been a politicization of the pandemic. Certainly, there has been division in Canadian society, there's no question. But there is nothing wrong with encouraging people who can get vaccinated, where it doesn't pose a health challenge or some other challenge to their physical well-being, to get vaccinated. That is...
And the time is up.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House that the questions will be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
For Victoria, the environment. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, government appointments. The honourable member for Bow River, the economy. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort Murray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to start out by letting you know that I will be sharing my time with the member for Louis Saint Laurent. Vaccine mandates have had a very real impact on the lives of Canadians. As the situation has evolved, governments have had to change. We've seen that as the case in governments across Canada, as well as governments all across the world. Sadly, what we've seen from this Liberal NDP coalition government is that they've been slow to act. They were initially slow to close the borders, then they were slow to get vaccines, slow to get rapid tests, slow to reopen the borders, and now slow to end federal mandates. On Monday, the health minister said in our committee, at Health Committee, and I quote, "We want to apply the least disruptive measures in order to protect the health and safety of Canadians, and a conversation will evolve as the situation evolves," end quote. The situation has evolved significantly since the vaccine mandates on domestic travel were initially applied. It is worth noting that when domestic travel vaccine mandates were first imposed, it was based on an idea that those that were vaccinated were much less likely to contract and therefore spread COVID. But this changed as the Omicron variant took over. So as far as I can see it, it no longer serves the original policy goal of preventing the spread of COVID. It just serves to needlessly divide Canadians. Last week, I was contacted by a constituent, and she was really devastated. She was really having a hard time. She's a nurse, and she's worked throughout the pandemic serving Albertans, serving vulnerable Albertans as a registered nurse. She's been unable to be vaccinated because she has a medical exemption. She actually has an allergy to vaccines, and not just this vaccine, many vaccines, and it's an anaphylactic allergy. So it's something that is literally a life and death situation for her. And because of this, her employer, Alberta Health Services, has given her reasonable accommodations. And so she's been able to continue serving as one of our frontline healthcare heroes throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And despite having medical exemptions, the process to be able to get onto an airplane was not simple, nor straightforward, nor was it very timely. And while I understand that many members in this chamber do not understand the vastness that is the country of Canada, my constituent is from Ontario, and it was 3,600 kilometers away. So driving was not really a feasible option. Her father, who was in Ontario, had just passed away, sadly. And she really wanted to be there to be with her family at this really difficult time, to be able to mourn with her mother and attend the celebration of life for her father. But this is the problem with any kind of really strict rule. There will inevitably be people that stuck at the margins, that those rules don't necessarily make sense. Those rules cause undue and unnecessary hardship. And that was the case with these rules. I was able to help this constituent navigate through the bureaucratic nightmare and the red tape so that she could, in fact, get on the plane in a timely fashion so she could make it in time for her dad's funeral. But as I was helping this constituent, it really made me stop and wonder, what about all the constituents that aren't vaccinated and have a sudden death in their family that don't have a medical exception? What are those constituents supposed to do? Why are we continuing to needlessly divide Canadians? Why are we continuing to stigmatize Canadians that are perhaps vaccine hesitant, are unable to be vaccinated, or for a number of reasons, whether it be religious or otherwise, might choose not to be vaccinated? I had another constituent contact me about a month ago, and her sister was really not doing well. She was in palliative care, and she too had to fly. And she'd had one vaccine, but had to wait 28 days before she could get on her flight, before she could get on her second vaccine, and then another 14 days after that before she could get on a plane. She wasn't anti-vax. She just hadn't got around to it for a number of reasons, and I think we need to show compassion. We need to understand that there is humanity and there are human cases here, and it is very real throughout most of rural Canada, and that we really need to do better. We have amongst the strictest rules when it comes to vaccine mandates and restrictions when it comes to domestic travel in the entire world. I am not saying that they didn't at some point serve some kind of a purpose. But right now, they do not serve the original policy goal that they were set out to. And I don't believe that bullying and name-calling is an effective method to get your way. My mom used to tell us all the time that sticks and stones might break your bones, but words would never hurt you. But it wasn't okay to hurt somebody by using names. It didn't really matter that it wouldn't physically hurt them. It still would hurt them. And on yesterday, when I was in Health Committee, we had Dr. Cohen, who's the CEO of the Canadian Psychological Association. And when we asked her about this and about whether it was a productive way to get more Canadians vaccinated was to stigmatize them and bully them and name call, she actually said that there was behavioral science that showed that it actually was a very ineffective way. And I'm paraphrasing. And I think that this just goes to a point that why are we making people jump through these hoops at this point in time? Why can't we just treat people like people? We have amongst the highest vaccination rates in the world. We have complied for the last 2 years. Canadians have stayed home when they were asked to stay home. And I think that at this point, they need to see a path out of this. And these federal mandates, when it comes to travel restrictions, are very much imposing on constituents in my riding. And that's just one small example. There are men and women that have served our country that are being threatened of loss of their job and loss of their benefits because for a reason, and I'm not even sure what the reason is, and it doesn't really matter to me what the reason is, have chosen not to get vaccinated. And I think we need to really think about this and think about it deep in our hearts and souls of if we want our legacy to be that when given the opportunity to do the right thing, we chose to sit idly by and let Canadians continue being divided. I know one of the things that has been brought to my attention on so many occasions in my constituency with the correspondence is why do we continue to divide, and why don't we just allow hope? Why don't we have a plan? Provinces have ended their mandates. Our G7 allies have ended their mandates. They are following the science. They are following the emerging science, and I understand science has changed substantially. What we know now about COVID is much different than what we knew originally. And when you know better, you have an opportunity to do better. So what I'm asking for is all members in this assembly to keep in mind that there are some of us, there are many of us that represent large rural ridings, that these travel mandates have a very direct impact, and it is really complicated. And so I'm just imploring you to please do the right thing and end the travel mandates, end all federal mandates for the best of our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion states, and I quote the motion, the House call on the government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates. I posed a question to one of her colleagues, asking where is the medical experts that is saying that the federal government has to lift or should lift every mandate effective immediately. The member came back saying, well, it was Dr. Tam. Dr. Tam is Canada's public health officer. Well, Dr. Tam indicated that the federal government is examining all vaccine mandates. And quote, I think the federal government has taken a very precautionary, thoughtful approach. They're looking at a phased approach of removing some of these policies. I know these policies are being reviewed and re-examined as we speak. Madam Speaker, not all provinces have ended mandates. It's false to make that statement. Why does the Conservative Party stand alone inside this House demanding that the mandates end today? What is who are the health experts they're listening to?
Order, please. Can we hear the question to the end? The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am not a scientist. I am not a doctor, but I do follow the advice of doctors, and I do think that the countries around the world that have been dropping their mandates and restrictions when it comes to travel can't all be wrong. I asked the Minister of Health today if he thought that all the chief medical officers of health across the country were wrong, as they've been ending mandates and restrictions. And I really think a month ago we asked for simply a plan to end the mandates and restrictions, and the members opposite voted against it. So today we asked for the mandates to simply end. I'm sure they're probably going to vote against it, but I would implore them not to.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. One thing that we do agree on is that I agree with the member's comment around our understanding of COVID-19 continuing to evolve. We know that this is a global pandemic, and until we are increasing access to vaccinations around the world, we will continue to see new variants right here at home. Does the member agree that Canada needs to support the TRIPS waiver at the WTO to expand global vaccine production, particularly for middle and low income countries?
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that we saw early into this pandemic was that rather than having domestic production of vaccines, the Liberal NDP coalition decided to raid COVAX. They decided to raid the COVAX group and take away from countries that desperately needed it. What I would like to see, and what members on this side of the House would like to see, is an improvement in being able to produce more vaccines domestically so that we have a little bit more protection when it comes to the future of Canada's health. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Fort McMurray Cold Lake for her speech, and I have a question for her. We know that the situation is still evolving. We're still in the pandemic, and a sixth wave is coming, and it's already started here. What the Conservatives are saying is that we need to stop all the mandates. Maybe that's a bit reductive. The Conservatives' motion, however, does leave some room for some agility because we know the situation is evolving and we should have a plan, and we know there isn't a plan yet from the government. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that there isn't a plan, and I think we should look at this in a more nuanced way. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Well, I think she's raised a very important point. We don't know what will be what was going to happen tomorrow in the pandemic. And that's always the case in life. But I think that now, today, there is no concrete reason to have federal restrictions and mandates. So today, we should end these mandates. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy to participate in this debate, and also very happy to follow the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, who speaks impeccable French. She's a member from Alberta and in one of the most oil-producing regions of the country. So I congratulate her for that. Today we're asking the Government of Canada to do what all governments across Canada have done so far, to liberate Canadians from COVID mandates. And when I talk about all Canadian governments, Madam Speaker, I'm not talking about the previous governments. I'm talking about the current governments of the 10 Canadian provinces. What a great and big country we have, Madam Speaker. BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, Newfoundland. 10 out of 10 provinces have decided to end mandatory COVID measures. Certain provinces, Madam Speaker, have done that. It's been a while since they've done it. For example, like Saskatchewan, and in Quebec, for example, it's coming up on April 15th. But they're all moving forward. 10 provinces are in step. It's time now to eliminate vaccine mandates. So all the governments are in step except for the central government, the federal government, except the NDP Liberal government. And that, Madam Speaker, is truly unfortunate because they keep telling us we have to listen to science. We have to listen to science. Science will guide us. Oh, yeah? Well, they're listening to political science. It was political science that told them that they should have an election in the middle of the fourth wave of the pandemic. They ignored everything Dr. Tam has said, and they called an election. And now they're saying we need to follow science. But they called an election around the principle that our public servants should be vaccinated, but that was based on no scientific fact. It's the same thing for the truckers. Zero science says that these people must absolutely be vaccinated. However, in the 10 provinces, Madam Speaker, there are 10 public health leaders who have decided that in their province they could eliminate mandates. 10 out of 10, not 9, not 6, not 8, 10 out of 10 from C to C, Madam Speaker. But now this NDP Liberal government is refusing to recognize what the provinces are doing, and they're refusing to do what all the provinces have done. And that's truly unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because let's be clear, Madam Speaker, over the last 2 years, Canadians have suffered greatly. We have all suffered from COVID, Madam Speaker. Some lost members of their families. Some lost their friends. And we keep them in our thoughts. Others have seen their mental health be deeply affected. Many have seen this. Many have been isolated over the last 2 years, Madam Speaker. And many, Madam Speaker, have been robbed of the best moments of life. And without going into the detail, you know, I became a grandfather twice through COVID. And, you know, I've been able to see my grandchildren, but my parents haven't been able to see them as much as they would have liked. Their new great-grandchildren who are 23 months old and 7 weeks old. So all Canadian families like mine have suffered. Some have suffered more, some have suffered less, but we have all had to suffer. We have all had to live with COVID. But now, Madam Speaker, when it's time to raise mandates, we have to follow science. Yes, and that's why the provinces are doing it. And that's why I don't understand what the federal NDP Liberal government is doing and why they're refusing to do what scientists in 10 out of 10 provinces have said we should do. Madam Speaker.
I'm a Conservative, I'm a Canadian, and I'm proud of that. My party was the first to raise the issue of COVID in January 2020. I remember the honourable member from, I think it's in Moncton.
Matt General, what is his writing?
I don't know. Anyway, it was, what? Thank you. So our colleague from Alberta was the first to raise the issue in January here in this House 2 years ago. We were the first party to raise the issue of the border. We need to have strict border to address this issue. We were the first to address that. We were the first to ask for a vaccination system and to provide vaccine to Canadians. Yeah. We were the first to talk about rapid tests. Right. Yes, Madam Speaker, as a Conservative, I'm very proud to fight for that. And as a Conservative, Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to have followed all the rules.
As a Conservative, Madam Speaker, I got vaccinated not once, not twice, but 3 times, and I'm very proud as a citizen to have my vaccine passport. Is it pleasant to use it all the time? Well, no, but listen, it could be worse. We've survived. I was also very proud, Madam Speaker, to wear a mask, and I continue to wear my mask today, Madam Speaker, and there's no shame in that, quite the contrary. I'm very proud to wash my hands 25 times a day. That was something I already did, but that's another issue altogether. And also very proud, Madam Speaker, to a certain extent, to respect physical distancing. You know, we've all learned physical and social distancing through the pandemic. But, Madam Speaker, it's time to move on, and that's where we are today, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the current government has made many mistakes. They called an election in the middle of the pandemic. They forced public servants to show vaccination proof, things like that. But you know what the biggest problem is with this government, Madam Speaker, is that they have not shown respect for Canadians. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there's not a vaccine that can cure the lack of respect from this government, and particularly from the leader of this government, our Prime Minister. No less than the Prime Minister. And in a moment of crisis, the Prime Minister is our Prime Minister.
Crisis like we had in the last 2 years. But the first responsibility of our Prime Minister is to let people work all together, is to be united. Is to be united to face and to address the situation. But no, Madam Speaker, what did the Prime Minister do at that time? No. He fought Canadians. He divided Canadians. He wedged Canadians. That's exactly what the Prime Minister should never have done. Shameful. But that's exactly what this Prime Minister have done in the last 2 years.
And that's why, Madam Speaker, we are very unhappy to see that after 2 years of the pandemic, well, everyone around the world is setting aside mandates when the 10 out of 10 provinces have decided to move on from mandates. The only government here that is refusing to follow science and to follow the recommendations of the 10 provinces is the current federal government. Madam Speaker, it's very sad to see that today there have been over 20 questions. Well, our party asked over 20 questions to the Minister of Health, and I should mention that he's a neighbor of mine, a minister from Quebec City, and he's a colleague also of the Honourable Member for Louis Hébert, who I have a lot of respect for as well. And it's unfortunate that the Honourable Minister of Health is not listening to the member for Louis Hébert, as another one of our neighbours, who has said that our Prime Minister and his political leader he criticized the Prime Minister for dividing Canadians and for calling an election on the principle of mandatory vaccination. So, Madam Speaker, the answers that we got today from the Minister of Health, and again, this is a member that I have a lot of respect for, he presented a mountain of numbers, as the Deputy Leader of the Official Opposition said earlier, the member for Mégantic-Lérable, numbers upon numbers upon numbers. But, if we're going to talk about numbers, let me give him one number, 10. 10 numbers. Madam Speaker, 10 provinces across Canada think the same thing, that it's time to eliminate the mandates. 10 out of 10 provinces. So why does the Minister of Health not listen to them? Why does he not see what's happening? Because I can understand, Madam Speaker, that there are some who say, well, listen, in Europe things are going like this, but Europe is different. Every country is facing its own reality. Every country has its own challenges. Every country is looking at how people can move from one country to another and spread COVID. But here in Canada, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health for all of Canada, well, all of Canada is 10 provinces. There are 10 ministers of health, 10 public health directors, 10 governments who have all decided to lift the mandates. And we hope that the current government will follow the lead of the 10 Canadian provinces and do the right thing to allow Canadians to live with greater freedom. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a great pleasure to listen to my honourable colleague, who is a great speaker here in the House of Commons. And I believe he's been recognized previously as one of the top members of the House. Previously. But my question for him is the following one. Does my colleague believe that somebody who comes from outside of Canada who is not vaccinated or who was vaccinated with a less effective vaccine than the Pfizer, Moderna, etc. vaccines represents a greater risk to the Canadian community than a traveler who comes into the country who is fully vaccinated with Pfizer or Moderna and one of the other vaccines that's been properly recognized? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Very happy to hear the comments from my colleague from Lac-Saint-Louis, and again, it's a colleague for whom I have a lot of respect, and we worked very closely together on electoral reform. I don't know what happened to electoral reform, but anyway, we we did work together on that. Madam Speaker, as a Canadian, I'm very proud to see that we are one of the countries that has the highest rate of vaccination in the world, and I'm proud to show my passport vaccine. I'm proud to show that I was vaccinated 3 times. I'm very proud of that, and I'm very proud to see that our country is one of the most vaccinated in the world and where people have followed the rules. And Madam Speaker, that's something that Canada can be very proud of, and we should be being proud of that instead of using it to divide Canadians. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis Saint-Laurent for his speak. Madam Speaker, if there are health restrictions in place right now, well, it's because the health care system is still cracking at the seams. And I would like to congratulate people who are working in that area, including my best friend, Stéphanie, who is a specialized education technician who is helping, for example, older people and people with intellectual disabilities. And she has very difficult days, and in the evening, she does a second day of work in the long-term care network because there lacking people, and I have so much admiration for her and the work she's doing. But, Madam Speaker, we wouldn't be there if there had been adequate funding for the healthcare system, and I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on that. Very sorry, but we won't be able to hear the honourable member's comments on that because we are out of time. It being 5:15, and this being the final supply day in the period ending March 26, 2022, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows.
Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Ellis, moved that given that Canada has one of the world's... May I dispense? That given that Canada has one of the world's highest vaccination rates in every province across Canada has lifted or has a plan to lift vaccine mandates, the House called on the government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates in order to
A. Protect the jobs of federally regulated employees. B. Enable Canadians to travel unimpeded. C. Ensure Canada's tourism industry recovery. And D. Allow for the free flow of goods across the Canadian border.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for.
Madam Chair, I'd like to request a recorded division, please.
Thank you. Call in the members.
There you go. Take the cheat sheets as we roll around. The question is as follows. Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Ellis, move that given that Canada has one of the world's highest vaccination rates, and every province in Canada has lifted or has a plan to lift vaccine mandates, the House call on the government to immediately lift all federal vaccine mandates in order to... Can I dispense? A, de protéger.
To protect the jobs of federally regulated employees. B, enable Canadians to travel unimpeded. C, ensure Canada's tourism industry recovery. And D, allow for the free flow of goods across the Canadian border.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will now please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Chong. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Albus. Ms. Finley. Mr. Nader. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Genereux. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimiet. Mr. Calkins. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Vidal. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Viss. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Small. Mr. Godin. Mr. Martel. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Baldinelli. Ms. Gladue. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Dreeshen. Mrs. Block. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Abouteif. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mrs. Thomas. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Mott. Monsieur Lehoux. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Couric. Mr. Major. Mr. Morantz. Mr. Kitchen. Oh, Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Redekop. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Brock. Mr. Muse. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Tolmie.
All those opposed to the motion will now please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Lametti. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Jacek. Ms. Chager. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Cara. Monsieur Vandal. Madame Fortier. Ms. Murray. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Miller. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Hussein. Monsieur Serré. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Gerritsen. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Varani. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Anandasangari. Madame Koutrakis. Ms. De Brussen. Monsieur Lauzon. Madame Lalonde. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Essasi. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Nakpi. Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod. Oh, Mr. McLeod Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Buyden.
Mr. Van Buyden.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Hello?
Mrs. Bradford.
Wait, Mrs. Bradford.
Mrs. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vaughn.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu?
Mr. Beaulieu.
Oui, je vote.
Yes, I vote against.
Contre, against.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
In the vote, can we do a point of order? If it's translation or...
No, my name was raised twice. I just want to make certain that I was...
No, you're good. Yeah, no.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 212, 212.
I declare the motion defeated. The next question is on the supplementary estimates C. The question is as follows. Madame Fortier, appuyez.
Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Madame Saint-Onge. May I dispense?
There we go. Let's get to... Nope. Nope.
We haven't put the question.
Right.
Yeah, so you read this.
Yep. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division on the motion, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will now please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. de Brussen.
Ms. de Brussen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Johari.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Palowski.
Mr. Palowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Taylor-Roy.
Taylor-Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garot.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Laroche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vuong.
Mr. Vuong.
All those opposed to the motion will now please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimiech.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ledoux.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Dearson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Lehoux, désolé.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cramp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Yep, there you go. I wish to inform the House the electronic period voting period has ended. If a member were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Davies.
Thank you. Unfortunately, my phone was not functioning. I vote yes.
Mr. Davies, 4-4.
Monsieur Beaulieu. Was it also
You're on mute.
Monsieur Beaulieu, on te voit.
Mr. Beaulieu, we can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Main levée, main en bas.
Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up.
On vous entend pas.
No, we cannot hear you.
Si vous voulez indiquer,
if you could please indicate by a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Ce qu'on fait avec.
Il comprend pas. Le pouce levé ou le.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Hey, Bob. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays, contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Santonge, moves that a bill entitled an act for granting Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022 be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
The Honorable Whip. No, I gotta read. Ms. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Santonge, moves that Bill C-15, C-15, an act granting Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we are at the beginning of spring, I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the results of the previous vote apply to this vote. The Liberal members voting yea.
The Honourable Whip for the Conservative Party.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply and we'll be voting nay.
L'Honourable Whip.
The Honourable Bloc Québécois Whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is in favour of applying the vote and will vote for. Yay.
For the NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP are willing to apply and will be voting yea. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees with the application of the vote and will vote yea.
The Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favour.
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays, contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. Do I read this?
Yes.
Yep. The committee will now go into committee of the whole. Sabu.
À l'ordre.
Order. The House is now in Committee of the Whole to study Bill C-15, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Chair, would the President of the Treasury Board please assure the House that the bill is in its usual form?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, the presentation of this bill is identical to that used in the previous period, the previous supply period. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Shall Clause 2 carry? Shall Clause 3 carry? Shall Clause 4 carry? Shall Clause 5 carry? Est-ce que l'article...
Shall Clause 6 carry? Shall Schedule 1 carry?
L'annexe...
Shall Schedule 2 carry?
Bravo. L'article...
Shall Clause 1 short title carry? Shall the preamble carry?
Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? Shall I rise and report the bill? Hey, Mr. Speaker, where are you? Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-15 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
Madame Fortier.
Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Saint-Onge, that Bill C-15, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration.
22 be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'Honorable Whip pour le gouvernement.
The Honourable Government Whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, as you see, there is a unanimous, there is a consensus for the results of the previous vote being applied to this vote, with the Liberals voting yea.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives agree to apply and will be voting nay.
Hear, hear. L'Honorable Whip pour le Bloc.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP agreed to apply and will be voting yea.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Greens agreed to apply the vote and will be voting yea.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays contre 116, 116.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
When shall this bill be read a third time? How about now? Madame Fortier, appuyée par...
Ms. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Saint-Onge, moves that Bill C-15, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022, be now read a third time and do pass.
Si un député...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair, the Honourable Government Whip. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will find that there's unanimous consent to apply the results of the previous vote to this House, with the Liberals voting yay.
The Honourable Whip for the Conservatives.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply, and we'll be voting nay.
The Honourable Whip of the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
Party.
The NDP agree to apply and will be voting yay.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greens agree to apply and will be voting yes.
And the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays contre 160, 116.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The next question is on the interim supply for 2022-2023. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Mademoiselle Saint-Onge, moves that this House do concur in interim supply as follows: that a sum not exceeding $75,483,404,546. Can I dispense? Kind of wanted to say the big word. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division on the motion or be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with a great deal of enthusiasm that I share with all of my colleagues, I would request a recorded vote.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
You had one job, Lamoureux.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Ms. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Hernandez Hungary.
Mr. Hernandez Hungary.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Choutrakis.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakpi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Derowitz.
Ms. Sarowitz.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Sarbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Spangaman.
Mrs. Zaid.
Saeed.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Palowski.
Mr. Palowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Ms. Edlout.
Ms. Edlout.
Mr. McGregor.
McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Blakey.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vuong.
Mr. Vuong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Delten. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kmiec.
Mr. Kmiec.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Gladue.
Mr. McKenzie.
McKenzie.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Arnold.
Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer.
Patzer.
Mr. Redikoff.
Redikoff.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Bonsoir, Monsieur le Président.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I saw my face and I saw my vote, but my app is asking me to check with you as to whether my vote was recorded. Yes, your vote has been recorded as a yay.
Some votes. The table will now compile the rest of the vote.
Yeas pour 213, 213. Nays contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried. Mrs. Fortier, seconded by Mrs. Saintonge, moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting Her Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023 be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Fortier, seconded by Ms. Saintonge, moves that Bill C-16, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Whip for the government.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that you will see that once again there is unanimous consent for that the results of the previous vote be applied to this vote, with the Liberals voting yay.
The Honourable Whip for the Conservative caucus.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agreed to apply the vote and will be voting against the motion.
The Honourable Deputy Whip for the Governor of Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote in favour.
Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP agreed to apply the vote and will be voting yay.
Great.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Greens agreed to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 213, 213. Nays contre 116, 116.
Je déclare la motion.
Accordingly, or rather, I declare the motion carried. When will this bill? Accordingly, this bill stands referred to a committee of the whole.
Oh, Mr. Dollywall has his hand raised online.
Mr. Speaker, I will be voting yes for this one.
We're too late for this vote, but your vote has been applied from the last one. The House will now go into committee of the whole.
Order! The House is in Committee of the Whole to consider Bill C-16, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Madam Chair, would the President of the Treasury Board assure the House that this bill as well is in its usual form?
The Honourable Member of the President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Chair, I'm very glad to report that the form of this bill is the same as that passed in the previous supply period. Thank you, Madam Chair.
L'article 2.
Standing order. Shall Clause 2 carry?
L'article.
Shall Clause 3 carry? Shall Clause 4 carry? Shall Clause 5 carry?
1.1 carry? Shall Schedule 1.2 carry? Shall Schedule 1.3 carry? L'annexe 1.
Shall Schedule 1.4 carry? Shall Schedule 1.5 carry? Shall Schedule 1.6 carry?
1.7 carry? Shall Schedule 1.8 carry? Shall Schedule 2 carry? Shall Clause 1 short title carry? Le préambule.
Shall the preamble carry? Shall the title carry? Shall the bill carry? Shall I rise and report the bill? Agreed.
No, I have to read today. You have the... No, great. Est-ce que j'ai oublié tout à l'heure? Non, on est assez chiant. Non, parce qu'on cherchait du
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-16 and has directed me to report the same without amendments.
Madame Fortier, seconded by Madame Saintonge, moves that Bill C-16, an act for granting Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Whip of the Government.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to push my luck and believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yes.
The Honourable Whip for the Conservative Caucus.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting against the motion.
Here, here. L'Honourable Whip du Bloc Québec.
The Honourable Whip for the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc agreed to apply the vote and is voting in favour.
Party.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP agreed to apply and will be voting yea.
Great job. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Green Party agrees to apply the vote and will vote yea.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
Did I ask you? Oh. Mr. Dollywall, I see you have your hand up one more time. Could I... No, you're still on.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that you count my vote as yes.
Yes, it was called at vote. We've had two votes since you had voted last time. Yeah, you voted. You're good. You're good. All right, where we go. The table will now the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 214, 214. Nays contre 116, 116.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Quand ce projet de loi.
When will this bill be read a third time? Now.
Madame Fortier, seconded by Madame Saintonge, moves that Bill CC-16, an act for granting Her Majesty certain sums of money for the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded vote or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Government Whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pushing my luck one last time, and I think you will find unanimous consent to apply the results of the previous vote to this one. The Liberal members are voting yay.
Honourable Whip for the Conservative Caucus.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote and will be voting against this motion.
Hear, hear. L'Honourable Whip adjoint.
The Honourable Deputy Whip of the Bloc. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc agrees to apply the vote and will vote yay.
Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP agreed to apply and will be voting yay.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Greens agree to apply the vote and will be voting in favor.
And the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 214, 214. Nays contre 116, 116.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
PNB, so we can start with that, but just...
It being 6:47, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-246, Constitution Act 1867.
Order. Could I have members who are exiting the chamber please do it as quietly as they possibly can? And give you another minute. One minute. Order. And just make sure that you can take the conversations into the lobbies, please. Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Champoux, appuyé par...
Seconded by Mr. Terrien, moves that Bill C-246, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, represented in the House of Commons, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll start by thanking you for the careful attention you paid to me by allowing the House to dissolve and to allow the members who wish to take care of other occupations to do so, so that I could do my speech at a quieter time. I am honored, Mr. Speaker, to rise today to speak to Bill C-246 that I have an honor to talk about, an act to amend the Constitution Act of 1867. Mr. Speaker, despite what many Canadians would like, there are fundamental differences, and I would even say, in some cases, profound incompatibilities between Quebecers and Canadians. Fundamental differences in the vision that we have of our future and that Quebecers have of theirs. I would like to say that I don't say this in a negative way, and allow me to offer some context. I think it's important to offer this context because whenever there's a discussion about demands for Quebec's status in the Federation or about its culture, its values, or its language, the French language, which is the only official language and common language of Quebecers. So every time that we have these discussions, people always find a way to twist the discourse and turn it into a squabble, as we've been saying lately, saying that it's coming from a tiresome minority of Quebecers who refuse to bow down and to hide their pride behind a maple leaf. These people know that they're misinforming people skillfully. They raise passions and stir up hateful comments to crush Quebec itself, renounce its identity, and join the melting pot of Canadian-style multiculturalism. Yes, there are many people like this on social media. You just have to say anything about French on Twitter, and you'll see all sorts of comments. So it is important to give this context when you talk about the history of the Quebec people, because for decades, in the 19th and 20th centuries, the good working-class French Canadian ate his bread in silence, encouraged, or obliged, rather, by the Catholic Church to populate Quebec with many children and to keep his head low when the boss walked by. And that was the case in Quebec until the middle of the 20th century. And then at some point, slowly but surely, we realized that we weren't just picturesque, that we were more than just arrow belts and folk dances, that Quebec had a rich culture. It was rich in terms of its talent. And little by little, we rose out of the darkness, a great darkness even. And we learned to rediscover ourselves. And then voices began to be heard, inviting Quebecers to stand up and to command respect and to respect themselves. And at that time, we saw great leaders, speakers, great personalities that inspired past generations and that continue to inspire the current generations. Great unionists, because we needed union leaders at this time when Quebec was a working-class nation primarily. People like the Marchands, the Charbonneaus, the Laure Goudreau, Madeleine Parent, without forgetting one of the most famous and beloved Quebecers in the history of Quebec, Michel Chartrand and Simone Monet Chartrand. And as a side note, on the South Shore of Montreal, there is a park named after Michel Chartrand, and there are many deers there, and my 11-year-old was talking about that park. And when we talk about Michel Chartrand as a unionist, she thought we were talking about deer. But it's really important to educate people, to talk about the history of Quebec, so that my daughter's generation knows that we're not talking about deer. So these personalities were all inspired by Quebec workers at the time. And Mr. Chartrand was very passionate. You can read his speeches at the time. So they made passionate speeches, and they took action to reunite people, to unify them. They followed up their speeches with actions, and they did that. So after these speeches, they made Quebecers realize something that another giant would come to verbalize years later, that we were not a small people, we were a great people even. And in the meantime, there was the Coat Revolution, which saw the emergence of new ideas, new inspiring leaders who proposed reform to our society that were more in line with our values. And I've said this often, values that were not better or worse than those of Canada, but just different. So we chose to be a secular state because for Quebecers, the only way to respect all religions is to ensure that the state does not have a religion. You have to understand that nuance, Mr. Speaker. That's what secularism is in Quebec. In Quebec, religion is a personal matter. It's a private matter, which should not interfere or influence the decisions of the state. And unlike what many Canadians think, including many members in this House, Quebecers are welcoming people. They're respectful of people of all origins and of all faiths. But we do have a willingness to integrate our newcomers while respecting their beliefs without denying our fundamental values. That's a rather brutal clash, I must admit, between secularism in Quebec and the idea of multiculturalism that is so dear to Liberals. But in the wake of this awakening, there was a new movement that emerged, proposing a new option, namely the independence of Quebec. And here's a side note. This won't be a scoop, but my colleagues and I are the bearers of this idea, not just in our work that we do every day, but in our personal lives. Just like our Conservative members who are fascinated by oil, we hope this project will finally become a reality, and we'd like to discuss it at any possible opportunity, every time trying to break down prejudice and avoid smear campaigns that get in the way of people's good judgment. We need to have healthy conversations. In short, the idea of an independent Quebec made its way so that in 1976, the Parti Québécois came to power with the giant person I mentioned earlier, René Lévesque. That's not a scoop either if I tell you he was an important person in our history. And then, people know that history rather well, there was a referendum in 1980. The Constitution was repatriated, and then there was the Meech Lake Accord, and then the Charlottetown Accord. But this brings us to this proposal written in black and white. How much time do I have left? 5 minutes? 15? But in the Charlottetown Accord, Mr. Speaker, there was a resolution, 21, to readjust the proposal of the House of Commons so that we reflect the principle of proportionate representation for the population in Quebec. There was a census done at the time, and this would apply to proportionate measures. And later, it says that Quebec would be guaranteed to not have less than 25% of seats at the House of Commons. I find that very important, Mr. Speaker, to say, because it is fundamental in Bill C-246, which I am introducing today. It's fundamental because what we're proposing is to include a national clause into this constitutional act, so that today, or in 10 years after the next census, or 20 years after the next one, Quebec will not continually have to defend its representation at the House of Commons. And I'll go back to a previous side note, Mr. Speaker. Ideally, we shouldn't have to have these discussions because Quebec, hopefully in the meantime, will make its choice to take its destiny into its own hands. So we won't be here. We'll be able to bring them back to Quebec in our own national parliament.
This morning, and what a great coincidence, the government tabled Bill C-14 to reflect the Bloc Québécois motion which was passed recently, a motion which I will remind you said that in the opinion of the House, any changes to the ridings across Canada which would lead to the loss of any ridings in Quebec or which would diminish Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons must be rejected. Mr. Speaker, it was passed unanimously, that motion, and today, 3 weeks later, we have a bill which does just one thing. It maintains Quebec's number of seats at 78. That's not a bad thing, but it's like if your friend said, listen, I'm leaving Montreal, I really need a ride to get to Quebec City, can you give me a ride? And you say, yes, absolutely, I'll give you a ride, but then you let them off at Saint-Hyacinthe. You're not even all the way to Drummondville. Not with this, no. No. So, Mr. Speaker, I would submit to your attention that the bill tabled this morning by the Liberals is a very pale copy of what Quebec wants and what Quebec expects and what the Bloc Québécois expects. Bill C-246 responds to the absolute necessity to respect Quebec's political weight. Quebec is a nation. Quebec must have these tools to be properly represented as long as it decides to remain here in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this would be the second opportunity where the Bloc Party, this time as an individual member, albeit, where they've raised this particular issue. The first time was with an opposition day motion, and I'm wondering if the member could explain, as I hope to be able to speak a little bit more on this, why it is that he feels so passionate in terms of the having the opposition day motion, knowing that we're having this particular debate today and that the government was in itself bringing forward legislation. And he made reference to the Constitution. It seems to me he wants to talk about the Constitution and why the Constitution is so important from his perspective.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. Well, first of all, in terms of the first part of his question, I would say, Mr. Speaker, that we tabled our motion, we debated our motion on an opposition day, indeed, and we were able to see that motion pass on March 3rd. And that was an opportunity that we had to test the temperature of the water, if you will. But I also knew that we would have the opportunity to debate this bill and get a little bit deeper into this question and then send this bill to be studied by a committee. And we don't have the intention to discuss the Constitution as such, Mr. Speaker. As you know, we would prefer to amend the Constitution so that Quebec could perpetually have 25% of the seats in the House of Commons. It's as simple as that. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to be here for the debate. So I would like to ask my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. Well, in 1867, our country was created based on linguistic duality of two groups, Anglophones and Francophones. And Francophones don't just exist in Quebec. We exist across Canada. I'm one myself. And I would like to ask my colleague what he thinks about the linguistic duality of our country, and how does my colleague think that his bill will preserve this idea and this principle outside of Quebec, which is important for Francophones across our country. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Calgary Shepherd, and I wish that he had asked me the question before I had started my speech, because I could have taken 15 minutes to answer that question, and I would have answered it passionately. Quebec has the duty to protect the French fact in North America. Quebec is an island, a Francophone island in an Anglophone ocean. There are Francophones outside of Quebec. There are also Francophones in the United States, and I believe that that falls under Quebec's responsibility. Quebec must stay strong to protect Francophones outside of Quebec. And I would say also, Mr. Speaker, that by observing the work that we do in committee, in particular on the Broadcasting Act, you would see, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois takes into account the reality of Francophone communities outside of Quebec. And it's a subject that I find extremely important, and I could continue, as I said, for many minutes, but I will let other members ask questions. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for Drummond for his speech and for tabling this bill. I enjoyed his history lesson, and he also talked about some people who are very close to my heart in the history of Quebec, Simon de Chartrand, and the film he mentioned as well. I also appreciate this idea of a nation clause is certainly very appealing, but by reopening the Constitution, and if we are to reopen the Constitution, why does my colleague for Drummond not also see the possibility of recognizing other nations, the First Nations, who were here before the French and the English arrived in Canada, and why he'd not include that in his bill? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his question. And the bill that we have for us today concerns the representation of Quebec in the House of Commons. It deals with the fact that Quebec risks losing seats in the House of Commons or risk losing political weight in the House of Commons, given that the population of Canada is growing. We know that Quebec's demographics aren't necessarily following that curve. So the bill respects that spirit. Would we be open to adding clauses concerning First Nations? Well, I'm always open to discussing that nation to nation with First Nations. So if there are representations to that end, I would be happy to discuss them. Resuming debate.
Member or the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in looking at this particular piece of legislation, and one could only, I guess, ask in terms of why it is that the Bloc have chosen to bring forward this legislation, knowing full well that the government had intentions on bringing in legislation. And I would attempt to answer that question by indicating that from what I have witnessed over the years from the participation of Bloc members is that their interest primarily seems to be that of playing a destructive force for Canada as a nation. And I could already see some hints of that in some of the comments that were being made. I say a destructive force because I, for one, am a very proud Canadian, recognizing the wonders that Canada has to offer in all of our regions, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud of that. I've made reference to, in the past of my own heritage, ancestral heritage, coming from the province of Quebec for a number of generations that lived in the province of Quebec. To the expansion into the prairie provinces and so forth, and how Canada as a nation is in fact bilingual, and how important it is to recognize the province of Quebec and its uniqueness and the role that it plays in society. I know that we have currently 35 very incredible members of Parliament that advocate for the province of Quebec, along with other national interests, on a daily basis. In fact, earlier today, you got a sense of that in the passion that was delivered from the Minister of Heritage, my former boss when he was the government House Leader, would often talk with a great deal of passion about the people of Quebec and how important the French dynamic was to our country, Mr. Speaker. And I go to my colleague, from Mount Royal and other colleagues that I've had that have spoken so eloquently about the important role that Quebec plays, not only here in Canada, but internationally. And I like to think that the legislation that we brought in today, Bill C-14, in fact, deals with the concerns that my colleagues have been raising within the government. And that ensures that the province of Quebec will never lose a seat into the future. And I see that as a very strong positive. As we have made changes to constitutions in the past, and we have seen guarantees in the past. So once again, through advocacy, we now see a very strong commitment to the number of 78 seats well into the future. And that's not to limit it to 78. That establishes the floor. There are many in this chamber, including myself, that believe that the province of Quebec will, in fact, continue to grow, and ultimately its population could even dictate a larger number than 78. So we're not saying it has to be a 78 into the future. It does have the potential to go beyond that, Mr. Speaker. So why not recognize the value of C-14? What is the need for the Bill 246 that is being proposed? You know, the member already knows that the government and members on the government side were committed to it because we had the debate that the member even made reference to earlier this month, where, again, the government of the day, the Liberal members from all regions of our country came forward saying, yes, that we need to ensure that Quebec has that minimum number of seats going forward, Mr. Speaker. But you know, if somehow the Bloc was able to convince a majority of the people in this chamber to do what it is that they're asking for us to do, that would require a constitutional change, which would require 50% of the population, 7 of the 10 provinces, to get approved of. I've been around for constitutional debates. I was a member of the Manitoba legislature for votes related to the Meech Lake Accord and for the Charlottetown Accord. I don't believe for a moment, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Canada, whether they're citizens of Quebec or citizens of my home province of Manitoba, want the House of Commons to be dealing with constitutional matter of this nature that this bill is actually proposing, where we would be required to get the 750 under the 750 formula. I think that there are so many other issues that are out there today, yet the Bloc want to insist on having a constitutional change that would invoke the 750 formula. I would hazard a guess that if there was a canvass of even members' constituents that are proposing this, that they might find that their constituents wouldn't necessarily support a constitutional debate on this issue alone. And I don't say that lightly. That's what I truly believe. When I have canvassed constituents in the past, a number of years ago, on the issue of electoral reform and the whole issue of numbers, I was told that was not something that they want, Mr. Speaker, very clearly. I think that, you know, as a parliamentarian, we often have a sense or a sense of what the pulse of our community is like. And I would challenge any member to clearly demonstrate where the political will is matched by the enthusiasm of their constituents for constitutional debates at this point in time. And that's what would be required under this legislation that's being proposed, Mr. Speaker. We could talk about issues. And my friends in the Bloc often talk, for example, about health care and how important it is that the federal government be at the table when it comes to a wide variety of issues in regards to health care. And the federal government is at the table. We have the Canada Health Act that ensures that no matter where Canadians live, in whatever region, that they will have a certain quality of health care delivered based on the 5 fundamental principles of our Canada Health Act. Given the pandemic and the response that we received from Canadians in regards to issues like long-term care, the costs of medication, the issue of mental health, I believe that no matter where one lives in Canada, that the debates and concerns of those issues alone would supersede and exceed the need for what is being suggested by members of the Bloc Party today. And it's not to be insensitive in terms of recognizing the importance of the 78 seats. As I said earlier this month, I personally voted in favor of that. I know, as I said earlier, that not only the 35 members of the Liberal caucus representing Quebec ridings, but the entire Liberal caucus recognizes the importance of Quebec having those 78 seats with the potential, as I explained earlier, for growth. Mr. Speaker, I really believe that the members, and I would encourage other members of other political parties, that there really is no need to even see this bill go to committee. Because, quite frankly, we would hope that the government's bill, Bill C-14, will in fact be able to make it to committee, at which point in time there's even more opportunities for the public and stakeholders to provide direct input. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. It's with great pride that I join this debate as a Francophone from Western Canada to debate Bill C-246, which I know the honourable member from the Bloc has tabled. And during his speech, I heard that he would be is calling for us to add a nation clause to our Constitution. It's always interesting to see a member of the Bloc Québécois make an amendment to the Canadian Constitution. And I know that that's a difficult subject for them. It's difficult to convince them that Quebec is and should be a province in a united Canada. But in starting this debate, I'd like to say very clearly that this country was founded by two founding languages, two founding cultures, French and English. And that was the great debate in the colonial parliament, and it was debated for 20 or 30 years before our country was founded, and it was founded based on this cultural and linguistic duality. And for over 150 years now, our country has been trying to put into practice that linguistic duality across the country. Quebecers are a nation in a united Canada, and that's a motion that was adopted by a previous parliament. And I completely agree with that. I support that idea, and I've said it many times in this House, and I know that my colleagues from the Bloc have heard me say that as well. And I would also like to add to that, and I know they've heard me say as well, that Albertans are also a distinct society in a united Canada as well. And there have been, I've had a lot of debates with my Quebec colleagues in this House and in my own caucus, When, in 1867, the British North America Act was passed by the British Parliament, the act that gave us our Constitution, Section 40 of that said that the province of Quebec would have 65 seats at the beginning, at the very beginning of our country. And since that time, we have slowly, as the population has changed, we've increased the number of seats in our parliament to make sure that representation by population is the basic principle which guides the number of seats in our parliament. And this debate, representation by population, was the great debate of responsible government in this House. That was the great debate in the colonial parliament before the foundation of our country. It was to ensure that there would be representation by population in all the regions of our country, and that's the reality of our country, is that there are francophones outside of Quebec. And this francophone duality, as you know, Mr. Speaker, there are Acadians in Nova Scotia, in your area. They are part of this country. There are many different francophone identities, different from those of Quebecers, of the Métis, of Franco-Manitobans and Franco-Albertans. And I have colleagues in my caucus who come from Western Canada, like the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, like the member for Calgary Midnapore, who speak French as well, and who can have a conversation and who use the other language of the country often.
So, Speaker, I think there are three major issues with this private member's bill. Three ideas I think this chamber needs to seriously consider. First of all, this matter has been debated before in a previous parliament. Jean Rousseau, who was an NDP member of parliament back in 2012, a member for Compton-Stanstead, moved a similar private member's bill, but it came about to the same goal in a different matter. It added a different redistribution rule at the end. In that parliament, members there chose to vote against it, and it did not make it into law, obviously. The Charlottetown Accord in 1992 was rejected by Canadians. In the Charlottetown Accord, there was one of the proposals that citizens were asked to weigh in on after politicians had debated it, was whether Quebec as a province should receive 25% of all House of Commons seats. That was rejected by the Canadian population. In fact, 58% of Quebec voters rejected that in the Charlottetown Accord. I was too young to vote, Speaker. You might be surprised by this. I was actually too young to vote in the Quebec referendum as well. But my parents were not, and they did vote no in that referendum, as I remember in 1995. Another thing to consider is the 2011 Fair Representation Act that was passed by a previous parliament that ensured redistribution. It is part of Stephen Harper's legacy to this parliament that he brought us back as close as possible, I think reasonably possible, to ensuring that we have representation by population. I think it's part of the legacy that he tried to restore some greater representation to Western Canadians who have very large ridings. Most of us do. I myself represent the second largest riding in Canada by population size, and my colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, has over 200,000 citizens residing in this riding, which is a huge amount of people to represent. It's basically double what the average, the quotient, calls for. That Fair Representation Act also created a rule, the representation rule, that ensured that any province in a redistribution that would lose a seat would then be made whole by having its number of seats proportional to its demographic weight within Canada. That rule at the time applied to the province of Quebec. It ensured that Quebec was represented in proportion to its demographic weight within Canada. That was a new rule that was created at the time. It added 3 seats, the 78 seats that the province of Quebec enjoys today. And lastly, I want to bring up this fact because we Conservatives and our deputy leader, the member of parliament for Mégantic-L'Érable, moved in this House a motion, a unanimous consent motion that was rejected. And I just want to read it back into the record because this forms the position of the Conservatives, that the House oppose any federal electoral redistribution scenario that would cause Quebec or any other province or territory to lose one or more electoral districts in the future, and that the House call on the government to act accordingly. That is the foundation of the Conservative position. We believe, I think, it's a perfectly reasonable position to take, that no province should lose a seat in redistribution. It shouldn't go backwards when we're looking at this. There are smaller provinces that might face this if that was ever changed in the future. And I recognize also, like the parliamentary secretary mentioned on the Liberal benches, that the government has tabled C-14 today as well, which I'm combing through as we were voting to try and better understand the contents of that bill. But it's basically, if you look at it, it's basically a majority of the content is our unanimous consent motion that was rejected by the House. But that is our position, that no province in this country should be losing seats in redistribution. We have a chamber of 338 members. This chamber used to house 308 members in our old building. I still see a lot of space where you could put more members into it if it was absolutely needed. I see the speakers looking at both sides. There is indeed space in this House. Maybe we have to be a little bit closer. We can't do the social distancing rule. The pandemic will eventually be over. But we can do these things in this bill, in a redistribution bill. So I'll be looking forward to receiving a briefing and more information on exactly how C-14 works. To return to the private members bill, I think the mechanics of it are quite important, how such a bill would function and how such a bill would work. Amending the Constitution through a private members bill is unique, but this House has amended the Constitution actually in this Parliament. We amended the Saskatchewan Act to make sure that one of the railway companies would pay its share of taxation in that particular province. So it's not unusual to be doing in this manner. I know there are other members in this House that have in the past amended the Constitution actually for the Speaker's election as well to make sure that it would be done by preferential secret ballot. That wasn't the case over 25 years ago. So this can be done in a particular situation. But those three concerns I mentioned to you, the Charlottetown Accord vote back in 1992, the history of the Fair Representation Act of 2011, that is part of Stephen Harper's legacy as our Prime Minister, and then this unanimous consent motion that we Conservatives pushed that was rejected. That forms the foundation of our position, Speaker, and I hope to return to the House at some later point and have other members of our caucus join in this debate on this private members bill. Thank you for the time.
Continuing debate,
the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this debate on Bill C-246, which is very important. It refers to Quebec's place. It talks about democracy, history, the recognition of the Quebec nation. And I do wish to point out that the NDP, in the agreement that we negotiated with the Liberal government, we were able to see the concrete results of that. The protection of Quebec's 78 seats in this House. That was part of our demands, and that's something that we succeeded in obtaining. So I think that's a very concrete gain. And the bill and Bill C-14 protects that as well, and it counters the threat of diluting Quebec's representation in this House. And so that was one of the good things of this agreement. But that's not the only gain that we've obtained for Quebec. But let's talk about Quebecers. Let's talk about what we've been able to do to make a difference in their lives. Because this is not just about politics. It's about improving people's lives and making a just and more fair society and to deliver goods to get concrete results. And I need to say that for Quebecers, dental insurance, having to be able to have dental care reimbursed. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Deputy Whip. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the speech on the part of the member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie was relevant.
Je pense que
I think he was just getting started in his speech. We're just a few minutes in, so I will allow him to continue. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that I am completely relevant. We're talking about Quebec and what is being done for Quebecers. And I would say that the previous member, or rather the member for the Bloc Québécois, took him about 8 minutes to get into the substance of the bill, so I think I should get some leeway as well. The fact that the NDP negotiated pharmacare, that's going to exist in 2023, and that is a request that came from Quebec's civil society, the Union des consommateurs du Québec, the various Quebec unions who want pharmacare. And so we're talking about Quebec. We need to talk about Quebec and Quebec's place, and we need to talk about Quebecers as well. It's very important to talk about Quebec workers, tenants, who have challenges, and we're trying to respond in our capacity as parliamentarians. We have another point of order. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. This member's speech is very interesting, but he's been going on for a few minutes, and I know that pharmacare is important, but we're talking about the number of Quebec members in this House, Mr. Speaker. Well, he's got 3 minutes. He's gone 3 minutes in, and so I imagine he'll get to the point at some point. So, to speak to the bill before us, the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I'm very pleased to speak to this bill before us, but it's as if the Bloc Québécois is getting a bit nervous, and the Conservatives as well, when we talk about what the NDP has done for this House and for Canadians. In the NDP, we've always said that Quebec forms a nation, and that has been adopted by NDP authorities through the Sherbrooke Declaration, thanks to the work of Tom Mulcair and Jack Layton. And I think that that was quite the feat in terms of the progressive movement here in this country. And it is something that was adopted by the federal parliament as well, this recognition of the Quebec nation. And I am of the opinion that recognition is good, but concrete actions are better. And that brings me back to the beginning of my speech with regard to what the NDP has accomplished. Quebec is a nation, not because it's better than the other provinces or worse. It's a province that is different from the other provinces. It's not better or worse, as I said. It's different, and that's fine. We need to recognize that and recognize the consequences thereof. I think we have to remember, and my colleagues have pointed this out in previous speeches, we have to remember the concept of the two founding peoples, the linguistic and cultural duality of Canada. That has been the object of debate in Quebec and Canadian history. But I must also point out, Mr. Speaker, that this concept of the two founding peoples makes me a bit uneasy, and makes the NDP uneasy as well, because it's as if the French and English peoples came to a virgin territory, and that simply overlooks the First Nations, the Inuit and Indigenous peoples. And I think we can't forget those people. That concept of the two founding peoples is true, but it's very incomplete. And we have to take that into account when we talk about democracy and representation, and when we're talking about nation-to-nation discussions. The democratic rule, which is basic, is very simple. It's the equality of all citizens. Everyone is equal before the law, and it is the people who decides, because of its natural sovereignty on the representatives they will send to Parliament, and they kick them out when it's not working for them anymore. And that is the basic rule of the game for representation and the distribution of seats in this House. Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent knows this. We're talking about our electoral system. This government got elected without a majority of the popular vote. And those are discussions we've had. And I think it would be our democratic life would be much better if we had proportional representation. And that is how Elections Canada decides on electoral boundaries, but with a number of exceptions. For example, we have many, many exceptions. In fact, there are more exceptions than there are the rule. There are 3 major clauses that govern the way we distribute the seats in our federation. There's the senatorial clause, which means that a province cannot have fewer members than senators. There is the territorial clause, which means that when we're talking about vast areas like Nunavut and Yukon in the Northwest Territories, they don't necessarily have a critical mass to justify a number of members, but Nunavut needs to be represented. And those territorial clauses are what make those 3 ridings. And the grandfather clause, which means that provinces cannot have their number of seats reduced. So for Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, Manitoba, etc., that has practical consequences. So if we look at the 3 territories and the 10 provinces, there are 7 provinces which are overrepresented because of the exceptional clauses, plus the territories. And I think it's interesting to consider that the Quebec nation can also take advantage of one of those exceptional clauses, because everyone knows, it's been recognized that Quebec is a nation. It forms a nation. So things that can be good for some provinces can be applied to Quebec as well, and that's one way of recognizing the Quebec nation. Is it the best? Is it the only way? Perhaps not. But that has already been part of negotiations. So this is not something that's come out of the blue. My colleague from Drummond, as he pointed out, it's part of the Charlottetown Accord. So that was part of negotiations that have been held in the past to ensure that Quebec is part of the Constitution again after the sad events of 1982. So the Charlottetown Accord laid out the minimum of 25%. It was accepted by the Quebec Liberal Party, the Conservatives, and by the federal NDP as well, which supported the Charlottetown Accord. So we're not reinventing the wheel. This is a principle that deserves to be discussed. I think that we should send this bill to committee so we can discuss it. As to how our democratic life functions, I think my time is running out, Mr. Speaker. I can see you indicating to me, so I'm going to close on that. Thank you for this opportunity.
Débat continue.
Resume debate, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, my father always said to me that history is important. My colleague talked about history when he talked about the current situation, because it is thanks to history that we can understand where we are and where we're going. So I'm going to give a small history lesson. Now, when the report was tabled, it was said that the Francophone people was not a people that had a future. It was without culture and without history. That's what Lord Durham said. That was in 1840. After the Patriotic Rebellion, someone said that, well, if for their good, they need to be assimilated. That was in 1840, Mr. Speaker. When you look at what happened after that, you realize that it was as of that moment that the tragic destiny of Quebec and Francophones in Canada began. From 1840 to 1867, we had the Parliament with Eastern Canada, Quebec, and Western Canada, Ontario. And Mr. Speaker, you know, it's all about tricks. There were as many members in Eastern Canada as in Western Canada. Even though Quebecers were more numerous, they won't have more members. But no one was offended. But then we realized that the position of Francophones in North America, because of the influx of immigrants, we saw that we became more and more fragile, and we became a minority. But then in 1867, it was said that as of now, it will be proportional representation. Well, look at that. So in 1867, the first parliament was founded, and instead of having 50%, even though we were more numerous, we went down to 36% in terms of representation. So that was the beginning of our decline. And so to pander to us, it was said that there was an agreement between two founding peoples. So they tried to pander to us, and in Eastern Canada, where they're Francophones, they weren't living, they were surviving. So imagine how resilient they had to be to even have French schools. So never would they have been able to be sustainable. They declined across Canada. In Manitoba, it was supposed to be bilingual. Look at it now. In New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, the rest of Canada, Ontario, for example, we could see the positions of Francophones. It simply declined.
Exceptional.
And it takes exceptional courage for Francophones outside of Quebec, still today, to say the words of Félix Leclerc and to speak our language. It takes a lot of bravery. And I know one of these brave people, and you know what I'm talking about. Then, if Quebec is afflicted by a minority status and decisions in economic conditions until the end of the 60s, they said, well, we have to make babies, more babies. We needed people, and that is how we were able to survive, by making more people. In the 60s, we were able to create a Quebec state that finally protected us. It was the Quebec state, Mr. Speaker, that allowed us to strengthen the position of French in Quebec, and I would say that also in the rest of Canada, even in Louisiana. That's a fact. So Quebec, with the Quebec state, protected us. That's a fact. Then, after being one of the founding peoples, we became a province like any other, with all our jurisdictions. We went from 1 to 1 to 1 out of 10. And then in 92, we talked about multiculturalism. They put all the other cultures before our own. Yes, I love other cultures, but the Quebec nation is here, it is present, and it must keep its place because it deserves to survive. Now, I'll skip all the details and figures. Then we went to 23% representation here in the Parliament. And we keep on saying what the issue is. We keep telling people this Parliament ensures that it dilutes the power of our Parliament. That's a fundamental issue. When we say you should not step on Quebec's jurisdiction because it's the Quebec government that protects us the best. It knows us the best. It's not a Quebec government that said that the London attack was caused by Bill 21. It is the Prime Minister of Canada that said that, not the Premier of Quebec. The one who protects us isn't the Prime Minister of Canada. The one who today decided to go to the Supreme Court so that French in BC and Francophones can have the same quality of education as Anglophones. Well, they won the case at the Supreme Court, and it is this government that is going to challenge this and overturn the decision of the Supreme Court. It is this government that's doing that. So when we see people here talking about Quebec, and they say that Quebec is a nation. We even made sure that the motion that said that Quebec was a nation with the common language of French, this Parliament said, yes, you are right. We need to walk the talk. When we voted a motion that had two key meanings, we had to avoid making sure that Quebec lost seats at the House of Commons. It was adopted on majority. But the second aspect of the motion that was there, when you vote for the whole motion, you have to vote for all the things in it. And the second thing said that Quebec's proportion of seats would decrease. You don't need a doctorate to see that if it goes from 78, and there are 338 members in total, and then the number of members goes up to 400 or 500, your percentage goes down. I explained that, but no one understood. They don't understand, but I understood. And what we're asking, and what is obvious, if we want to see this percentage not decrease, we have to have a percentage of seats. 25% of seats, because the Charlottetown Accord set that out. Can we do this without reopening the Constitution? Yes, I know that opening is very difficult, but we don't need to do that. We can do this here in the House with the legislative tools at our disposal. And that's where we're at now, Mr. Speaker. We have to use percentages of seats so that we avoid the slow decline, but constant decline in the number of seats that undermines Quebec. And I'll go back to the words of Claude Péloquin. You should be sick of dying slowly. I feel like we are dying. And some people don't know this, and that is why we're here today, because half of our taxes are managed by this Parliament. And as long as we will still be in Canada, we will defend Quebec. And our dream is not to be tributary to this Parliament, but to work for the future of our nation. Thank you.
La période prévue.
The period for private members' business has now expired, and the order goes back to the bottom of the order paper. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the recent IPCC report is a dire warning about the climate crisis and the consequences of empty Liberal promises. The UN Secretary General called the report, and I quote, an atlas of human suffering and a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. Canadians have already been dealing with the devastating impacts of the climate crisis. It is threatening everything that we value. The report warns that half the global population live in areas considered highly vulnerable to the changing climate. Millions of people are already facing floods, water shortages. There are mass die-offs of species. Key ecosystems are losing their ability to act as carbon sinks. And we know that racialized communities, Indigenous communities, marginalized communities are disproportionately impacted. It's one of the reasons we need an Office of Environmental Justice. Climate breakdown is rapidly accelerating, and many climate impacts will be more severe than previously predicted. The brief window to ensure a livable future is rapidly closing. Despite years of warnings from experts, the Prime Minister is not showing the climate leadership that people in Canada are looking for. This report is a call to stop making empty promises. We must take urgent action now. But instead of acting with the urgency that is needed, the Liberals continue to subsidize the largest polluters of oil in the oil and gas industry. They have purchased a pipeline, and they are delaying climate goals at the peril of Canadians and their communities. Canada has missed every single climate target, and we have the worst record on climate of any G7 country. The Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act, passed in the last Parliament, requires that the government publish an emissions reduction plan to show how they plan to meet their 2030 target of 40 to 45% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And I note that this is an inadequate target when the IPCC report says we need to cut our emissions by at least 50%, and we should be going farther for our fair share. That plan is due next week, and this week the Net Zero Advisory Body published its first round of advice on what the government should include in that plan. That body has told the government to set and implement legally binding oil and gas sector emissions targets without delay. But the government still hasn't decided what its promised oil and gas emissions cap will be. The Net Zero Advisory Body has also told the government that carbon removals and offsets should only be used as a last resort. The IPCC also points to the uncertainty in future deployment of carbon capture and storage and cautions against reliance on this technology. But the government is pushing forward with a tax credit for carbon capture, utilization, and storage. This is another subsidy to the oil and gas companies at a time when they are making record profits and Canadians are being gouged at the pump, and Canadians are struggling to pay for food, medication, housing. If carbon capture, utilization, and storage is critical to these companies' plans and they are making record profits, then there's no reason that they can't pay for these investments themselves. The Liberals have promised to meet Canada's G20 commitment to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies 2 years early, by 2023, but Environment and Climate Change Canada recently confirmed that they do not have a concrete definition for what an inefficient fossil fuel subsidy is, or a complete list of the subsidies to review. How do they expect Canadians to trust that they are on track to end fossil fuel subsidies when they can't even define what it is they're phasing out? Canada should be using internationally agreed upon definitions of fossil fuel subsidies that align with our climate commitments to eliminate all fossil fuel subsidies by the end of 2022 and ensure that we are in line with keeping global warming below.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the Honourable Member for Victoria that the recent IPCC report is a stark reminder of the impacts of climate change and that Canada needs to move faster and go deeper on its decarbonisation efforts. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we worked with provinces and territories and sought input from Indigenous peoples to develop and adopt the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. Unlike many of our peer countries in 2016, Canada's emissions were up on a steady upwards climb. Before the Pan-Canadian Framework was adopted, national emissions were projected to continue to increase to be about 12% above 2005 levels by 2030. The measures adopted in the Pan-Canadian Framework reversed that trajectory and were projected to reduce national emissions to be 19% below 2005 levels by 2030. This represents the single largest projected drop in emissions in Canadian history. In the Pan-Canadian Framework, the government committed to meet and exceed Canada's previous 2030 goal. The government delivered on that commitment in December of 2020 through the Canada's Strengthened Climate Plan, a healthy environment and a healthy economy. The measures in that plan were projected to reduce emissions by at least 31% below 2005 levels. In mid-2021, the government announced Canada's enhanced greenhouse gas emission target of 40 to 45% reductions below 2005 levels by 2030. Science has indicated, Mr. Speaker, that countries, including Canada, need to reach net zero emissions by 2050. We listened, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, we worked across party lines to pass the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act to enshrine Canada's commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, to establish Canada's 2030 40 to 45% below 2005 levels target as the first key milestone for this path, and to ensure a transparent and accountable process in meeting our climate objectives. The first requirement under the Act, the 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan, will be established by March 29th of this year. The honourable member has mentioned that. Meeting our climate objective requires close collaboration with partners, and the year ahead of us will be an eventful one with the release of the 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan, Canada's first national adaptation strategy, and continued implementation of initiatives such as the Strategic Innovative Fund, Net Zero Accelerator, and the Canada Greener Homes Grant. We are also working on numerous additional measures. We have already launched consultations on regulating 100% zero emission vehicle sales by 2035, achieving net zero electricity by 2035, and regulating landfill and oil and gas methane. We have also launched initial consultations on oil and gas caps, and we'll release a discussion paper this spring and invite Canadians to share their views on the design of the cap. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, our government is working to ensure the oil and gas sector makes a meaningful contribution towards Canada's climate targets. At COP26, Canada announced it will take additional steps to significantly reduce GHG emissions from the oil and gas sector by setting emission caps. I've run out of time, Mr. Speaker, so I'm happy to answer the next question from the honourable member.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The IPCC is clear. All levels of government have only a narrow window to implement key climate change mitigation and adaptation measures to secure a livable future. But while Canadians are struggling with the cost of living, the government continues to give out handouts to oil and gas companies that are making record profits. Canada is one of the biggest funders of the oil and gas sector in the G20, and Export Development Canada is the worst offender. Under this Prime Minister, Canada has given more than 14 times the financial support to fossil fuels than to renewables. We need to make sure EDC financing is in line with Canada's commitments to hold global warming to 1.5 degrees. Will the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary commit to telling Export Development Canada to clean up its act and stop financing fossil fuels?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, I thank the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, for her comments, and I just want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, and all those who are listening that in addition to taking action to reduce emissions, we also recognize that we must be prepared for the climate risks that are now upon us, as historical trends are no longer our climate normal. That is why, Mr. Speaker, this year we will release a national adaptation strategy. Building on our strong foundations, the strategy will bring together different levels of government, Indigenous groups, the private sector, civil society, and all of us in Canada to develop a common blueprint for action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to be able to stand in this place to address the important issues facing my constituents, Albertans, and all Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, I stand today to talk about the Senate, and specifically the question that I asked back in December related to the Senate election that the province of Alberta held last October. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is something that is unique to Alberta, admittedly, but I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit more about that here today. On October 18th, Albertans made a choice. They elected 3 what we consider senators in waiting. They are, by name, Pam Davidson, Erica Baroudis, and Michaela Martinyuk. Mr. Speaker, Albertans made a choice. Significant precedent suggests that Albertans are able to make that choice. But in the response that was given by the minister that responded back this past December, Mr. Speaker, I once again was incredibly disappointed by the ignorance, arrogance, and how out of touch the Liberals are when it comes to the issues that Western Canada faces. Mr. Speaker, the response basically said that they do it better, that they have all the answers, that they blame Stephen Harper for all the problems that our country faces, and therefore it's actually Conservatives' fault. Mr. Speaker, that's not acceptable. My constituents share often about how frustrated they are with the status of the Federation. Mr. Speaker, they share often about how they feel like Canada has failed Albertans. They share often about how how they feel that there is little that our country can offer them, and that it may not even be worth our federation sticking together. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Canadian. I'm also a proud Albertan, and I find it absolutely a travesty that there are those, and a growing number under the leadership of this Liberal government and this Prime Minister, now an NDP Liberal coalition, has made it so that more Albertans all the time are deciding that they would be more willing to give up on our country than fight for it. Mr. Speaker, these are serious issues that unfortunately the Liberals seem to dismiss on not only issues like appointing democratically elected senators to Canada's upper chamber in our bicameral legislature, known as the Senate, of course. Mr. Speaker, issues each and every day, whether it be the energy industry, whether it be the Ottawa knows best mentality, whether it be the imposition of the carbon tax on Albertans, when Albertans made it very, very clear that they didn't want it. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on and on. There are such a host of challenges that the province of Alberta faces, that there are more people today, and in fact, since the announcement Monday evening, Mr. Speaker, where the NDP Liberal Socialist Eco-Left coalition was announced, Mr. Speaker, I have heard from many more constituents who have said, what's the point in fighting? So when it comes to the specific question that I asked back in December, Albertans deserve, Albertans need, and for the sake of our country, Alberta needs to be respected. So I would simply ask the minister this. Will he take a moment, recommend to this Liberal Prime Minister to put their partisanship aside and understand that Alberta has a unique status within our federation, and to appoint the vacant seat in the Senate from Alberta, appoint one of Canada's democratically elected senators?
The Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak tonight on the matter of Senate appointments from the province of Alberta. Let me start by saying that this government strives to appoint outstanding people who represent the diversity of this country. We are committed to vibrant and inclusive representation in the Senate. The Independent Advisory Board for Senate Appointments, established in 2016, plays an important role in ensuring the representation by providing the Prime Minister with non-binding, non-partisan, merit-based recommendations for Senate appointments that meet a high standard of integrity and collaboration. Mr. Speaker, as you know, under Canada's Constitution, senators are appointed by the Governor-General. By convention, the Governor-General's power is exercised on the advice of the Prime Minister. One of the Senate's fundamental roles is to serve as a chamber for the representation of regional interests. This government believes that a less partisan Senate will be able to fulfill this role as well as other roles more effectively. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the government introduced the Independent Advisory Board for Senate Appointments to provide nonpartisan, merit-based recommendations for Senate appointments for the Prime Minister's consideration. Moreover, in recognition of the important role the Senate plays in regional representation, the Advisory Board provides unprecedented and equal opportunity for all provinces and territories to participate by recommending individuals from their jurisdictions to serve. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 2 of the 5 advisory board members are selected from the province or territory in which a vacancy arises. Provinces and territories are given an opportunity to engage in the process by providing a list of individuals for consideration as provincial or territorial members of the advisory board. Mr. Speaker, the Advisory Board for Alberta may consider the Senate election nominees against the established criteria for current or future vacancies. However, these individuals, the ones the honourable members spoke about tonight, like all others, would still need to formally apply through the online application process to be considered by the board as a potential candidate for an appointment to the Senate. Canadians may also nominate an individual for a Senate appointment through nominees, though nominees would still need to submit their own application to be considered. This process is the same for everyone and everywhere across Canada, including Alberta. All applications are reviewed using the same assessment criteria, which are publicly available online. These include constitutional eligibility requirements, a range of merit-based criteria established by the government, as well as additional considerations such as gender, Indigenous and minority representation, and bilingualism to ensure the Senate increasingly reflects Canada's diversity. The government remains committed to the nonpartisan and merit-based Senate appointment process in place, and we are confident this process will continue to result in a less partisan and more effective institution to serve Canadians. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Independent Advisory Board for Senate appointments for their continued work in the service of parliamentary democracy on behalf of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A couple of things that I would simply suggest that this member take seriously. One, there's very little that's equal about our Senate. She's right in the sense that it was meant to be a regional balance in a country, as was intended when the Fathers of Confederation and those involved with the foundations of our country created a structure to ensure that there was that regional representation. It does not exist today. Second, when she refers to an independent advisory committee, there was a very, very clear process called a democratic election that selected those individuals that deserve to be in the Senate representing Alberta, and they have applied through the Prime Minister's process, and it is absolutely essential for the sake of the unity of our country that they be appointed to our Senate to make clear that Albertans' voices matter. When it comes to the issues that our country faces, this government unfortunately talks big, but they have failed to deliver each and every time, and it is tearing our country apart.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to stress again that the Senate plays its intended role of sober second thought. The Independent Senate Advisory Board provides advice to the Prime Minister on candidates for Senate appointments. I would remind the honourable members that senators are not democratically elected according to our Constitution. The Advisory Board reviews applications in provinces and territories where there are planned or current vacancies. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the opportunity to apply directly for a Senate appointment on a year-round basis through an open application process based on merit-based criteria and requirements under the Constitution. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because the Senate is critical in representing regional and minority interests. All nominees for a Senate appointment must submit an online application. And Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to restoring public trust in the Senate by moving towards a less partisan and more independent Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to speak in the House, and tonight I'm speaking about something I asked in question period and statements I've made in the House. It's to do with the RCMP. Outside of Ontario and Quebec, many municipalities have the RCMP with a municipal contract. We respect the RCMP, and I've worked with them as a municipal leader and a mayor in my community. Fantastic community force within our municipal structures. But they had been without a contract for almost 5 years until the federal government settled a contract, which means it had a huge retroactive piece to it. Now, the municipalities were not part of that negotiations. The provinces, the federal government was. This is a huge retroactive settlement that the RCMP deserve. They deserve this settlement. But the municipalities who contract with the police were not part of this. I had somebody remind me it was sort of like something that happened in the Boston Harbor in 1774 or 1775 was the Boston Tea Party. where the people living in Boston were upset about taxation without representation. That's what the municipalities feel like. I've heard from the mayor and city council in Brooks and Strathmore, Acme, Nehill County, and many more who have spoken to me. St. Mary's in Nova Scotia, their municipality also is very concerned. So it's countrywide. So how would this affect the taxpayers? We're talking about a 5 to 10% tax increase. St. Mary's community said 11% is what it would cost them as a tax increase. We're talking about property tax and business property tax. It's one of the most regressive taxes we have. So when we have communities that have been suffering with COVID, and when we're talking about the businesses with lockdowns, and we talk about the supply chain disruptions, and we talk about businesses now and property owners through this are facing anywhere from a 5% to 11% tax increase. This is brutal on our small businesses. This is extreme challenge in the sense for homeowners. When we're talking about the number of economic challenges we have in our communities coming out of COVID, and they're facing a retroactive pay increase that was negotiated by the federal government. What I have asked, and what many municipal leaders have asked me, the federal government negotiated this agreement. That's great, they deserve it. But the federal government should pay for this retroactive pay. It shouldn't come back to the municipalities who weren't involved in this negotiations. It shouldn't come back to the property owners, the property taxpayers, the small business owners at this extremely frustrating time to be in a small business and survive. The federal government negotiated. The municipalities weren't part of that process. They shouldn't get the bill for this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we recognize that we're all facing challenging times with increased costs of policing across Canada and operational pressures on our officers to keep our communities safe. As you're aware, under our Constitution, provinces are responsible for the administration of justice, including policing matters. The Government of Canada is collaborating closely with more than 150 municipal contract jurisdictions and with all provinces and territories to support them in addressing the many challenges facing police service. Policing services are delivered by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police under a contracted cost-sharing arrangement between the Government of Canada and each jurisdiction that has opted to have the RCMP as their police of jurisdiction. The historic first collective agreement between the Government of Canada and the National Police Federation, the bargaining agent for RCMP members, went into effect on August the 6th, 2021. It marks the first time RCMP members have received a pay increase since 2017. The agreement provided a reasonable economic increase and market adjustments to address wage differences that existed between RCMP members and reservists and other police services across Canada. As a result of the agreement, RCMP salaries are now consistent with other police services across Canada. We know that policing costs are significant for all communities, including municipalities that contract RCMP police services. That is why federal officials kept partners informed throughout the collective bargaining process starting in 2017, including on anticipated salary increases to help them plan accordingly. Our government has committed to meeting with contract policing partners, including municipalities, in the coming weeks to discuss the implementation of the collective agreement, including their specific situations and needs. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to work with contract policing jurisdictions on the impacts of the agreement. In closing, I want to emphasize that ensuring the safety and security of our communities is paramount. The Government of Canada will continue to support the RCMP and all jurisdictions to meet this objective. This is a goal that we all share collectively and continues to be one of the highest priorities of our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's many parts of what I heard from the Parliamentary Secretary that I absolutely agree with. Tremendous force. This negotiations for this settlement needed to happen. It was deserved, absolutely. The part that I would disagree with was that piece about communications with partners. The federal government, when I talk to municipality leaders, mayors, and reeves in my area, They weren't part of it. The organizations that represent the municipalities in Alberta, which I used to be the vice president of, they weren't involved in the process or communications with the federal government. So municipalities saying we weren't part of this organization in the sense of communication. So if the federal government was communicating it, it wasn't the organizations in the province of Alberta and other provinces that were communicating it. It wasn't to the municipalities themselves. We look for the federal government to deal with this retroactive pay and pay for it. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we appreciate the financial planning challenges and the complexities of the implementation of the collective agreement, and we're mindful of the significant cost this represents for municipalities, provinces, and territories. We've continued to collaborate extensively with officials at all levels in contract policing jurisdictions throughout this process. I want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada remains committed to the public safety of all Canadians across the country and remains proud of the services that the RCMP provides to our contract jurisdiction partners. We remain steadfast in our commitment to continue our collaboration with our contract partners and will begin meeting with them in the coming weeks to discuss further their respective financial situations. Our objective is clear. We will meet with jurisdictions in a meaningful way to enable open dialogue with a view to supporting their ability to meet their financial obligations under the contracts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted, and accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.